Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming. Oh my God, it's finally here. I've been waiting for this space. I'm super stoked. Do me a favor, guys. Please repost the space. Hit the bottom right corner of the comment button and repost it just so people can see it. I definitely am in and out of shadow bans. Y'all know me, I'm always in trouble. But Bruce, welcome. I'm super excited about this. I was just going to let a few people roll up in here. I'm going to put this in my DM groups and then we can get started. But how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm really good. Thanks for setting it up and having me here as the guest speaker. Looking forward to it, and hopefully, people will find something of interest. Yeah, there's a lot to go through, but if people bear with it, I think they'll find it's some pretty amazing stuff in there.
Man, I bought your book a while ago, and I have it, and I think is it Kindle or it might be in Audibles. Did they make Audibles of it?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think it's probably Audibles, but yeah, I didn't get a chance to read it all, and I definitely am super stoked to have you kind of break it down anyway.
Sure.
But so in the meantime, I can put that also in the nest so people can see it. But let me just do a little bit of housekeeping, FYI, for all of my peeps, and I'll also I'll explain some of this more during some of the resets. But I have two other spaces up in the nest, and Bruce will be co-hosting one of them with me, and that is for the UFO Twitter Week, and that's going to be covering crop circles, hybrids, Anunnaki, all types of good stuff. And then on Saturday, it's going to be like a coast to coast type of vibe with me and MV and Rachel, and we're going to be talking about some paranormal stories, and it's really interesting. So please pull up for that. But yeah, so Bruce, um, over to you. I guess, I don't know how you want, if you have something prepared or if I should just fire off a bunch of questions as I always do. You tell me.
I'll go through the background of the research and the project, and then I'll be very happy for you to question me and prod me a bit on some of the topics, and hopefully you get some of the feedback from listeners, see what they want you to grill me on, and that's fine with me, no problem.
Okay, that sounds good. Just one more reminder for all of you in here. Please, please repost this space because I want people to get here as early as possible while he's telling his story. So that way we don't have to kind of go back and fill in the gaps. But with that being said, I will pass it over to you, Bruce. Go ahead.
I just quickly reposted the space. So the very brief background on myself. I am a author of about four books, two of them that have, I think, are better known than the others, which is the current book Exogenesis Hybrid Humans, which tackles alien intervention, prehistoric visitation. And my previous book is The Forgotten Exodus, The Inter-Africa Theory of Human Evolution, which is basically a rewriting of the recent Out of Africa story and some of the early hominin migrations. And that one, I got a forward from Graham Hancock, which was really cool. I'm sure most people here know Graham Hancock. Of course, he's got his second season of his Netflix show coming up as well with I think he's got some celebrity guests this time as well. I think he's got as well. So that's gonna be really cool.
Wait, one thing I think is super important for people to hear in here, because it was an important factor for me. This is not just some sort of like, what do you call it? Some sort of mythological or,
Mhm,
this is actually research, right? Like you've
mhm.
been researching this. This is something that's been, recognized on many levels. And,
Yeah,
I kind of wanted to throw that out there for people because I didn't want them to go in with the assumption that this might be just some sort of myth or, you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, in this space, particularly the ancient aliens space, there's a lot of reliance on the like Sumerian myths, and some of the Egyptian myths, and that's kind of been the standard. And I think that anyone who watches, of course, History Channel's Ancient Aliens, which I have appeared on a few times, but their kind of format is generally more sort of skewed towards that, looking at myths and structures, with the suggestion that some structures may have required advanced technologies. Could those be alien technologies? And of course, also some of the myths, like the Sumerian stories of the Anunnaki, could those be aliens? Now, this is quite different because all of those really rely on, anecdotal data and kind of an interpretation of ancient anecdotes. They're not really seeing any direct physical evidence that you can say unambiguously is so anomalous, that it requires aliens. Apart from anything else, you've got ancient civilizations that may have done things that we don't understand. So it's very difficult to invoke aliens with any certainty in those kinds of situations. Again, at the end of the day, hieroglyphs on a wall or engravings on a Syrian tablet are still just stories. So, in the same way that we have this problem today with modern ufology, that mostly it's reliant on stories, there's very little physical evidence. So that is the same problem with ancient aliens. So my work's different, and really, one of the terms I use to differentiate it from ancient aliens is prehistoric visitation, because we are going back much further here than most people would be familiar with in terms of this timeline of potential visitation. So we're not going to be dealing with the historical period, which is the last 6,000 years, where we have all these structures and all these texts and myths. We're going way, way back, hundreds of thousands of years back. When I first say that to people, they're often shocked because they say, well, how can you know anything about what happened back then, let alone aliens? Because of course there's a very sparse fossil record and a very sparse kind of physical evidence record going back hundreds of thousands of years. We have, maybe one semi-truck's worth of bones and tools, that exists from going hundreds of thousands of years back. But we will tackle that, and you'll see why it is I'm able to do that. So that we will be looking at a few different lines of physical evidence, and so this is actually artifacts and genetic data. So these are things, again, that anyone can go away after this and check the things that I'm saying to see that they really exist. So that's, again, is different to most of the UFO aliens kind of research you see out there. It's usually there's not much you can go away and check yourself to see if the researcher is actually basing it in some kind of physical facts. So this is kind of a strange story. I mean, in a way, it starts with me going to Egypt back in 2011 for the 11th of the 11th, which, again, just a kind of a symbolic date, and 11/11/11. There was a number of kind of events and stuff going on out in Cairo at that time, and I had transition in my life going on, and I decided to go out there. And so it turned out a friend of mine who is a researcher specifically of ancient Egypt, he was going out at the same time. So we hadn't arranged this, a bit of a coincidence. And that allowed me to go to a number of sites that I personally would not have been aware of. Now, one of these was a sort of a small temple site, not very far from the Great Pyramid. And this place, I didn't know at the time, but it's actually part of a complex that mirrors the Pleiades on the ground. And so there's some really interesting work out there. And this place is called Abu Ghuraib. There's also a really cool article by the researcher that's based on ancient aliens. I remember in a minute. There's a William Henry has got a really cool article about Abu Ghuraib, which goes the Stargate Abu Ghuraib. So I suggest people look at that. I hadn't read that at the time. Also wasn't familiar with this star map of it being a Pleiades linked site. But whilst we were there, and we had to bribe the security to go in there. It's not open to the general public. Anyone's familiar with Cairo, is that the baksheesh culture there. You can access places if you are willing to pay guides or bribe security. So we were able to go in and have some private time at this site. Now there's and some of you will be familiar with it, because there's a sort of fairly famous alabaster kind of platform, and with a number of what looks like alabaster bowls. And that you might have seen these images. Nobody's quite sure what these bowls were for. And then there's a ruined kind of pyramid. Now, the thing is, there's also a strange kind of platform in the shape of a Hotep symbol. So a square platform, and it with this kind of circle in the middle. And a friend of mine that was with us, she's very intuitive, and she had this sense that this platform, and indeed the whole site, was in some way a Stargate site. And so we didn't know about the William Henry thing, but she had this sense of it. And she said so to stand on this platform, and she basically kind of did her own invocation of opening this Stargate. Now I was happy to go along with it. It's an amazing place to be, amazing idea, the possibility of that's fine. I won't tell you that suddenly some extraordinary thing happened, but whilst there, I had this profound sense of connection with the Pleiades. I was looking up, and I saw these stars, and had this real sense that there was some kind of intelligence linking this site and that place. Now, I can't tell you why that was. So this, for me, begins the journey, because about 3 months after that, my then friend, now wife, Daniela, she began to have a series of very strange contact events. Now, these were very full on, I'd have to say, for her, like an immersive virtual reality world type experience, some shamanic journeys where she encountered beings that were essentially sort of saying they were linked with the Pleiades. So this was really strange, a kind of an answer. It's also like making a phone call, getting an answer. So we had this really strange set of events began. Now this led on to me connecting with a couple of researchers in Australia called Stephen and Evan Strong, and some of you may be familiar with them. They've also been on Ancient Aliens, and they've got a few books. They made me aware of Pleiades connection to a story that they were familiar with in Australia. Now, this is where we get on to the beginnings of my research, because I was introduced to the work of Valerie Barrow, who had 2 books out on her experiences with an Aboriginal artifact and a connection to entities from the Pleiades, and a whole massive information that she claimed to have gained whilst in possession of this artifact from a contact she'd had with a discarnate voice that basically began a few weeks after she received this artifact. So what is this artifact? There's a little bit of a backstory with this as well. So about 150 years ago, and so this is, we found out some of the story of this, about 150 years ago, a cameleer was plying his wares in the Red Desert. Now, the cameleers were mostly Afghan and Pakistani tradespeople who used camels to take goods across the desert in Australia. So some might be familiar with Australian history. So these guys would be, the essential traders for that area. Now, he was passing near to a cave site. It's called the Seven Sisters Cave. And again, Seven Sisters of the Pleiades. And whilst passing, he entered into this cave, and in the story I've been told, he saw this artifact and it seemed to be somewhat luminous, and it seemed to have some light from it. He took this object and he took it with him, and when he passed into the next Aboriginal village, he tried to give this thing to the people, and they did not want anything to do with it. They were scared when he sort of explained what he'd found, and they didn't even, didn't want to look at it even. So he ended up taking this thing back home, and it became a family heirloom for the next century or so. Now, fast forward to the early 1990s. There's a lady called Helen is working in Aboriginal media. She's working for, I imagine, at NTV, or one of the Indigenous television networks. And it just happens that this Afghan traders, descendants, the family, work there. And so she gets into conversation with this person, and they know that she's had Aboriginal initiation. She's been initiated by, and actually quite a famous Aboriginal author. And so she's obviously familiar with the culture, and they tell her, look, we've got this really strange Aboriginal artifact. We know it's important. We know it should go back to the true custodians, and we'd love, if you would help us. Now, she realizes this is a Turinga, right? And a Turinga is a highly sacred artifact. They're usually only about, say, a dozen inches across, circular or disc shaped, quite small handheld piece. They are super sacred. They are not supposed to be even looked at, let alone touched, by uninitiated people. In fact, they should only be handled by what's called the clever fellas, which is really high shamans. So these things would be hidden in a cave normally. They would be brought out by the high shaman only during certain ceremonial events, like initiation events, and these people would handle it. There were taboos on these, included blinding and death. So if you were to go in and handle one in a court, the punishment could be blinding or death. So that was the kind of level of taboo around them. Now, there's a whole story about these in the culture, which is that they are sentient. The original Turingas were either left by the creator beings in the dream time, or that the dreaming beings turned themselves into Turinga, and that these were sentient artifacts that were also message rocks. They contained information, they were sentient, and they were linked to the soul and reincarnation. There's a whole really interesting kind of cultural lore around them, right? Well, the thing that struck me initially as well with this story is that you've got this strange artifact which it's purportedly, has some sentience, it has information in it, it somehow it can be brought out and accessed, particularly by the shamans, these kind of intuitive people, that they're able to get information from this, and that they're saying that these were left by these powerful creator beings in the dream time, some kind of what we would think of as non-human intelligence, and that maybe even the non-human intelligence is inside the object. Well, this actually sounds a lot like what's called a Bracewell Sentinel probe. And again, I'd suggest people look for, there's a 1960 article by Robert Bracewell in which he introduces the idea that if there is some kind of galactic civilization out there, that those, they would meet others and eventually you'd end up with a kind of a galactic federation. But if they wanted to expand further out, what would make the most sense is them using probes, but not just normal probes, artificially intelligent probes that you could send out to all the areas where you think life may exist to make contact with other civilizations. So you can send these things out, thousands of them out, expanding out and hovering either around a planet or landing on a planet, monitoring the development and potentially making direct contact. So like say we reach the level of radio waves, that might activate a probe and the probe makes contact with the civilization. And then you have a kind of a two-way with this technology. So this is a theoretical technology, but the description the Aboriginal people have of these artifacts is so similar. They also say that these things that they had copies of them and that the copies were just as sacred and just as important. Now, there's another kind of theoretical technology, which is the von Neumann probe. And the von Neumann AI probe is self-replicating. So copies of it are the same. They have the same information, the same tasks. So the fact that the way this thing is described matches both a Bracewell Sentinel probe and a von Neumann probe, and this is something prehistoric, is in itself extraordinary. Now, we have this Turinga that has turned up in the modern day. And one of the funny things, again, about the lore around them is the elders say the original Turinga are lost and cannot be found. My feeling is what they mean by that. It cannot be found, but it can find you. So in other words, these are sentient. So that's their little caveat. So this thing turns up. It's made its way to where it is. That's my suspicion. Now, Valerie ends up very briefly custodian due to illness. Helen is very unwell. She wants someone to look after this object. Valerie Barrow is living in a house called Turinga and is friends of a friend of hers. And so when she hears this, she thinks, well, I've got a Turinga from the Turinga time, which is the dream time, the Turinga time. And this woman is living in a house called Turinga. I've got a friend in common. I think this is someone I should approach to potentially look after it. And so she does that. The artifact is transferred across. I should say all this time it's wrapped in paper bark. They're not holding it, looking at it. They're trying their best to respect the taboo around it. It's kept in a box at Valerie's house, and at first, nothing really much happens. A few weeks after receiving it, she begins to have a voice-to-skull transmission. And I would suggest it is a voice-to-skull type technology, and that you have what seems like telepathy. We know today voice-to-skull technologies are being developed all around the world in labs. So this is not, again, it sounds magical. Remember, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, right? So we have what seems like magic, talking stone. The voice begins telling her that this is a being, is the Turinga being, and that is a representative of the star people who have been in contact with this planet in the distant past and are still, if you like, around, and begins to share with her this narrative of a prehistoric visitation by a vast living silica AI craft, not built, but grown in a matrix. And the whole of the ship is sentient because its silica matrix is imbued with the AI. The whole thing is live, living ship, not what we think of as building a ship. And that this thing had come from the Pleiades and that had been destroyed in orbit hundreds of thousands of years ago, leaving only a few survivors. And that these survivors had landed at Gosford in New South Wales. So again, people look up these places. Gosford is famous for the Gosford glyphs, which is a set of Egyptian-like hieroglyphs on 3 walls at a site called Carryong at Gosford. So again, you may have seen that. That's also a somewhat famous site, a lot of controversy around the glyphs, but it's actually at an ancient Aboriginal sacred site. And so that's near to where, supposedly, where the survivors came down in their smaller crafts. So this is what she's being told. there's an entire story of what happened, but I'll just add on here that so a few months after this, another friend of hers is traveling nearby and has with her a gentleman called Jerry Bostock. Now, Jerry Bostock is a highly respected, internationally respected Aboriginal healer and writer, playwright, and activist. Unfortunately, he has passed on now, but you can look him up. So he was a very well respected guy. The friend says, "Oh, we're passing very near to where my friend Valerie lives in her house called Turinga." So the name triggers for him. It's Aboriginal term. He says, "Take me there." And so they go to the house. Valerie has never, she said, she's never had any interaction with Aboriginal people in her life. So she's white Australian, and like many white Australians, had, especially at this time, had no interaction with Aboriginal people. Now she's got an Aboriginal artifact in her house, and there's an elder at her door. So this isn't lost on her that something strange is going on here. So then she has a conversation with Jerry. She realizes he's in some way aware that she has this, and so she says, "Well, I have this artifact. I'm trying to respectfully keep it in the box, and if you want to take it, you can take it." And he's like, "No, no." She said there was a look of fear in his eyes. He didn't want to take it either because he knows that there's sort of potentially trouble comes with these artifacts that are very powerful. But he says, "What I want you to do is to take it to Gosford, to the sacred site there, and we'll meet there. And I want you to see if you can interact with this voice." He said, "Because I know other people who say they've interacted with a being called Turinga in their altered state, and it'd be interesting to see what it would say if we went to this particular place." And so they do that. So they travel off to a few weeks after that. They meet at Gosford, and they go to the site. And whilst there, they go into a kind of a time slip, altered state experience spontaneously after having another contact. They are then seeing the area as it would have been a long time ago. This is a dense forest. Instead of being in a sort of a dry woods that we've got there today, there's kind of a dense tropical forest. They're looking down towards the bay, which is Broken Bay, and they can see saucer craft. One crashed into the water, another one hovering above it, and beings, non-human beings on the beach, some of them horribly injured, and they can see there's this kind of sign of panic, and they're looking at each other and they realize they no longer look completely human either. And so they have this completely bizarre full-on experience. At least that's what they say. I wasn't there. So they're reporting they had this experience, and they become aware of what's happened. They get a lot of information given to them. They understand that there's been this ship that has arrived, has been destroyed, that these are the survivors, that they're unable to properly breathe the air, they're unable to really deal with the solar radiation, that they were supposed to have been fully genetically modified to colonize this world, and that the loss of their main ship has destroyed most of their genetic engineering technologies. So they were going to colonize. They are now basically dying on a beach. They become also aware that he realizes that this event connects to a dream that he's been having throughout his life since he was a child, where he's on a ship, and that this ship there's an alarm and there's some sort of disaster happening, and he's trying to get to the escape crafts. And he realizes now that this is a past life connection to him, and that he now understands what that dream was about, and that this is the ship and he's the pilot in the water. He's in the past life. He realizes that he was in the other craft that crashed and that he drowned in the water. So very strange, all very sci-fi, very strange experiences as well. But where it gets really interesting is that amongst the claims in this story, and why I became interested in this, is you have three really profound claims. The first one being a giant megastructure, this silica AI craft blowing up in orbit around Earth, melting and showering down is their description. The melted debris showers down across the land. So I'm thinking, well, potentially you could find a signature of an event like that. The second thing was, they said that these survivors, knowing that they couldn't colonize the planet, went on to decide that what they could do was use the remaining technologies that they had to modify the embryos of the hominins that could live here, an early prehistoric ancestor of modern humans. So they took some of these and changed their eggs, began genetic engineering work on them, and changed them to be more like them so that they could pass on their thinking, their culture, their way to these beings as a kind of almost like colonization. So for them, this was almost the same, that they would continue through a group of these beings that could tolerate the environment and that didn't have the problems they had. The other thing that they also shared is that there had been 5 years after this event that there had been a follow-up mission from this federation, a different group of beings, but that are aligned with them, more militaristic, that had arrived to follow up on the destruction of the ship and basically to punish or remove the group that had destroyed the ship. So there's a second group of beings already present on this planet that are more hostile, and they begin a bombardment of the planet. And so this bombardment is not laser beams from space. They pull in asteroids and redirect them at hardened underground bases, and they destroy these with unbelievable forces. And as one of the descriptions in the account is, it makes our nuclear missiles seem like pea shooters. So these are profound events. I'm thinking, well, if that's real, if this isn't someone's delusions or a shared lie or however you want to put it, that these are events on such a grand scale that if they are real, that there should be traces. A multi-directional asteroid bombardment, that has to leave a trace. Genetic engineering of our ancestors, surely there'd be something in the genome. And the destruction of a megastructure raining down across the land, again, certainly potentially you could find some evidence of that. So those are the three central claims that really interested me. Now, I made a decision that, I would only focus on this and write about it and talk publicly about it if I could confirm at least one of these major claims. Because at the time, I had my book, The Forgotten Exodus, out. Graham Hancock had been boosting it. And he had, quite understandably, he had warned me and said, if you go down, basic paraphrasing, if you go down the aliens road, you are handing your opponents a big stick to beat you with. Because he knows that, he knows that even with his ancient civilizations thing, the amount of grief that he gets, that the minute you invoke aliens, then really you've got the whole cynic crowd and the skeptics and all of that all on your back. And at the time, I had a book which was not about aliens. It was about human origins, about hominin ancestors. Had a lot of support, was doing really well. Did I need the grief of plunging into claims about a megastructure and genetic? Not really. And so, Graham's not someone whose advice you want to just blithely ignore. So I had to think very carefully on that. But after digging into this, I found that yes, indeed, it did seem that there was real, objective, tangible scientific evidence to support these core claims. So let me just go through those. So first of all, we have the claim that this ship arrived. In Valerie's book, she suggests somewhere towards 900,000 years ago. Somewhere else she says about 700. So there's a bit of uncertainty. But so I looked across the range from 700 to 900,000 years ago. And what I found was that there is a profound mystery in science around in the middle of that time. At 788,000 years ago, there is the Australasian tektite strewn field mystery. Right? I'd never heard of it before. I'll be honest, despite spending most of my life looking at ancient mysteries, I'd never heard of these Australasian tektites. But it turns out that at that time, billions of tons of melted silica glass rained down across the planet, all the way from China down for Australia, with the end of that debris field in Antarctica. So about 20% of the Earth's surface has Australasian tektites. So these are highly silica glass, melt glass, around about 70 to 75% silica. Again, that was key. Remember, I'm looking for melted silica ship. And now we have this glass, which is 70 to 75% silica, which rains down from the sky across 20% of the planet along a big arc. So I think, well, that's pretty darn weird. That's a nice hit, So we've got it right in the date range, and we've got a mystery that's recognized by science that this has not been resolved. Now, we'll get to their hypothesis and why it's wrong, but if you go away now and to look it up, you'll see that it's defined as being an asteroid impact event, and that's the cause of it. So we'll go into why that's wrong in a little bit. So then the second thing there was, of course, this multi-directional bombardment. And I thought, well, never heard of that. The last that I know of anything like that would be during what's called the, basically during the early formative period of the planet. So we've got this period where the Earth was being bombarded, the whole of our solar system was chaos. But since then, it's really rare to get a lot of asteroids hitting at once. We get a major hit something like every 10,000 years or every 100,000 years for really big ones. You don't tend to get a cluster of them hitting. The only way that you normally might explain that is, of course, is a singular object breaking up, and you might get a few pieces hitting at once, right? But it's super rare to get more than one asteroid hitting, a large one at a time. So I thought, well, that would be a known anomaly, right? We would have probably all heard about it, like we've heard about the dinosaur impacts. So this would be such a mega event that surely it would be well known. Well, it turned out the reason why it wasn't well known is because there'd been a discovery made only in 2016 suggesting that actually there had been a multi-directional asteroid bombardment. A team of German geologists identified, I think it's about 5 sites around the world: Canada, Laos, Tasmania, China, and potentially in Antarctica, where large objects bombarded from space, all in the period of 770 to 790,000 years ago. And they believe that these happened at the same time because the date range was so close in all of them with the dating, that they suspected that these had all happened at the same time. Of course, there's a bit of, when you do this dating, you can't get it down to the year or anything like that. So there's always that uncertainty. But they said the fact that these dates were so close, it suggested that they were actually contemporaneous with each other, and that something really weird has happened there. Because you've got to think, again, it's not normal to get multiple objects hitting, especially from different sides of the planet. So this isn't a singular object fragmenting, because they're coming in from different directions, hitting completely different continents, right? So I'm thinking, well, that's super, super strange. So now we have a second potential hit. And, not only is it matching what we're told, but the dates are right bang on again. And the third claim, of course, the most important, is the genetic engineering of our ancestors. And now this is, of course, a trope in the UFO and ancient aliens world, the idea that our ancestors were engineered. There's nothing new about this idea. People from Sitchin to Daniken, everyone's talked on this. But what they usually don't do is present what I'd say is a solid scientific case for that engineering, rather than just saying that we are very different from the other primates, or that we have this unique brain. You have to be able to offer tangible genomic data that indicates engineering. At the very least, indicates it. You may not be able to confirm it, but you should have some anomalies that are so strange that they fit with somebody doing this, right? And so I knew from my work on my previous book that we do have some very intriguing anomalies in the early archaic hominin ancestors that we look at the genomics. But then some other things occurred in the last, I'd say last 3-4 years, where new finds that were so radical, so strange, sort of occurred, that it began to look that, like, yes, indeed, we potentially can say that there has been engineering. Now, you can't say 100%. I can say that this is very strongly indicative of engineering. So I'll keep very briefly, because again, we'll go into this a bit more in a bit. But there are about 5 lines of evidence to suggest this. The first one is chromosome 2, which is being talked about again I would say, in lots of ancient alien kind of settings. People have talked about chromosome 2. It's a fusion between 2 ancestral chromosomes. Its fusion is strange in that it's on the fusion site, you've got an active gene, which is not normal. You also have, it has a role in our brain, in our reproductive system, in our immune system, really key areas, and that there are areas of this chromosome that don't seem to reflect the ancestral chromosomes that we see in the other primates. So there's some anomalies there with it. The other thing is that normally chromosome fusions are a problem, and this time it seems like it was the opposite, because all of the other hominins that had the additional chromosomes, they all vanish, and today everyone has the 46 chromosomes instead of 48 chromosomes like the other primates. Our understanding is all hominins had 48 chromosomes until this fusion event, and then afterwards somehow they were all replaced by these new humans. So the whole world's hominin population became replaced, right? Which again is kind of strange. And so again, this was meant to be a genetic problem, a mutation that's gone wrong, and instead it seems to give amazing benefits. There's a scientist who kind of points out that there has to be 3 criteria for why this mutation kind of persisted and became so successful. The first one is it has to have occurred in at least a couple of people to kind of mix with each other, because normally a mutation like that fades back into the background. It's recessive traits, and so if one person has it and 1,000 don't, it's recessive. It will just be gone within a generation. Now, so it has to be occurring in more than one individual. The second thing is it has to be in an like a genetically isolated interbreeding group, right? And the third criteria would be that it gives extraordinary benefits to those that have it, that makes them outcompete other people. Well, you put those three things together and it sounds awfully like a lab experiment. So you have an entertained group, more than one at a time having the same strange mutation, and it gives a benefit, right? So chromosome 2 is strange, but on its own, it's not enough. And this is where the last few years has been really important, because now we know that there are other anomalies in what's called the non-coding DNA. Now, non-coding DNA used to be called junk DNA. Most of you will be familiar with that term. But it's areas of the genome that do not code for our genes, basically. They do a lot of regulatory functions. So they regulate the expression of genes. So these are almost like the settings. So like you can have a gene for your arm, but you have settings that will mean your arm is longer or shorter or stumpier. There's other aspects to the genome that are controlling whether these genes even turn on. So you've got off-on switches, if you like, as well. These areas, some of them are profoundly old, profoundly unchanged over time as well. So, for example, you can have, look across all the mammals. This has recently been done with the Zoonomia project, where you can contrast a wide number of mammals and find that some of these segments are essentially identical across all kinds of mammals that have been evolutionarily distinct for 100 million years or whatever, and yet they will still have the same segments because it's doing something so crucially important that they basically cannot really change, because you'll die, right? So maybe your lungs won't work, right? So you need all of these. These are really crucial. What they found, of course, is that in humans, something very strange has happened. I'll give you an example. There's an area called Human Accelerated Region 1, and anyone who follows my work now, I love this example because it's nice and simple, is that you have a string of DNA letters, 118 letters long, which is very short for, say, a gene, but it's 118 letters long. They contrasted it between chickens, chimpanzees, and human beings. Between the chicken and the chimpanzee, there's been 300 million years of distinct evolution, right? So lots of time for mutations to occur. What they found was 2 letters had changed. Okay, so now you've got the success rate of changes. 1 successful mutation for every 150 million years. Very stable, right? Now they contrast the chimp and the human being. We should only have about 7-8 million years distinct evolution between those two, meaning there should be no difference. What they found instead was 18 letters had changed. So this was profound, because it's like, well, hang on a minute. The acceleration of the evolution here is off the charts. Like, what is going on? And so they ran their biostatistical programs on it and came to the conclusion there was essentially a 0% chance that this should occur by any understood evolutionary mechanisms. That was their finding. And they went on to find now hundreds of these. These are called human accelerated regions, HARs, right? Or nearly all, again, remember, this is random mutation. So let me point out, over 50% of the HARs that are known and that have been investigated to understand what they do, over 50% of them are to do with the brain, right? To do with our amazing brain. So totally random mutation there, right? So these areas that should not be changed have drastically changed, and most of them to do with the human brain. The other thing they've now found is something called H-condels, which is human conserved deletions. So again, this is in the highly conserved DNA, so areas that shouldn't change. And what they found was significant chunks of code were missing. So when they contrast all the mammals, in us, significant chunks of code were missing. And these, again, they said this should be like really harmful. Like this should be a massive problem. But instead, through amazing coincidence, these missing chunks allowed functions to turn on that benefited our brain and the changes that led to our complex brain. So, isn't that lucky that those bits just vanished? So we have HARs, H-condels, chromosome 2, and then most recently, they did the same team actually did the HARs. They have found that there was what they call a three-dimensional genome folding event, where the structure of the genome changed in such a way that pieces of code are now touching each other and causing them to function differently to how they were previously. And the other thing that they realized with this is that it had to have happened not over a gradual time of accruing evolution, but in a single generation, i.e., either in a single egg or sperm or fetus, that this happened as a one-off change, a profound change in one generation. So when you start putting all those together, you can tell there's something very, very, very strange that is unique to human beings, right? There's also a range of genes that are different. So I know I've gone a bit down that road, but I just want to make that very clear, because this is probably the area that's the most important, I think, particularly for the listeners, most interesting is there any truth to these ideas that we are engineered and that someone's been here? So that's kind of the direction of that. I can go again more into that if we need to, but it gives you an overview that this is not, again, this is not a story. This is not that the Anunnaki made us and, who knows when and who knows how, right? Or that, because one of the problems with, say, Sitchin's work is he never actually pointed to anomalies and said, these are the anomalies that suggest these Anunnaki aliens modified us. Without that, there's no way to take it seriously. Not for anyone who doesn't believe it because they want to believe it. Anyone who's skeptical or a scientist will say, but where's the evidence that anything actually, strange happened to our ancestors? You can't just throw it out there and say, we think aliens did it because we read a story. They'll want to see real anomalies that they can't explain by known evolutionary mechanisms, right? Which is totally fair. The other thing about this, why is it important, is that it turns out that these accrued anomalies, a number of them, particularly chromosome 2, have been associated with the beginning of the lineages that lead to Neanderthals, Denisovans, and us. And when do these lineages emerge? About 750 to 800,000 years ago. So the genetic changes in the archaic hominins that lead to all of the large-brained humans occur right again at our time for the tektite shower, for the multi-directional impact events, and now we also have the beginnings of all the large-brained hominins. And again, if this is coming out of an experiment, is it any wonder that we end up with more than one lineage? So again, before that, we have essentially Homo erectus. Then we suddenly start to have a wide range of large-brained hominids. And there aren't just those three. We know that there are several others that are only known by their DNA, but we haven't found fossils. So they don't get names until they get fossils. So we just know those three names. But there were more than three large-brained humans that came out of this event, right? So we are at a point where the three core claims all have evidence to support them. And go back on the other two, the asteroid impact, remember that this is anomalous as well. So we have anomalies in the genome. We have a multi-directional impact event, anomalous, because you should not get that many impacts at the same time from different sides of the planet. So while they don't discuss that in the paper, it's clearly extraordinary. And again, this is not pieces of the same object. When they did the chemical analysis, they found that there was a different chemical signature for the debris at each site. So these are not a fragmenting larger body. They are all completely different asteroids, yet they all strike the planet from different sides at the same time. That is super weird. And then we have, going back to the tektite strewn field, and this is when it has a lot to it, so I won't drag you too far through the data, but just to be really clear, that the tektite strewn field mystery goes back to at least 130 years ago, when the first scientific writing on the topic was actually an article by Charles Darwin. And this is kind of, again, I guess we probably live in a matrix or something, because what is the chances that the first guy to write on this has a connection to the entire theory of human evolution? So he was given a piece of tektite whilst he was on his travels, right? So when he wrote up a paper on it saying that he thought that this tektite was a piece of volcanic glass that had been thrown out by some kind of super volcano in the prehistoric period, right? So the first ever kind of technical paper on it. Now, of course, previous to that, people had found them and thought they were weird, but this was the first kind of scientific paper. So after that, a whole strewn of different theories comes about. There's some that think these are the results of an antimatter event, a comet skimming the atmosphere, and over time, there's lots of different hypotheses for the formation of this glass. Even if it was some kind of technology that Aboriginals had once, and so there's a lot of these. By the early 1940s, 1950s, though, this is down to just two hypotheses. Basically, there's a whole load of scientists, NASA guys particularly, who I think by the sort of 50s, 60s particularly, a lot of NASA guys have become involved because they realized that some of these pieces have very obvious aerodynamic shaping and have to have come in from space. They have to have been in the upper atmosphere. So they're like, well, these look like nose cones. And so, we're the guy, we are rocket scientists. So you don't have to be a rocket scientist to do this, but they are rocket scientists, right? So they understand it. They're like, well, we can run the experiments in the NASA Ames, labs to recreate these forms. And so they do that. And they realize that the only way that you're going to get the particular shaping that you see on Australasian tektite buttons, and again, you can look at these, Australasian tektite buttons look like a nose cone or the front of a bullet. And so they recreate these, and they realize that you have to have an object that fragments in orbit, basically superheated, melted to liquid glass. And it has to be in vacuum. So first of all, it says it has to be in a vacuum. We know that. Why is that? Because their initial shape is spheres. And where does liquid pool into spheres? In a vacuum. So they know that this stuff was at first superheated in the vacuum, so most likely in space, and then forms these spheres.
Wow, Bruce,
I'll do that now.
you must have been dropping some serious shit. I was kidding.
Yeah, someone didn't want it to continue, eh?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Like I usually I'll tell you what. The glitches will come if it's something natural. It'll be because there's too much stuff in the nest. I mean, there's usually a variety of reasons, but this one was just boom, gone. I don't know. It was very strange. So I guess what we could do is maybe go back through like in nutshell everything, just so we can kind of while people are filling in before you pick
Sure,
back up from where you were.
sure.
And I I am going to just kind of try to check my understanding of it, which is actually, you know what? I will tell you that I've gone down many different, I would say, avenues as it pertains to like the potential of the genetic engineering of humans. And so there was DNA Sands of Time, which is actually pretty I would say there's a lot of similarities between what you're saying and the DNA Sands of Time where like have you heard of that or read it?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay. Well, there's definitely a lot of parallels. And so, but one of the things I think, another thing is the wing makers. So the wing makers had this
Mhm.
specific artifact that actually interacted with the people holding it. Like if you were to hold it, it would kind of intuitively be able to guide you. They called it the golden compass because this one specifically guided people to where this one time capsule was. And so I just found it interesting with this artifact how
Yes.
it was able to communicate and it basically created, um, I don't know, in some way they were just having more contact, right?
Yeah. So it functions like that. Yes, it's very similar to that. The wing makers in that respect, that this artifact sitting with it opens up this whole situation. The communication leads them to this story, but it's only when the artifact is present that this all begins. So yeah, it's very overlapping with that.
Right.
Yeah.
And so basically, this artifact had kind of everything to do with the coming together of the people who were able to discuss this and that made the basic three claims, I guess, in that you went and tried to I guess, find to see if there was any trace of evidence for those three claims. So that I know the asteroids was one of them, the multi-directional bombardment
Mhm.
that had happened right around the same time that these people, and I'm probably, why don't you give the nutshell version? Because I have my notes, but like, I just want to make sure that it's, I don't know,
Yeah, I
complete.
mean, I refresh, and also I'll add a point as well that again, like with the wing mixing, this isn't just sort of one person. This kind of brings together quite a few people. So in fact, in the end, there's about I might say is about 40 or so people that are involved in this story. So Valerie starts having strange encounters with people. In one case, she says someone in a car park comes up to her and says, "I need to speak to you," and like gets in the car and starts saying, "I remember being on the craft. I remember that," and so she starts having these connections with the people. So it's not just sort of her and Jerry, but it ends up being about 40 people. And so she's also, as well as she's aggression therapist and a medium, okay, she's quite a new agey person, to be honest. But so because she's doing this work, she started trying as well that people who she was regressing were going to the craft or to the events. So there's a much kind of broader story, and a lot of the information she gets in her book comes from many people. But the core part that I could check, yes, is this claim of a giant craft, a silica AI craft, exploding, leaving debris, the multi-directional impact events, and the genetic engineering. But it is a broader story, and so if people read Al Turinga, there's a whole kind of background to this planet. Than these beings that are on the planet that are kind of hostile, that seized Earth
Oh
long
yeah, they
before that.
came to see who destroyed the craft, and that's when they decided, well, you know what, F that. We're about to pull in a bunch of asteroids, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and these
okay.
are different groups. So there's a group already on the planet. They're kind of hostile. There's the colonists, and then there's another group aligned with the colonists that are more like militaristic. So there's
But what do they
different
look like?
beings.
Do they look, so I know that you mentioned that they didn't look very human at, I
Mhm.
guess at that time, right?
There's a range. Some of them she describes as looking quite like greys, but not exactly like greys. A bit sort of taller, and their eyes are different. There's others that are reptilian on the planet. That the reptilian, again, I know a lot of
Oh,
reptilian stuff is triggering for a lot of people, but
it's the
there are.
triggering for me, man, because listen, I do not want to believe in the reptilians. Me and MB
I
go at it
know
all the time. I'm like, they're not real.
I
He's
know
like, yes, they are.
it's a tricky one, and it's off-putting. But not only are they're involved in it and hostile, but in fact some of them actually help the survivors, and it's been that some they don't agree with what's being done, and actually provide some of the assistance to the genetic engineering as well, that bringing technology and helping the survivors. So they're not all bad either in the story, which is quite interesting. And so you have that side of it. You've got this whole kind of background that what's happened here on Earth, and that there's an agreement to hand the planet back over. That agreement is broken in an ambush. So this sort of craft has arrived with an understanding that there's already been a negotiation that Earth will be returned to this other collective that's more like service to others. And instead, there's a betrayal. The ship is attacked. Some people on board the ship have been offered, safety and other things if they help lower the defense shields and things like so. There's some kind of shenanigans, and so the ship is in ambush and destroyed. Very few survivors. So she actually says there's about 50,000 beings on board, and probably less than 100 that manage to get to smaller ships and get down to the surface. So there's this sort of part of the backstory. But again, of course, I can't fact check that. I can't fact check even the reptilians in their bases. So I've had to select the bits that conceivably could be checked. The other stuff I have to treat as well. If the main bits are true, obviously increases the chances the other bits that I can't check are also based in some kind of truth. Now I can't say that they are true, but they must probably if the other part is true, it does, of course, strengthen it. Like if we can say that, yes, we've got evidence of a giant ship blowing up, well, that alone starts to really reformat and rethink this whole idea of visitation, because these are materials that you can order it online. It's not like you have to, no one has to believe me. There's no trust me, bro. There's no he said, she said. These tektites exist. Either they're debris from a craft or they're not. Those genetic anomalies are real. Either there is a natural explanation or there's not. And these impact events are real. And again, either you can explain why asteroids are coming in from all sides or you can't. So that's what I like about this, is that we have these core bits of the story that are on such a grand scale that we can actually fact check the story. And the thing is with most, say, like channeling or alien contact stories, all of those, like I'm sure most people understand that never can you validate these. It's basically simple that never can you validate these. So you can believe or not, the raw channelings or whatever it is that you like. I mean, because they appeal to you, and people say, oh, it vibrates with me, or resonates with me, and so they believe it, or they've had personal experiences that make them believe it. But you can't go to, say, like a scientist and say, well, yeah, it's proven. What's proven from it? What can you take from those channelings, and that gives you insights into a scientific phenomena that they wouldn't have had insights into without it, right? Because then that would validate the transmission. Because you need to be, and this is a core claim by the sort of the skeptics, is that if you have a transmission like this, if it's real, why don't the aliens give us something that we don't know so that we can go away, check it, validate it, and then we'll know that the contact is real? Okay. And so the ironic thing here is that's exactly what we do have. And so it throws it back to the skeptics, because they would normally say, well, yeah, you've got all these woo claims. You can't validate any of them. Where's your evidence that they're real? Why do the aliens always just say the same old, oh, you're all love and light, but never have something to prove they're real, right? So that's always been the accusation by skeptics. So in this case, it's like, well, hang on a minute. They are telling us things that can be scientifically evaluated. And we know that all three of these core claims, not only is there something in the scientific record that matches them, but all three of those findings in the record are considered anomalous. And I think that's the key bit people have to think about. So it turns out that we don't really understand the formation and the distribution of tektites. We don't really understand these deletions and additions in the genome, and we don't really understand why there would be all these asteroids coming in from different directions at the same time. So these are, not only do they match the story, but they are in themselves things that are poorly explained and don't seem natural, right? There's something else that happens at the same time as well. So back at so we go to around 788,000 years ago when this is happening. This is a crazy time. So if you imagine your life then, so apart from experiencing a rain of black glass flying down from space, and asteroids bombarding from all sides, this is also the exact time of the last full geomagnetic reversal. So the full flip of the Earth's poles, right? That's bang on the same time. That's a bit funny. And then this also happens to be when we have the disruption of the climate cycles, which it changes the length of ice ages. And it's been pointed out that that change is essential to human civilization, because we wouldn't have had long enough warm periods to ever become a technological civilization, because we keep plunging back into ice ages too fast. So you start to think about it, you think these essentially got the hallmarks of terraforming. That so not only do we have these changes on who we are, right, and these other events going on, but the actual environment of the planet is changed. There's a flip of the field, there's a change in the climate cycles, and then down in Antarctica, there's anomalies have been detected suggesting that something probably about 5 or 6 kilometers across broke up and went into the ice at 780,000 years ago, roughly. And so they found these magnetic anomalies. They think 5 pieces of an object, the same size as the object that killed the dinosaurs, broke up and impacted the ice in Antarctica. And they said the only reason why that didn't cause like a global wipeout was because it was an ice age at the time, and the ice basically absorbed most of the energy. And so there wasn't the tsunamis and there wasn't like firestorms and so. So it didn't have as much of a destructive effect as the dinosaur killing event. But this was, they say, an object of the same kind of size. Now, what's really interesting about that, if anyone sort of followed the bit about the tektites, the beginning of the tektite strewn field is Indochina, but the end of the strewn field is Antarctica. So we know that the event begins in Indochina and the debris field ends there. Well, isn't it funny that huge chunks of some massive object plunged into the ice right at the end of that debris field? So I'm left to then think, do we have pieces of the mothership that have survived in the atmosphere and have plunged down into the ice at the end of that debris field? What's the chances that we've got an object like that that's hitting the ice at the exact same time as all these other events? And again, this is something people can go away and validate. There's a really interesting article on this. There's a huge object has impacted Antarctica 780,000 years ago. So we know, and again, I got a little bit of a technical bit of this. Why do we know that it happens in Indochina? Why do we know that the end of the field is in Antarctica? The reason is because in Indochina, you have a particular kind of melt glass called muong nong tektite glass. And this is sheets of melt glass on the ground, and with folded sheets and twirled and spun around. And so that is a signature of like a plasma storm kind of event. Now, we also have in that area pieces which have to have been heated and cooled at separate times. So there's like a splash from a hot piece of glass sticking to a cold piece of glass. And so the geologist looking at it said, well, that is the signature of aerial bursts of large pieces exploding the atmosphere. And we also have the chemical composition of the tektites in Indochina is different to those across Australia and Antarctica in that you're losing what's called the volatile materials. So the hottest pieces have traveled the furthest, have lost the most volatile materials. And so those are the pieces you find in Antarctica. So we know the start of the event is Indochina. And so if you imagine you've got an enormous craft, it's probably 5 kilometers across. This is something really enormous to produce billions of tons of glass that we're talking about. It explodes above Indochina. So you're going to have pieces going in every direction, so into space as well, to the moon, which I think they have found traces, I think, on the moon of these tektites, but there's pieces going everywhere. And so some of these will be bigger, some are smaller, but the pieces in the atmosphere are still in orbit. So if you imagine, so the orbital path of the debris field is continuing. So in this case, you can tell it's traveling south. So you've got a plasma storm, and you've got chunks flying down, and you've got all these events happening in Indochina where the initial attack, the explosion has happened. And then the rest of the debris field is still heading south. There are further aerial bursts in Australia. We know that because when people find tektites, they usually find them in a kind of a large circle and then no more for hundreds or thousands of kilometers. So again, these are signatures of aerial bursts, not of waves of material thrown out of impacts. Instead, you're getting circles on the ground. So this is where an object comes in, explodes, and it rains the debris in a circle underneath it. And so that is all across sort of northern Australia. Southern Australia is where you find the tektite buttons, which are these reshaped spheres where the front end is remelted in the atmosphere. And those have to, I think we dropped off where I was saying, those have to be traveling on an orbital path horizontal to the planet, because it means they've had gentle warming rather than coming in at a steep angle where things basically evaporate pretty much, or you get a core of an asteroid survives, but the outer layer just evaporates. They don't reshape. It's too hot. It's too fast. It's too hot. So in other words, the NASA guys realized that to form these buttons, the material has to be traveling along as though it was in an orbital path. So the remnants of the debris are still in orbit, and they start to come down and breach the atmosphere over southern Australia. And then the final hot pieces, the smallest bits, they land in Antarctica. But we know also, as I say, that something large goes into the ice in Antarctica. So you start putting these bits together, it's phenomenal. So you've got the signatures of where it happened, and that's there. We've got this particular kind of glass that suggests the explosion happened there. We've got the different types all the way along to Antarctica, and then we have something big goes into the ice. So again, this is kind of a hand in glove fit for the story that this object is giving them. And then we have the fact that this material is made of like 75% silica. Asteroids are not, comets are not. This is an unusual composition, so you don't find it in other natural objects in our solar system. So it's very peculiar in that. And for years and years and years, as I said, there's been arguments over exactly how it formed. NASA guys, they thought it was glass from a lunar volcano that had been impacted and flew across to Earth. That theory sort of collapsed after they retrieved lunar samples, realized that the materials there don't fit. And also there was other problems with it, basically, that to get it to here, it'd be dissipated into a huge field and would go around the planet. So there was, in the end, they gave up, but they said, well, look, your asteroid impact theory also doesn't explain the observations. You've got to explain how this material is all thrown up into space, why it's in orbit, why is it coming in at these gentle orbital, these angles as though it was in orbit, and is spread across this path, which is like 10,000 kilometers long, right? No normal impact is like that. It's the biggest strewn field on the planet. So they know there's something weird to this. They still haven't explained it satisfactorily. So again, if someone goes away and they Google it and say, oh, it's an asteroid, that is not established. That is the most popular hypothesis, but they can't actually explain it. And again, like, think about this: when the dinosaur impact event occurred at Uxmal event, you have material thrown up in the atmosphere. You have this dust layer. You've got the K2 boundary. You've got these iridium isotopes. Right? You've got a planetary disaster. You've got all of that, and it's all in the geological record. It's all in the fossil record. We know that it was catastrophic. The Australasian tektite event, 780,000 years ago, not 65 million, right? Very young. we should easily detect all of that. And what they find is there's no signs of that layer. There's no signs of a cataclysm. There's no signs of an impact crater, right? So there's this massive problem with it. It's like, well, where's the iridium layer? Where's all this stuff? If this event is so huge, it threw stuff into space and 10,000 kilometers along, the surface of the planet, we are talking about something on the same scale. So where the hell is all the other signatures? There's no die out of other life in Australia and that, so they have this problem. So they have not been able to explain it. And so you have, again, an anomaly in that story as well. So all of these stories are anomalous. I'll put it out to you, so hopefully that gives a bit of a refresh. So that's the main aspects. And then we
Well,
have
that was
a
the
general
refresh of
story.
that. Yeah, the genetics, that was the next one. So that's crazy because around the time that they're claiming that there was some sort of, to the Homo erectus, there
Hmm.
was, I guess, in their genome, there's is that the Y? Or no, the two chromosome. Basically, there was a bunch of stuff that was added and removed that
Hmm.
all enhanced and helped the human, right? Like that was what's crazy is
Yes.
that, yeah, like the odds of it all being natural and it all being something that would be helpful or enhance the yeah, I think it enhanced from the Homo erectus to the Neanderthal and what else and something else, right?
Yeah, so Denisovans as well, and the other thing that is very recent again. So some people may have seen some of these articles because they're kind of recent. Is in my work and even in my previous book, I suggested because of this, what I've been looking at, I suggested that the first Homo sapiens evolve in Australia and in Oceania and Southeast Asia, right? Not in Africa. Okay, so obviously this is part of my contesting out of Africa, but this is in my work said, well, look, you should again because if you have a scientific hypothesis, you should be able to predict things that will be found later, right, to validate your work. Or and if the evidence is found later goes against you, obviously it weakens your hypothesis, suggests maybe you're wrong. But if later evidence is found and you've put your hypothesis out already and it strengthens your hypothesis, obviously you're more likely to be right. So it's good to put some sort of predictions out from your work. So in my work, one of the things I predicted is that we should start to see evidence that humans were in Australia at that time. And so this is kind of controversial because we don't find the fossils going back 900,000 years ago or whatever, 800,000 years ago. But what we do find instead is that we know that a million years ago there were early hominins like Homo erectus and the Hobbit people, right? They were living in the islands of Indonesia. Like that's established because they found fossils, they found tools, and most people probably heard of that. They've heard that they've got Hobbit people there on Flores, and they've got Homo erectus there on Sumatra and stuff. So that they know that these people were there. And the other thing is they know that means that humans had crossed what's called Wallace's line, which is the geological barrier between Southeast Asia and Oceania. Now that was for a long time was thought like an impenetrable barrier because no mammals had made it across except rats and stuff, right, on bits of driftwood. So the mammals were on one side, marsupials were on the other, and nobody was supposed to get across because the currents are so strong. So, but somehow these early humans had done it. So clearly they were able to make rafts, right? Because you can't just swim across from mainland Southeast Asia and swim to Flores or something. Obviously you would die. You'd just be swept away or eaten by sharks, or you certainly couldn't have a population that was all people who somehow luckily swam, right? So it doesn't make any sense. So they have to have had rafts. So these people have managed, these early archaic humans have managed to get across Wallace's line, and they're now colonizing the islands of Indonesia. Well, from Flores, on the mountains of Flores, you can see the coastline of Australia. And remember as well, the sea levels are different then. So the land mass of Australia is much bigger. The land mass of some of these islands is a bit bigger. So the distance between them is smaller. So you think about it, like even the scientists say at this point, they've done all the hard work. Like, why wouldn't they get to Australia? It doesn't really make sense because even if they were just swept away sometimes on a boat, someone would hit the northern coast of Australia, right? So my prediction is that, well, if these people were there a million years ago, by 900, even being really generous, 100,000 years, pretty generous. Say by 900,000 years ago, some of them must be on Australia, must be on the coast of Australia. And now something that's come up fairly recently again, which points to this and points to that my work is right, is that they found a signature. And again, I don't know if people maybe I'd say if they've seen this, hands up, but they found a signature that around about 900,000 years ago, that humans nearly went extinct. right? Because what they found is that there is what we call a human population bottleneck event, okay, roughly 900,000 years ago, where the population is reduced by something like, again, I'm talking about, I think it's something, we can check this in a bit, but I think it's something like 90%. Like, it's a really high percentage.
What?
Suddenly,
How?
right, yeah. So they're like, how? Because why would it suddenly drop by like 90%? They're saying, well, was there a cataclysm, a disease, or something? So they can't find anything in the record that really suggests that there was some kind of catalysm, because you can still find like the hominin, remains and stuff at that time spread around Europe and Africa and everywhere. So it's like they can't see why that would happen. So like, what happened to all these other humans? Like, how could we lose 90% of the breeding population? Well, there is another way that you lose population, and that's when a group splinters off and becomes isolated, right? Because then, of course, it's no longer breeding with all the other people because it's isolated. Where's one of the most isolated places for humans to end up? Australia. Because they're now completely cut off from all the other hominins who are ranging across Eurasia and Africa, which is all joined, right? So they're all mixing. But the minute a group breaks away from there and goes to Southeast Asia and down to Australia, they are now reproductively isolated. So that would show up. Now, if these were our real ancestors and not the other hominins in mainland Eurasia and Africa, that would show up as a human bottleneck event around 900,000 years ago. And that's exactly what they found about a year ago. The paper, less than that, I think, the paper came out. And the other thing, so again, that is a prediction of my work, which is being validated. And the other thing is, and this is really amazing, is that they said it also now looks that at that time is when the chromosome 2 fusion happened. And in the past, there was some doubts about when this happened, right? So I know we've already touched on this, but chromosome 2 is now accepted as being a fusion event in that time period of around 700,000-800,000 years ago. So that was also in the same study. So they've now established that. So whilst this weird bottleneck is happening, this group of people are the ones that end up with the chromosome 2 fusion event. So this is our population of ancestors. So they've now cut off somehow, fits with Australia. Suddenly they've had this strange chromosome 2 fusion event, fits with what I've been saying happened in Australia. And then about 700, 800,000 years ago, so around the time I was saying, this population now expands again, suddenly. And that's why it looks like if you imagine hourglass, so this bottleneck event, they say like the neck of a bottle. So you suddenly have an expansion, and suddenly they're breeding again with a bigger population. And they say, well, how did the population suddenly grow so big? Well, because the people sailed back, right?
Because they what?
Because they sailed back to Southeast Asia and they start
Oh,
mixing with the other people. And that's when you start getting the takeover of all of the other hominins, all start having the same number of chromosomes because they're interbreeding again. So they've carried the mutation back to Southeast Asia. When they leave Australia after the event, they've had the upgrade, but they've got their chromosome 2, they've encountered these beings, and it's now a kind of a go forth and multiply event. So they are sent back out. They travel back to Southeast Asia, and suddenly the population grows out of nowhere. Because it's not out of nowhere, they're now back mixing with all the other humans that have been alive the whole time, but were just out of reach. And so now you have the return of this larger population. And so the mainstream cannot explain that model because, again, they don't take seriously the idea that there was population down in Australia, or that could be our ancestors, right? But when you fit that in, again, this is when your models, if you're right, it should resolve anomalies. My model resolves all their anomalies. So you have this movement again around 700,000 years ago after this intervention. These people now move out into the world, and then we see the total replacement of the 48 chromosome humans. So my prediction is that basically, if you carry the change, that it's been engineered in a way so that the children always carry it. And we know you can do that in modern engineering. So anyone who's like Bill Gates and his mosquitoes, right? So what you can do is you engineer the parent so that when the modified parent breeds, its code overwrites the non-modified parent. So you
right.
get the Bill Gates freak one, right, will always be the offspring, right? So that's what they've
Yeah.
been doing with mosquitoes. So if you think about it, so if you've made a change in those humans and you want it to become the human population everywhere, you're going to put that exact same change in as Bill Gates, right? Because you're going to be like, well, we don't want them to go out and mix with these other humans and end up going back to being archaic humans, right? We want all of the archaic humans to be like the modern humans. So So
Right.
all
And
you
let
have
me
to do
just
is
for people that don't know about the whole mosquito thing, so Bill Gates was releasing a bunch of these mosquitoes that were I don't even know if they were actually real, but he was trying to prevent them from breeding and creating more. And so he did some sort of like he did something that modified their ability to reproduce. And I
Mhm.
mean,
He
and I think
produced he produced a whole bunch of males, and they were like sterile males, and so they would mate, and then
that's what it
nothing would
was.
happen.
And
Yeah.
were
I
they
believe
real
he's still
though?
doing it, right? He's still doing that. Because I'm assuming because we still have conversations about that in Florida.
Man, I don't trust that narrative, but whatever. That's just Maze. You know what I'm saying? But let's just say the story is that it's
right.
supposed to be reducing
Right,
the
that you can
population.
do it.
Yeah,
We don't know that he has done it, but okay, but yes, so you can use basically you can use genetic engineering technologies to do this. It's called gene drives. So if anyone wants to look at gene drive technology is super frightening. Like to be honest, I don't want to go too off the side of it, but like DARPA and that want to do it because if you think about it, who wants DARPA creating genetic data that overlays the other, no thanks, DARPA. But anyway, so it is kind of a kind of frightening technology in the wrong hands. But yeah, so it can be used to do exactly what we seem to see done, where there's this upgrade is done to all the people. So you don't have to go and modify all the humans of Earth. You just modify one group, and when it starts breeding, all the offspring get the chromosome 2 fusion, get the other upgrade stuff. So everyone ends up with 46 chromosomes over the next few, millennia as it spread as these people spread out. And obviously, these people have got bigger brains. They are more adapted to surviving, so they have advantages, and so they're out competing and also outbreeding, and so you end up with basically like Neanderthals, Denisovans, us, all the large-brained humans basically sort of take over from Homo erectus and whoever else might still be out there. They're totally replaced in the end. So that also fits with this model. And so the real events that we're seeing in science so far all fit with this story, and this is like the kind of crazy thing. And again, it's not just for me that I just found this, oh, it was also normal. Like I was really surprised every time some of the data added up, because there's a bit of you that's thinking, well, yeah, I sort of believe in aliens and UFOs, but it's not real. There's a bit of you that's it's very confronting when it becomes real, and you start to realize that you've got scientific evidence that is fitting exactly with what these beings apparently have said they've done. And every time there's a new discovery made, instead of it weakening the hypothesis, it's strengthening it. And so that is really it's kind of an uncomfortable and strange situation to be in, to be honest, because I mean, although I still think, it's real, it's weird when they do come out with a new find. Like I said, these are quite recent, the last couple of years, like the Tsunami project showing that all these deletions and with the the finding of this bottleneck, these are all very recent. So they're expected in my work and from what we've been told with this contact, but once they actually become real, you're like, yeah, this is just becoming realer and realer every month.
yeah.
So
Hitch slap. Did you hear that? Hitch slap. This is, you know what I'm saying? Scientific evidence. Listen, I love Hitch slap. He's a skeptic, but he rolls into spaces and he's still open
Well,
minded and he
I've
listens.
been called out live
Of
on a
course.
recorded space. I will have to say, just my opinion, a lot of what Bruce is saying is true. I do know it to be true, or there's a large consensus, except for the cause. I don't believe that it's aliens causing all this, but most of what he's saying has a lot of truth to it. So the causation is what I'm kind of skeptical of.
Right, but I don't think that there's going to be any explanation of how it happened that actually would make sense considering the circumstances of how did this mutation just by chance enhance that, like it took away bad stuff and added good stuff and resulted in a huge improvement of the
Well,
human
yeah, this is called
race.
natural selection. This is if you have a mutation which is bad, everyone who has a mutation dies. If you have a mutation that's good, you leave more surviving offspring. This is well known.
Yeah, so certainly natural selection is part of the story, but keep in mind that I've already clarified that some of these things are not connected to natural selection, and that in fact that the studies are quite explicit in that. For example, the three-dimensional genome folding event is not natural selection, and it's not an accrual of mutations either. It's a singular event in one generation. So that's super surprising. And also the changes in the highly conserved DNA. Again, the current position is there is no explanation for that. So it doesn't mean, of course, that you say, well, then it must be God or it must be aliens. I mean, obviously, but the position is that these are inexplicable using the current understanding of evolution. So, of course, mutations, natural selection, jumping genes, all the rest of the stuff that we do understand. At the moment, that doesn't explain it. Now, of course, the academic answer to that is, well, probably we will find some explanation later, but that to me is a kind of time of the gaps. So rather than aliens of the gaps or God of the gaps, they're using a time of the gaps. So in other words, we don't know what it is. We won't go into anything that's controversial, but what we'll say instead is, well, probably one day we'll understand this. But that is also a cop-out, because that's not a real hypothesis. You can't just say that one day we'll understand. Okay, but what right now best explains what you're observing? Because that should be the leading hypothesis.
Well, I guess people would disagree on what best explains it. I'd also point out nobody really knows how the first single-cell organism started, or how we went from a single cell to what we see today. So there is currently a lot of gaps. And, I'm not saying you're saying this, but to say those gaps, automatically means it's aliens, that's a large, large leap.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you have to be careful, because you can't make that argument. In fact, I was only going to say, that no one should ever make the argument for aliens based solely on genetic data, because you could, and this is why in many ways I actually prefer the tektite topic in terms of that, because it's a much, when you've got genetic studies and so where we don't quite understand how things happen, and that really we're kind of, I would say, still, really in the early part of the genomic revolution, that yes, you can say, well,
let me add in some.
Understand it.
So just so you know, Hitchlap, before you came, he went over all of these like different elements that he was going to go and see if there was any evidence of it. But in matter of fact, Bruce, in the beginning, I thought that you were one of those like debunkers, because every alien space he'd come into, he was like, I don't know. Like he was always shitting on it. I was like, come on, man, what do you mean you don't know? He's like, look at this video, and he'll send me to these things that actually scientifically disprove those. And then when I found out about this, I was just completely blown away. I was like, oh my God, you're actually, researching, and you are, you do care about it being proven. So there was some other elements that you will probably hit on as people come up and ask questions and stuff, that will let you know why he's come to this conclusion and how he wrote his books and all that good stuff. So, but there's a couple hands up. Did you want to get to questions, or did you want to continue, Bruce? What do you want to do?
Sure, we can do questions. I'll just say quickly as well that a lot of people in the UFO and aliens community do think I'm a debunker or cynic or arch skeptic because of that. But the fact is, I particularly have to be skeptical and rigorous, because if I'm proposing this theory and then I seem to just believe every story out there, and I don't critically look at them or assess them for evidence, that will fall back on me as suggesting that I'm not actually a rigorous researcher, and it would damage this work. Right. So when people see me being very skeptical of people's work and what they're saying, it's not that I'm thinking everyone's just a liar. It's like I particularly have to be very careful to do that, because I have to also do that on myself, because, as the saying goes, you should be most careful about fooling yourself, because you're the easiest person to fool. Right. Because, of course, we want to believe things and we can fool ourselves. So we have to develop skepticism around, especially something as profound as this. Let's say that there's really been a giant alien megastructure that's come here and aliens have changed. I mean, the profound implications of that are so mind-bending that it has to be looked at with real Sherlock Holmes level investigation and rigor, and be able to put out those scientific arguments and have scientists actually reply and criticize me. And I have to also be able to discuss this with scientists, right? Which
I haven't read Bruce's books. I personally don't have any comment on the content. I'd be remiss if I was just to start, extrapolating without having read it. So if I was to have any strong opinion, I'd first read Bruce's work. But I will say, to compliment Bruce, he seems very, very perspicacious, and much more perspicacious than I would expect, or let me say, of people I've observed in this kind of milieu. So I'm very impressed with what Bruce had to say so far. But my ultimate thing is the causes. How do we know what the causes are? But I appreciate your work, Bruce. I'll look into it further.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, I do think, using it some rigorous, like I say, rigorous skepticism and critical thinking is important. Again, the other thing is Maze, and like everyone else in here knows, unfortunately, the UFO and aliens field, it has become kind of polluted with really far out kind of claims and woo and baseless stuff. And, the days of, like, say, what I'd say is really research and researching it have fallen by the wayside in a lot of ways. There's not many, I'd say, great researchers right now in the UFO and aliens field. There's a lot of storytelling, and there's a lot of trust me, bro, and my secret sources, and buy my book, and and it's kind of devolved away from the analysis of anomalous phenomena into really that, like, storytelling and stuff, right? So I also feel we have to kind of bring that back a bit as well. So not just what I'm doing, but I think in general in the field, this is a problem, and there's too much I want to believe, so I do believe, or I had a weird experience, so everyone else's weird experiences should be believed. And again, that's not really true either. I get it that if I saw something really weird, I believe everyone else who says it, but some of those people are just making stuff up. So you've got to have some kind of filter where you say, okay, but I'm open to it being true what you're saying. I'm not going to call you a liar, but at the same time, I'm not really going to take that in and totally believe you just because you're saying it. You know what I mean? So again, I think that's a bigger issue within the whole of the kind of UFO aliens topic.
Believe and investigate is my motto, and it sounds like you have a similar motto, Bruce. Believe and investigate. Speaking of aliens, May Jordan in the space, she's actually read my mind once or twice. So it's been said she may be an alien, she may not be an alien. I don't want to out her on the space, but just keep a look out for May Jordan. If she can read your minds, just important to ask some questions there. So May, no more mind reading, please.
Yeah, don't call me out like that, Hitch. That's really dangerous. They're going to start coming for me.
But I love what Bruce has got to say, and believe and investigate. This is a great topic. So, Bruce, appreciate it. I will look into your
Sorry,
work.
guys.
And,
I lost
appreciate
reception. I'm back now.
Thank you. And I'm open to any questions as well. So if anyone's got any questions on any topics.
Yeah, I'm about to explode over here. I'm so excited. I'm trying so nice to not interrupt. I'm very happy that you're here. I can't wait to read Exogenesis. Anybody, it's up in the nest. Let's read it together. And I have a couple of questions for you. The telomere cap on chromosome 2 and the reflections of those in religious texts, all the way going back to the cuneiform. I find that interesting because, they do have in our religious books that our life was capped. So it was adjusted. Now, how would books that are supposedly thousands of years old be reflective of a genetic change, looking at us going from a longer lifespan to 120 years? What I find interesting is today, all the life scientists are the ones, looking for, what would you call it, to live for a long time. They say that we're about to be at 120 using drugs like metformin and a couple other things that are telomere protective. And my question to you is I like to look at Google Earth sometimes, and I noticed that Australia is very strange. The landmass itself, the colors, like I just wondered, it appears a lot different, maybe in like northern Africa with that big eye that was obviously some sort of a tumultuous event at some point. Anything in your studies come up about like the landmass or anything that happened in Australia, just since it looks so much different than the rest of the, topography?
I mean, I know that it does have, one of the things inconvenient about the geology there is that it's not very good for preserving fossils. It's particular traits of the landscape and soil and stuff. So that's for me is a bit of a
That's what I was
trait.
thinking. You had said there wasn't a lot of evidence. That's what I was
No,
thinking.
yeah,
Because I
it's
wonder,
a
it looks like
problem.
it was like stirred up.
There's a problem there, and also, and also you got things well. It's got a vast central desert,
I
which
can't
is like.
hear Bruce now for some reason.
Sorry, is it having a glitch? Is it?
Bruce, Maze can't hear.
Bruce, tell him I'm gonna move you down and bring you right back up so I can hear you.
Okay.
I might have to reset though.
Okay.
So
Did you hear her,
just
Bruce?
give me a second if this doesn't
Okay,
fix
great.
it. So sorry.
It's the aliens.
This is the perils of living in the
Well,
country. You know what I'm saying?
obviously, Hitch is the only one here right now that's from Australia, so I
Yeah, and
find
been
that
an
a little
alien.
bizarre.
Well, why in these books, even MV, because I know you study I'm very much into that as well. Why is it talk about genetic modifications of human beings? It literally speaks of in text, and this is not, I'm not sitching out on you right now. I'm talking about actual text. It talks about changes in genetic human. Why, and if you look at ancient civilizations and our technology, how would we be able to, have done that so many years ago if there wasn't some sort of a massive change from like, Neanderthals to us? So it's extremely interesting what you're
Even to
doing. And
Neanderthals. Like he went through how long those natural mutations would take, and then the extreme expedited, like, jump after the two chromosome, and I think something else, like it was insane. So yeah, he hit on that. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Anyway, are you
quite.
back? Let's do an audio check.
Can you hear me
Yep, I
again?
can hear you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, yeah, the differences are quite profound. So again, if you want to go and check this, I mean, the basically, so around about 750 to 800,000 years ago, you have what's called the split from the super archaics. And so super archaics is basically Homo erectus. Homo erectus was pretty much everywhere, slightly different forms of it, but it was like the main human population everywhere. So for like a million years before that. And then you get this sort of sudden change. And I'd say in terms of evolution, a very sudden change where we've got the chromosome 2 fusion, we've got these changes in the highly conserved DNA, we've got addition, accelerated areas, we've got deleted areas, we've got this three-dimensional refolding of the genome. So we've got a whole load of things that happen right before the split that leads to Denisovans, Neanderthals, us, basically all the large-brained humans. So not just so this is a point before there's Neanderthals, before there's really Denisovans, before there's us, but the ancestors of all those lineages begin splitting away from the super archaics at around about 750 to 800,000 years ago. So right in the middle of that is our date that we're dealing with, sort of 788,000 years ago. But so you've got profound differences in the genome. Now, what I really would love to see, obviously, is a sample of DNA from one of the humans that lived before that time. And like at the moment, we haven't gotten far back enough. So that the oldest human DNA sample at the moment is about 580,000 years old. But if we were to find a sample of so let's say, some poor Homo erectus has fallen into an ice sheet, right? And he's nicely frozen for us. If we could extract that DNA, right? And we do know as well, by the way, you can get DNA now going back over a million years because they did it with mammoths. And I've seen this, they found frozen mammoths and they managed to get almost the whole genome from mammoths that were over a million years old. So we know it can be done. So if we can get million-year-old human DNA and directly contrast that with the later DNA, potentially you could then say, well, look, there's even wackier stuff that differentiates that DNA and this DNA. So that is an ultimate clincher for me that I would love to see. Obviously, unfortunately, I can't. And if it was wrong and it showed that somehow I was wrong, that's fine too, because that's the way science works. But I would like to see that found and contrasted because I think it would favor the engineering scenario, right? So that may yet come. I suspect it will come, that we will find some DNA of that age at some point. We just haven't got lucky yet. So yeah, just to clarify that, so there are some really profound differences between the Homo erectus and all of the large-brained humans. So bear in mind as well, Neanderthals were just as intelligent and advanced as the direct ancestors of modern humans at the time. That keeps coming out more and more. We used to think of Neanderthals as, oh, they were so primitive. No, they were making weapons, they were making glues and clothes and all sorts of technologies, artwork and stuff, and probably, in fact, they had a larger brain than us. So no one's really sure if they were perhaps smarter than us. Denisovans as well. There's some arguments to say that Denisovans may have been, but there's controversy around these beads that Denisovans made in Siberia that may suggest they had high-speed drilling, not like power drills, but like bow drills or something. But they had that, maybe they were ahead of us. So again, and some of their artwork as well. So like, just to clarify this, modern humans, we are hybrids. I don't just mean as aliens, but hybrids of all these other humans. So we are not really like some sort of special separate lineage. When we say like Denisovans, Neanderthals, we have like Neanderthal DNA, we have Denisovan DNA, we have DNA of multiple different kinds of large brain humans. Because at some point there was interbreeding. At different points there was interbreeding, right? So we're like the last man standing, but we also include the DNA from those other groups. So what are we really? We're not some pure lineage. I think that we are what was left. Probably there was a cataclysm, blah, 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 more recently, and that the survivors came together and ended up mixing. Because if you go down to, and I'm going to do a little tangent for you because the cataclysm stuff's kind of cool. But we know that there was a cataclysm about 70,000 years ago. There was the Lake Toba supervolcano, and that was down in Southeast Asia, right? So this was a mega event. The whole northern hemisphere was basically swirled with smoke and dust, and it was like a nuclear winter. And so loads and loads of plant life, animal life, and human life died off, but only in the northern hemisphere. So all the humans who lived there, like if you've got a brain, that's what we had, is you're going to be like getting out of there, right? So where are you going to head? You're going to head south. So if you're in the west of, Western Eurasia, you would cross the Bab el Mandab Straits into East Africa, and that's, bear in mind, 70,000 years ago. This is the beginning. This is when we're talking about the recent out of Africa, right? So we actually see that happen, but it's being misinterpreted as coming out of Africa. There's an into Africa event, and also at the same time, you've got the people down in Southeast Asia. They're crossing south to Australia, Indonesia, and Australia. Right? And one of the things that confirms this, and again, this mixing of these kind of mixing events, is that we know that there was a lot of different humans and different groups of humans that migrated down there. Why do we know that? Because when you go to Papua New Guinea, I don't know if anyone knows this, but Papua New Guinea has something like 60% of all the languages on the planet. When you think about that, so one island, it has something like 60% of all the language on the planet, and many of these languages are completely distinct. They're called like language isolates. They have no relationship to the other languages on the island, right? Totally.
I would be excavating that island. I would be
Well,
living
yeah.
there to find out.
Well, the
what
other
it
thing
is.
is as well, is that's where you find the highest traces of Denisovan DNA. And the people have much higher, and they have it from different groups of Denisovans, and they have Neanderthal DNA. They have all of these different archaic humans. Why? Because they're all fleeing the disaster. They all have different languages, and they all mix in Papua. And then in Australia, the indigenous people in Australia, there's a clear genetic divide between the people of Papua and Australia, but there was no sea between them at the time, right? Because the sea level rise hadn't happened. So when the scientists found this, they're like, well, what's going on here? And they said the only thing that can explain this is there is some kind of interbreeding taboo between the people in the south and the people in the north. Why? Because they're looking at them and saying, these aren't like us. Because they're not. They were like part Denisovans. There was Denisovans, Neanderthals, all these people mixing in the north, and the other modern humans are like, you know what? These are not us. And so you've got a deep divide going back about 50,000 years where they were not mixing because they didn't consider them part of the same group. And so we know that happened. So in other words, so we have these mixing, like forced mixing events where people are pushed together during cataclysms, but they're not just different groups of modern humans. They're Neanderthals and Denisovans and stuff. So we're seeing that. And again, this is not that's not very exciting mainstream. And again, like I was the first person in my work to propose that Denisovan's homeland was in Oceania. Now that's starting to be accepted because it was very obvious to me that you have the signature of the Denisovans in Papua. You don't have it anywhere, not at that level. The strength of the signature is so strong, and they cannot find where these Denisovans really were based.
Bruce,
It looks like most of them were based there.
Bruce, you subscribe to the David Reich as model of the Denisovans, that there was the tropical Denisovans and the colder climatized Denisovans. The tropicals interbred with the people in the Papuan, and the colder climatized were more north. Do you subscribe or agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely very distinct groups of Denisovans, and yes, you've got Denisovans up in the Himalayas. We know they're finding their remains in caves. And they've given their genes to the people in the Himalayas because the adaptive genes for altitude that the people have there have come from Denisovans. The other thing is down in Papua, the Denisovan DNA traces in the Papuan people. They have found that at least I think it's 3 different types now, and that really you shouldn't even call them all Denisovans because at least 2 of those populations were evolutionarily distinct for something like 300,000 years, 400,000 years. So it's like a totally different type of human, but the most similar human to it is Denisovans. So we're like saying, well, it's another population of Denisovans, but it's not really. It's like another group of humans. So we have Denisovans and some Denisovan-like humans as well. So there are definitely distinct populations that diverged away in the Denisovan group.
And
The same with
George and Mike, we're
Neanderthals.
going to come
Eastern
to you guys in
Neanderthals and
just a
Western
second.
Neanderthals are very different across Eurasia.
So I just wanted to say that we
really
do
fast.
have requests. I'm going to be rotating people
Sure.
in a
Sorry.
few. No, it's fine.
I'm easy to go down these different rabbit holes, so you have to stop me.
No.
Maze, I've got to step. Maze,
Go
I've got to step down, so I'll free up the spot. If I can just ask one more question, and then I'll step down, so I've got to run, if that's okay.
Of course. Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Bruce, there was an article in Nature recently. This has been known for a while, but something like between 5 to 20% of most sub-Saharan Africans have a DNA comprising of an kind of, the term used in Nature is archaic humans. Have you read into this? What do you think about this 5 to 20% DNA? Do you agree with it? Do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think that there's a profound misunderstanding about the ancestry of the San people and the Khoisan, because obviously the Khoisan are supposed to be the well, it's also how you put this, but they say like the oldest population. Obviously, we're all the same age, but the DNA of the sand suggests that they are more directly related to the first Africans, the first modern humans in Africa, and that all the other Africans come from them. But and that they contain, so they have different DNA traces to some of the other, well, all the other African people. If you look at them, they also look different. They look Asiatic, and in
Don't
fact,
they look Japanese to you?
they
Like
look
black?
Asiatic,
Yeah.
and they actually, my understanding is they sometimes refer to themselves as black Asians. And if you actually look closer at this, what's really happened, again, this is in my other work, is that there is a migration into Africa, and the Khoisan are the remnants of the migrants from Western Eurasia. And so 70,000 years ago, you have the sudden appearance in East Africa of both new male and female genetic lineages. Now, the mainstream argument is this just spontaneously appears through mutation. Well, this is absurd because the mutation rate across the female and male lineages is different by a factor of 10. So you wouldn't expect suddenly this mutation to occur in both lineages. This fits more with an incursion of people coming in. The other thing is suddenly you get arrows appear and you get the ochre engraved art pieces. They all appear at the same time. And what was going on at that time? Toba, pushing people east and west. So we got it completely around the wrong way. So they're saying 70,000 years ago, our ancestors walked out of Africa. No, 70,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Khoisan walked across the Bab el Mandab with bows and arrows and pushed their way into Africa.
Bruce, wasn't this ghost population also applied to kind of West African and Niger Congo ancestry? It wasn't just the Khoisan, was it?
Yeah, so ghost populations. So basically, populations that are only known in DNA but have no fossils. So there are ghost populations known in the African people, and there are ghost populations known in other groups where at the moment we don't have a name because we don't have fossils. But yes, and so you think about it, if Africa had hominids, so I'm not saying there's nobody in Africa, right? So Africa has humans, but it has hominins, right, that are related to us. So the first Homo sapiens, they are crossing, what we call modern humans. So they're crossing in from about, well, there would be some in there 120,000 years ago, but they're really what we call modern humans. They emerged there about 70,000 years ago. So the first, the oldest skeletons like Otto and Herto and stuff, all date back to around this period. And so we have the first modern humans, but they're mixing with the people that live there. And again, so that's why you see unique population dynamics and unique traces of other populations in Africans, because those other African people have indeed been there, for hundreds of thousands of years, going back to, Homo erectus. And that, so when these modern humans go into Africa, they are mixing with the existing African population, but those are not modern humans, and they would have been somewhat distinct from modern humans. So obviously over time, genetic, gene flow has kind of balanced out the population. So now everyone has got, a much more similar kind of genetic makeup and a more similar look. But even then, you can still tell that the Khoisan are distinct. They look distinct, they have a distinct genome, and that they even say that they are distinct. And if you can find again as well that the other thing is that it doesn't get brought up a lot is you have another population of anomalous population down in the Andaman Islands. And the Andaman Islands have these black people living there, right? And they've been trying to explain this because when they do the genetic test on these people, they say, oh, they must be the people from Africa. But the DNA shows that no, these people are much closer related to East Asians and Aboriginals and not to Africans. And yet they've been isolated there for like 70,000 years or so, right? So they're saying, well, how does that fit with this people just coming out of Africa? And like, why aren't these black people African? Why are they Asian? So there's, wherever you look in this story, there are some really big gaping holes that the academic world is trying to patch over to preserve their darling out of Africa model. And obviously it does get affected by the aliens type websites as well, but it also on a conventional level, I'm just telling you that reaching out of Africa is dead as a theory. And I know a lot of other scholars and scientists who agree with this. They say it is dead, but unfortunately, because the academic world is so built on this lie, and it is at the foundation of everything they're teaching you in anthropology and in history, and so many people got their books out on it and they're giving their presentation, they are not going to let go of this easily. That they're letting little changes happen around the edges, but none of them are saying, you know what, it does not look like modern humans originated in Africa. It's just not stacking up. We keep finding that their genome traces closer to Aboriginal people and East Asians, and if you see the flow of DNA during the migration is flowing east to west, not west to east, and there's all these problems. They said, like, you should find the oldest population in the Middle East, like the ancestry should go to that, and they said they found
Well,
it was
what's interesting,
Australia.
Bruce? What's interesting, Bruce, is like in a lot of East Asian cultures, they speak of the
Sorry, is anybody
negritos.
talking?
Yeah, these Negrito people, like in the Solomons.
Yeah,
Oh
envious.
shit.
Yeah, so they had these black Asians and Negrito people, and so also if you look at like the little people up in the in Southeast Asia, you've got these little black African people like living, like, will look like black African. They've got these little people living in the jungles who have stories of the dream serpent, the cosmic serpent, and all this stuff, and like Aboriginal type lore. And anyway, if anyone saw Graham Hancock's show on Netflix as well, he goes to a site in America, Serpent Mound. Now, if anyone saw that episode, and he points out, he says, you know, the strange thing about the serpent at Serpent Mound is it has two feathers coming out from the side of its head, and we don't know what that is or why that is. Well, I do, because if you go to Aboriginal Australia and you look at the rainbow serpent, it always has two feathers coming out from the side of its head. It's the feathered serpent. It's the original motif of the feathered serpent of South America, because it always
Like
has feathers.
Quetzalcoatl.
But what's it doing at
Including
Serpent Mound?
And how about what are you understanding of the connection with the Dravidians, because they also have this like negrito type of, like, phenotype.
Yeah, and they have words in common with Aboriginal tribes, and also the Hebrews have words in common with Aboriginal tribes. They have the word for tree of life is the same as the word tree of life in one of the Aboriginal cultures. Because when you trace it back, these are the first people. They also have the oldest stories. It's totally agreed on. The Aboriginal people have the oldest stories in the world. Some of their stories go back 100,000 years, right? So they've established stories about the places of stars, and the fact that Pleiades had 8 stars visible 100,000 years ago. They have this in stories. They have stories of volcanic events, of lakes that dried up that we've dated. So we know they have the oldest stories. Think about it. If the people are flowing out of Australia, right, and they're the first modern humans, they have all the original stories, the oldest stories. The flow of information is from there. So this is why you have the feathered serpent appears in South America. When did the Aboriginal people reach South America? 50,000 years ago. How do we know that? Because when you go down to Brazil and you look at the oldest sites in Brazil, what they found was Australoid type skulls, and they found, you know, artwork that goes with this as well. And then in the jungles of Brazil, they found isolated jungle tribes had what? They had DNA tracing back to Papua New Guinea. Isolated jungle tribes in the Amazon had DNA conclusively tying them to Oceanian people. What are these people doing there? These are the remnants of the original Americans. Look at the Olmec. Look at the Olmec faces. Right? People want to those Olmecs. What are these Olmecs? They don't look very, South American. They look kind of African. No, they're not African. They're Aboriginal faces. Because these Olmec heads are old as shit. So they dug them up in the Olmec culture, but they're way older than the Olmec culture. Because you think about it,
Okay,
the
well, hold
Olmecs
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, guys.
Teotihuacan.
We, because I know that I'm so sorry,
Sorry,
Jenny. I love that you're chiming in, but I definitely want to get with George and Mike first too,
sure.
just because. So George, go ahead, and then we'll go to
Yes,
Mike.
so you got to stop me because I go on these little rants. Otherwise, where it goes down, there's so many rabbit holes that connect.
Okay, well, let's have a word. I'll be like, I'll think of it. I'll think of a word. Just to be like,
Maze,
okay,
are
we gotta
you
go.
able to hear me, Maze, or
Yes, I
no?
can hear you. I
Okay.
reset a second
All right.
ago, so I am back. Okay, George, welcome to the stage. Thank you so much for being patient. Go ahead with your question or comment.
Yeah, I agree with a lot you said. I'll just offer another premise for the why. Um, uh, if you, I don't think that these changes are I think these changes are organic. And what happens is you have humanity that goes through different phases of development, like think of 3.1, 3.2, and then when it reaches a certain point, like shedding its skin, there are great natural disasters that wipe out most of humanity, and what's left begins like the next phase of humanity. So if the teachings say that that was the third age of the Australians, like you said, or the oldest, they're the remnant of what some people call Lemurians, the oldest race known, and then they go through their development, and at the same time, another the Atlanteans, the fourth age begins like in the middle, and at a certain point, that third age ends, and there's a major wipeout. And then, like you said, 70,000. My teachings say 100,000 years ago is when the original continent for Atlantis went down. Um, And so then again, there's another migration and a movement. And so what happens is when the last one came about 12,000 years ago, we know we had that disaster. If you look at the major religion, at the major civilizations since then, from Asia, the major ones were from Asia to the Polynesian to Egypt to Greece and Rome, and to Europe. You'll see a progression from east to west. And what you'll see during that period is a movement from cognitive thought to more and more creative thought. And so the area, the regions that these people are developing in affect their physical and mental and conscious development. And then that development is, as those civilizations are developed, then they reach a certain point where they migrate either through war or through through war and conquest or through great migrations. And then those, like you said, they spread that new humanity out through other areas. This is natural, though it's not done through science. That's just what I feel.
Yeah, I mean, the way I put it, first of all, of course, it's not my role to tell anyone what to believe. But what I'd say is that anytime someone proposes, like what we say, like an exotic hypothesis, obviously I'm proposing an exotic hypothesis, that it falls on me to then support that. So what I would say is that then it falls on you to support your hypothesis. Because I mean, so I've had this, like where I was giving a presentation and someone said, well, but what if the tektites that you're talking about, they could be pieces of the shattered dome for the flat Earth dome, and like, what do you think about that? And then someone else will say, no, we know that they're pieces of glass caused by a solar supernova that hit the moon.
Yeah,
and
I won't. I won't.
Let me just.
I won't interrupt. I won't interrupt to try to teach the whole history, but there is a progression, and like I said, like people know about Lemuria, even though they're mix-ups of the truth. These are not new in Atlantis.
Well, let me get the point. Sorry, I'm just saying that then it
of-
falls on you to support it with evidence. That's what I'm getting at. Is that just as the person telling me that the dome pieces could be tektites, that they have to support it. If someone says to me, that there was Lemuria, they have to support it, because, like, I can say that I don't see the evidence of the things you're saying. So then it's up to you whether you want to find the evidence.
But was there anything illogical? Was there anything illogical about what I said?
Yes.
What can I explain?
Look, just for a start, if we say that humanity is restarting again from cataclysms, you can see that in the genome, because you'll see evidence of bottleneck events in the genome. Because we talked a bit about this earlier. So you'd see the sudden decrease in the reproductive population. So for any time someone invokes, say, a die-off, you'd be able to see that in the genome. And because the advanced level of genomic studies we have today, we have a pretty good map of when die-offs have or haven't happened. So straight away, I'd say, well, you'd have to find that. The other thing is there's no evidence of Lemuria. Lemuria was a made-up continent that was made up to explain lemurs. So you can check that. Mu also is made up. Atlantis, we have some stories of, and possibly was real. But
wait a sec. How could you, when you see the plates moving and continents rising and falling, because that continent is might be underwater, how could you say it was made up? What evidence would you have of that?
What evidence do you have of a continent that was called Lemuria? It's not for me to say about the not. It's for you, as I say, it's for you to support your claim, not me to tell you what to believe. But I would just say that, having looked at those topics, I know that there's no evidence for Lemuria. There's no evidence for Mu. There's no evidence for those at all. Lemuria was totally made up by a scientist who was trying to explain the presence of lemurs, and that's why it's called Lemuria. So that is just a fact of history. We know that there's no evidence of that continent.
It's so close to Sumeria. I always thought, like, that's so interesting,
Anyway. Anyone can check this for themselves. Lemuria was totally made up, but then it was co-opted by the New Age.
See, he's debunking my Lemuria. You know what
I'm
saying?
sorry. I know I do these things to you, but if you look it up, that's what happened. And then they took that into the I'm trying to think of the Russian mystic who came up with that whole religious system. What's the name I'm looking for? But anyway, so she's basically adopted Lemuria into her movement, and then they created a new life for it. But originally it was just made up by a scientist. So I mean, the problem with a lot of these things is that you have to support them. Even Atlantis is super hard to support. But what I can say from my research is that there probably was a civilization that was a maritime civilization that existed before the Ice Age. I wouldn't give it a name, because as soon as you put Atlantis on it, you invoke every story from everybody who's ever talked about Atlantis, and they're most of them conflicting stories that they cannot all be true, right? But what you can say is, and again, and where would I put that civilization? In Indonesia, right? Why would I put it in Indonesia? Because the earliest evidence, first of all, the earliest evidence of art, like figurative complex art, where do we find it? In Indonesia, at 40 to 50,000 years ago. The first flowering of higher thinking appears in Indonesia and in Oceania, right? The earliest abstract art. What else do we find down there? Well, you also find 40,000 plus year old hooks for deep sea fishing. Well, you can't be out deep sea fishing unless you can sail around the ocean. So the earliest maritime culture exists in the islands of Indonesia, which isn't surprising. They're island people, right? So you've got these people that have learned to go out on stable crafts to fish in the strong currents of Indonesia. These people are maritime people 40,000 years ago. What do you think their boats were like, say, 13,000 years ago before the cataclysm? Do you think they may not have developed ships? And then, so if you think about it, so, and also remember I was saying about Aboriginal culture has spread everywhere. How has it spread? It has spread because the cultures of Indonesia, who are in contact with Northern Australia, they are carrying this culture in their boats. And if you go to India, you know where Graham Hancock dove off the coast of India and they found a sunken city? That city was above the water about 13,000 years ago. That would have been a port city for this culture. We also know that these people potentially could sail up the Euphrates and on up to Göbekli Tepe. What do we find at Göbekli Tepe? In the iconography on the stones, we find Aboriginal concepts, including the famous Pillar 43, where we see the bird, the emu type bird, looking to its left shoulder at a sphere in the air, right? And that, most of you've seen that Pillar 43. The only other place I've seen that depicted is in Arnhem Land in Northern Australia, and it's the forbidden fruit. It's Emu Lady and the forbidden fruit, and that was the forbidden knowledge, and that
And
exact
Bruce, don't we
iconography
find
is
it also in Angkor Wat as well?
no, not that I've seen, but I'd be welcome if you show it to me. So you see that same
Okay.
bird looking to its left, looking at the sphere that you see on Pillar 43. So you see that as an Aboriginal motif of the Emu Lady and the forbidden fruit. You also see on the stones, you see a depiction of the creative mother, and she's got her head is not a human head. And some of you might have seen this. There's it's the only representation of a woman at the site, and the head is actually a leaf from a yam plant. Right, and this is an association with the creation mother in Australia, who's the yam leaves, and she carries the bags. You know, the bags that are on the Pillar 43. Each bag represents a different culture and a different people and their law and their dreaming. And so each bag has got it. They're on Pillar 43. They're also, of course, in the Sumerian culture, the bags. The bags recur in a lot of places, but those bags associated, the oldest depictions of those bags are in Australia and with this creation lady. And this is before the fall of the feminine and the depictions. That's why there's only one woman depicted in Göbekli Tepe, because there's a shift around the time of the cataclysm. There are also depictions of the snakes, the serpents are all around Göbekli Tepe. It's the oldest motif of Aboriginal culture. The serpents, it's the original creator being, is the serpent. So these motifs are all over the site. So really what you have here is a maritime culture with close ties to Australia. And also think about this, there's another one, I'll give you another couple. Atlantis is, at least the story, is very associated with a city made of concentric circles. The Aboriginal symbol for a settlement is 3 concentric circles. The other symbol associated with Atlantis is the trident. The Aboriginal symbol in Kona is the emu's foot, and it looks like a trident. And you start to these symbols that they're associated with the story, and you're finding at these ancient sites, they trace back to Aboriginal people. Even the story, Seven Sisters, Ryan the Hunter, hunting the Seven Sisters, that's oldest in Australia, not in Greece. The exact same story of Orion the Hunter chasing the Seven Sisters. So that has flowed out of Aboriginal culture. Again, South America, and I touched on it a minute ago, you got remnants of 50,000-year-old visitors from Australia. How did they get there? Along the southern sea ice, because you had an ice sheet that connected from the southern tip of Tasmania to Tierra del Fuego. What do you find in Tierra del Fuego? The remnants of a culture that had Aboriginal attire and Aboriginal linked customs. And also you find in South America, there was groups who, when they looked up at the dark rift in the Milky Way, they saw a rhea bird stretched along it. When you go to Aboriginal Australia, they see an emu stretched along it. What does the rhea look like? In fact, it's one of the closest relatives to the emu. Both cultures would look up and see that bird stretched along. Why? Because they trace back to the same people. So this is things, when I start to dig more into Australia, I realized that all of my focus on Egypt and Sumeria that nearly everyone has in the ancient mysteries community is broken. It's a broken model, because we all assumed that there was nothing really going on in Australia because it doesn't have grand pyramids and temples. But when you really check, you find that the font of the oldest knowledge and the oldest stories is all down in Australia, particularly Northern Australia, Arnhem Land and Indonesia, because that's where that maritime culture is, and it's connected to Northern Australia, and it's carrying this lore all around the world. You're finding these snakes everywhere. Serpent Mound with its feathered serpent. Feathered serpent is just the rainbow. It's exactly the rainbow serpent. What's it doing at Serpent Mound? These stories have been carried out since the beginning. What they say, the dreaming. So again, yeah, I'll pause you there. But yeah, so all the oldest lore points back to Australia.
But you give no credence to the mystics who have said the same thing, and not Africa, but Australia, and but they were
Sorry, guys.
that sorry that they said the same thing as you, but with just like you just dismissed that totally. But if science was saying Africa and they were saying Australia a long time ago, like, why would you dismiss it totally? I just don't understand.
Sorry, which bit did you say you dismissed that is supported?
No, that the oldest civilizations, that Australia is a remnant of a continent of the oldest civilizations that mankind has been on.
The oldest continuous culture.
Yes.
So it's got the oldest continuous culture. This is again accepted. It's got the oldest continuous culture, the oldest continuous stories. So we know that there's nowhere else that you can find a deeper connecting body of information than amongst the Aboriginal Australians. That they've carried these stories on going back into the Ice Age. There are stories about when this land here was connected to this one, and they've been validated by geology today. So again, we know that there is nobody that has stories that date back earlier, and where you do find stories that seem similarly ancient, again, they are paralleled in Aboriginal culture, because this is the fountainhead of the wisdom. It's a little side story for you. When the English were first in Australia invading, obviously we were invading. I say that I mean, I'm half African, I'm half English. I mean, technically I was half being enslaved, half invading, depends how you look at it. But when this was happening, they had some people got, like, some of these explorers, maybe they got out into the desert and stuff, a lot of them died, but some of these people, they're out in the desert and they run out supplies, they were going to die. They stumbled on some Aboriginal hunters, right? And these people, they had obviously no way to communicate. And in the end, the explorers attempted Masonic hand signs, and the Aboriginal people replied with the correct hand signs. They're like, hang on a minute, what is going on here? Because we associate with those signs with Egyptian mysticism, right? That the Masonic law goes back to Egyptian mysticism, but these people, completely detached from Egypt, from an older culture of wisdom knowledge, had the same knowledge, and they were able to have rudimentary communication through their Masonic training. And they said, obviously, this is super weird. What would these Aboriginal people in the desert, why would they know the same supposedly Egyptian mysticism? Because the Egyptians get it from them. This is the oldest mystical system, as well as the oldest stories, that this stuff has been flowing out as people migrated out. So when you go back, you find the oldest font of the stories, the practices, the first mummification. Where is it?
Okay,
Down in
so
Aboriginal
Bruce,
Australia.
I was
Even
just
totem
saying.
poles in Australia. Mummification,
Bruce, do
Australia.
you hear Maze?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. So anyway, yeah. Moving on. So yeah. So basically, that's why. It's because the evidence supports that.
Okay, so just so you know, guys, I noticed a few people were dropped. It wasn't me. I think that it glitched, and so I sent you the invite, Dr. Michael. And Jenny, she did come back up, good. And if anybody else was dropped, just request again. The app does that sometimes. I just wanted you to know. And with that being said, thank you, George. We're gonna move on and try to get through some of these hands. I know Mike has been waiting forever. I don't know if you have a quick question or if we want to at least let Mike go because he's been waiting for so long, but it's up to you.
Yes, let Mike go, definitely.
Thank you, love. Go ahead, Mike Mac. Jump in. Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the space. What's your question, comment?
I appreciate you guys having me. Great thing about Maze and MV, I know I could just drop off this space and pop in tomorrow morning, like around 9 o'clock, and this thing will still be going strong, right? That's the beauty of these two co-hosts. They are fantastic, and they bring these fantastic spaces like this, like where you just deep dive into it. And shout out to my co-host, better part of Say Something, Destiny. She's in here, and I know Jenny's nerding out about that. See, Eileen, May, so great to see everybody in here. Bruce, it is fascinating to listen to you talk, brother. You are sometimes it baffles me how someone can acquire so much knowledge about anything, and to hear you speak about it as so eloquently is brilliant. I wanted to ask you a quick question about. I'm fascinated with Denisovans and the Neanderthal and things like that. So I was listening to a podcast with Lex Friedman. He was interviewing Michael Levin, and they were talking about embryogenesis and things along, and bioelectricity and how it plays its role in that. But what I thought was interesting was they were talking about the planaria, and it's like this type of flatworm. And what they were doing is they were manipulating with the bioelectric signals. Like I think one of the things they did was they cut off its head, and they used these bioelectrical signals to change the way that it, the information that was spread across it. Like, for instance, they cut off one of its head,
Right.
and they reprogrammed it to grow two heads, right? But the fascinating part was that, they overrode the cell's default programming, and then the future generations produced two heads, which I thought, because, if you think about the default programming, we grow these limbs, the heads, tails, and limbs, and they grow to an exact size, and then they stop, right? They turn off because that's the way that they're programmed to do.
Yep.
And yet we programmed it, which would have never happened in the course of any type of evolution or anything. Nothing would have caused that we know of, let's say. Nothing would have caused that. And then we stepped in and we changed it without really even changing the DNA so much, but we changed that I guess that the way that signal is. And I just thought that was fascinating, because when I think about the Denisovans and I think about, the different species where it looks like we operate at the same time and then not at the same time, I was wondering, what do you think about, is there an event that could have caused that? Is there something that maybe that's how we branched off from each other, something along those lines? I'd love to know what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. So yeah, that was what we were saying earlier, is that when we have this event about 750 to 800,000 years ago. Obviously, I'm saying it happened 788,000 years ago. But specifically, we have an intervention. There is a modification of embryos is done so that you no longer have Homo erectus. You can implant those embryos in the Homo erectus, but they are giving birth to a new generation of beings. But because I'm suggesting this was experimentation with genetic technologies by an advanced race, when you're doing experimentation like that, you're not necessarily going to keep, producing just one type of human or something. So when we start seeing when you look that far back, we're not going to be able to see it in that accuracy. So instead we see, there's a sort of change, and then slowly all these other kinds of humans appear. But I mean, if you think about it, if you were doing experiments and you're getting slightly different children in all those experiments, this new community is carrying different kinds of humans. So as they interbreed and then move and split off, live somewhere else, those start to become divergent. And so you start to get the ancestors of Denisovans, the ancestors of Neanderthals, because there are differences in some of this first generation because they are experimental. And also, if you're doing an experiment, you may want that, right? Because you don't really know what will take. So like if you want to create 5 new species of roses because you're not sure which one's going to actually flourish in the soil where you're going to plant them, right? So you might, hybridize and blah, 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 and you make several kinds. It kind of makes sense, because if you're not sure which ones are going to survive, you're like, well, we're going to make them slightly different and then release them. And what we end up with is the kind of signature of that. And the other funny thing is, again, I'm going to just take it a little bit back to Aboriginal society. Aboriginal society, even today, they have the most mind-bendingly complex interbreeding and marriage customs in the world. And I'd say to anyone, go and have a look into this. And it sounds like they were told by people who you could interbreed with by different genetic lineages and groups. And they have this most complicated set of rules around who they can actually interbreed with. I cannot even explain it because it is very complicated, right? And it's so complicated, it seems it's something put on you by somebody that's saying, well, this group can mix with that group, but not with that group. and these ones here, they can marry, but no, not this one, and you can only marry if this happens. You know, it is really complicated. And you think about it, that's exactly what you would have in an interbreeding program that somebody is running, is that, well, we want group A's traits to stay, and we want to try group B with group C's traits, and that this thing seems to have stuck and just carried on. And so you can even see what I think is the remnants of the original instructions that these beings said, is that, well, you know, this group, you can only mix with them, there's genetic problems if you mix with them, so you can't do it. And they said, and this also avoided a lot of the you know, the problems that we see in societies where interbreeding is common, that they didn't really have this problem, because they had this complicated interbreeding system that preserved you know, genetic health, which we don't see obviously in a lot of, say, Asiatic cultures where interbreeding in families and stuff is really common, right? So they couldn't, you know, they couldn't really do that. So that's kind of, it's kind of interesting. So you can actually see some of the traces of the kind of program that would lead to different people. And also you can see that there's, and the other thing is, again, this is another one people are not familiar with probably, is that in Australia, again, about talking about different types of people, right? They found skulls and remains of early humans at several sites. One is at Cow Swamp, okay, and another one at Lake Mungo, and there's another one at Willandra Lakes, right? The ones at Cow Swamp, around about 13 to 20,000 years old. Again, people look at these pictures because these are wild. Look at the Cow Swamp people, right? Most of them look like Homo erectus. These people look, they do not look like normal, regular, modern humans, right? And then Lake Mungo, you have a 50,000-year-old set of remains of Mungo man and Mungo lady. Right? Mungo man is considered to be what they call like a gracile, tall gracile, almost basically like standard kind of Eurasian 6-foot summit, slender gracile skull, all the rest of it, with a thin skull, I think it's like 3 millimeters thick and all this. And then you have at Willandra Lakes, skull at Willandra Lakes, where it's about 20 millimeters thick. As one guy said, it's like a bloody motorbike helmet. And these people are living about 20,000 years ago. And he said, well, hang on, these places are only a few hundred kilometers apart. Like, what is going on there? That is wacky. And remember, it's supposed to be that a small group of people from Africa made their way into Australia. Where the hell is all of that genetic difference in a small group of people on a few boats, right? And the other thing about that is wacky, if you think about it, why is it the ones that are more modern look like Homo erectus, and the one from 50,000 years ago looks like a modern European, right? So that is not how you'd normally think of things happening, right? So you've got populations near each other that are so different that it is obvious that these are not the exact same human lineage. I would suggest that the people at Cow Swamp are probably Denisovan or Denisovan hybrids. So if you want to look what a Denisovan probably looked like, again, it may not be Denisovans, it may be another human category. But have a look at the pictures of the people from Cow Swamp, Willandra Lakes, and Lake Mungo, and you see yourself and think if it makes any sense to you when you're told that these Aboriginal people come from a small group of people that arrived there 50,000 years ago. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, Bruce, I just want to say something real fast to what you just said, which I thought was amazing. Is and basically, if you think about it, one, I'm fascinated with the fact that we have a default programming that can even be manipulated.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just the fact that we have a default programming as our default switch, and also the plasticity that comes in these cells that allow, right, for some of these structures in the DNA to literally be changed. I think that is amazing. But I wanted to ask you real quick: because of these evolvements, devolvements, or whatever they are, do you see a scenario where they could actually wind up evolving back into an original type state? Like, could you see a scenario where a Denisovan might actually wind up being produced one day in the future as this evolution, de-evolution circles back around in some form? That's kind of a wild question, but it just weird crap like that.
Well, they do. I mean, you might have seen this, but they do find people who they say that, you know, today, modern humans who have essentially the physical characteristics of a Neanderthal, like almost the same as when they look at the skull of Neanderthal, very similar. So there are throwbacks, and there are people, and again, like maybe those people at Cow Swamp were kind of throwback because of their interbreeding population, and for whatever reason, that Homo erectus kind of look returns. So yeah, I mean, it definitely can. But yeah, you're right, and I think that the code part of it is like you know, I come from an IT background, so I suppose it suits me to think of DNA as a code, but it really does seem to function like a code. And the more and more that we've been looking at it, the more it turns out to be like a code with code structure, with full stops and regularities in it that suggest it is actually a code, and that, you know, not just seems like a code, but rather also this is my view of it. I would say that DNA is self-aware sentient biotechnology itself. And that's how I look at that, and I see biotechnology. I don't see a naturally evolved thing. So when you look now at some of the studies that have been done and what they're finding about the structure of the DNA code, it does not look like it randomly emerged. Also, you have a big problem because you need both the structure of DNA, which is super unlikely to form in the universe ever, and then you also have the code. But the two things have to come together at the same time. You need the structure and the reproducing structure of the actual DNA molecule, the crystalline structure, but you also need the code, and they're both super unlikely to happen. But one without the other is meaningless. So you need these two super complicated and unlikely things to coincide in time. Like, it's much easier to explain DNA as terraforming technology, because that's what it looks like. That you can just spray it onto a planet. You spray your biotech microorganisms, you fire them out into space, or you spray them at a planet, they take root and they start producing biotech. So like I said, I look at a tree and I see biotechnology that changes gases rather than a plant, you know, because when you start to look at it, you start to realize that probably that's what's happened, because the beginnings of life on this planet, it's got to a point now where people are scratching their head at how it started so early, because it turns out that, like, what they call Luca, the last universal common ancestor of all life on our planet, basically emerges about something like maybe 100 million years after the formation of the planet. So really, as soon as the hell-like environment of Earth starts to calm down a bit, life appears. Like, you know, bang, life's here. Well, that's weird, because they always thought it would take billions and billions, you know, hundreds of billions of years for these unlikely things to happen, that eventually chemistry would evolve somehow into primitive complex molecule chains and then into basic life. But no, it's like, bang, life's here. That fits a lot better with panspermia and the idea that this life has been seeded. And then when you look at the DNA code itself, it has the structure of artificiality. It looks like code. And so what does it do? Well, it's really good at adapting to any planet and producing life on that planet. So to me, it looks like biotech. So then if you think of it like that, then it becomes less weird that you can modify it so easily, like if you know what you're doing, because then you realize, well, if it's biotech and it really is a code, then some people can just sit and go tappity tap tap, right, I'm going to design a new organism, because they know the code. And this is where it goes back to the work about the alien stuff, is that when you look at what's been done and what I suggest has been done to create humans, to do this, the level of understanding of the DNA code is profound, because once you go into these, what I'm calling the non-coding DNA, and you go into these highly conserved areas, remember that through natural mechanisms, it took 150 million years for each successful mutation between the chicken and the chimpanzee. 150 million years, super stable code. So who would know how the hell to change it without killing organisms? Who the hell would know? Because one change kills it. One change in that area. And we're seeing thousands of changes just in humans, not in the other mammals. Now, you've got to start saying, not only does it look like someone's doing it, but their understanding of that code is nth level, like where we cannot even compute how you'd go into those areas and start just mucking about, because we would almost certainly kill every single organism that we tried to do that with, because we don't understand that area, the non-coding DNA. We don't understand it. You know, we're just now going it from being junk DNA to realizing it's profoundly important and controls all of the gene expression and does all this other stuff. So our understanding is base level. So like, if you think someone's really done this, it seems likely that someone engineered the code. Right? Because they can just go almost like tappity tap tap. Right, out comes a human. And you know, if anyone see where Elon Musk says when he talks about RNA, you know, that if you fully understand what to do with RNA, you can turn a freaking butterfly into a human or whatever. You know, there's a point. That's the other issue, is that I say, when you get suddenly where is the ancestor of humans? Like, you go back and say, where is the first modern human? Like, so why is there like kind of a There's a kind of a strange gap, kind of a leap. Well, if you think about it, because if you take even today, like they're doing, if you take the DNA from like a dinosaur or something, right, and you put it into a chicken egg, right, what comes out of that egg is not like the parents. Yeah. So you can say, is it a chicken? Is it a dinosaur? Right. But if you were to look in the fossil record of it, you would just be like, well, this animal emerges mysteriously. You know, where's its parents? You know, it's got no parent. It's got a parent, yeah, chicken, but it's not a chicken, right? It's come out of a chicken egg because someone's done something to it. And that's the same with us, that there's a sudden sort of change where, yeah, we were probably the first modern human, where first Homo sapiens was born from a Homo erectus, but it didn't look anything like a Homo erectus. So they just put the egg in there, and out comes a completely different kind of hominin, right? And again, I just add something to that, because there's some other parts of the genetic argument I haven't explained, is that we know, again, partly that this is true, because when you look at these changes, again, most of the human accelerated regions, these really crazy anomalies, most of them, not only they do with the brain, but specifically to do with fetal brain development. So the stage when the fetus is developing is where the weird changes are associated with, like someone modified the fetus, right? And the other thing is, we also know that we have this sudden slamming on the brakes of the development of the organism. So like if you look at a chimpanzee, right, our closest living relative, when a chimpanzee is born, the baby chimp is very similar to a human baby. If you have a look at a picture of the two together, it's only later, as the chimp grows, its lower jaw thrusts out and it gets its brow ridges, and it becomes sort of hairy, and it is totally different, right? Because it goes into the adult stage of its life, and it's totally different. And like a lot of animals have an infant stage and an adult stage. Humans don't. And the reason why we look so different is someone has slammed on the brakes. We stay as an infant all our lives. And there's a lot of benefits with that. One of the things is that it's called neoteny. This process is called neoteny. And so one of the things that changed is that the brain was going to develop so big that you could not be born with this freaking brain that they've engineered. There's no way. You couldn't get out of the birth canal. Everyone would die. All the babies would die. The mums would die. So what they did instead is they changed it so that we are born as a fetus, essentially as a fetus. Again, look at the other mammals. The horse gets up and it's walking, right? Like a few minutes. And now look at all these animals. The little monkey's grabbing its mum and going up the tree. Not us. You're stuck with your kids because you do bugger all for years, right? You know, we all know what it's like. So I mean, we have this completely different maturation period where after you're born, your brain is still developing at almost the same rate as the fetus, but outside the womb. That again, that's been done, right? That's not normal. And we also have a completely different set of reproductive problems and birth problems you don't see in the other mammals and you don't see in the other primates. Right? In fact, painless birth and problem-free births and the rarity of genetic anomalies in their births and all that stuff is in the other animals. In us, we have some really wacky problems. These wacky problems, why are they there? Right? There's a reason. It's because if you think about it, in natural selection and in the whole theory of Darwinism, the prime directive is successful reproduction. That's it. You know, if you think about it, that's the prime direction for life. Is it should be the one that can, you know, do best, have the most offspring, and be successfully, you know, reproducing is the one that does best. Well, not with us. Not us, because we lose something like 70% of our fetuses from spontaneous abortion, just for a start. Right. And then all the other ones that we have, so many of genetic anomalies, so many women, you know, die in childbirth. You have all these wacky problems, which when you think about it, how do they make sense if the whole sieving factor of the evolutionary model is sieving out these problems, and yet they're baked in with humans? Why are they baked in? So it turns out that the same areas that were modified to give us the brain, to give us the opposable thumbs, to give us this stuff, came with a shitload of problems. And it cannot be got rid of by natural selection, because it would get rid of our brain and it would get rid of all these other traits. So it's
semi-intelligent design.
So this is intelligent design. So it's intelligent design, but with a flaw. So this is when people say it's an upgrade. Well, yeah, but remember, in this, again, I'll just try to add this in the story, and I know going back to what we started with, in the transmission from the Turinga, from the artifact, what they said is, we did this with basically the medical kits on the ships that crashed. They said we didn't have the technology that we had on the mothership, which was meant to be used to change us to live on Earth. This is what we were doing. We'd modify ourselves to live on new planets. And actually, you think about it, it's super sensible. You never hear that in people's stories. Like, how are the aliens living on Earth? How do they walk around on Earth? How do aliens just live on Mars? Like, I mean, there's real factors to that. You have to be able to live in the gravity, the atmosphere, the solar radiation. And so they're saying, well, what they do when they colonize new worlds is they're already changing themselves when they're en route. They're using their genetic engineering technologies to change what they're like and who they are. So, but this hasn't been finished when the ship is destroyed. So they cannot survive here. But they also don't have all their technology. So when they create these humans, there are flaws. The first generation, some of them, they say, die. Some of them are super hairy and look like monkeys and stuff, and certainly die. So again, these are real problems. If people are making up a story, these elements are super funny because they're exactly what you'd expect in reality, is that these people are saying all we had is like what was on these crashed saucers, and like it's not the stuff we really wanted, but we did the best we could. So these humans have problems, and like even today, those problems are actually anomalies that, if you know, there's a book called Human Errors people can read. It's a book basically arguing against intelligent design by God, because it's full of all the errors that we've got, saying, look, you know, if God made us perfect, then why have we got all these errors? And so this guy is basically making the argument that it cannot be that God came in and made us perfect, because we are not perfect. We've got all these genetic anomalies and problems. Now, but the ironic thing is, in his work, what he's not seeing is these things are actually so weird, they shouldn't be there. But they actually shouldn't be there. And because they're going against evolution, they're going against natural selection, that somehow we got baked in with problems that stop us reproducing properly. And instead, we've got this brain. And you've got to think about it as well. The brain at first wasn't very useful. We were living with like crazy animals. Like, you look at a chimp can rip you in half. No problem. It won't even sweat, right? And we had to go up against like massive tigers and bears, cave bears, and stuff. You've got to think at the beginning, getting that brain and losing your muscles, because it's a really energy hungry organ. Like, you had no weapons, you had nothing. Just, oh, I got this brain. How's that going to help me when the cave bear attacks? Right? So initially, it wasn't even a benefit, and that's another thing people seem to question: is you assume your brain is a benefit. That's because we can use phones and guns and stuff, you know. But initially, you couldn't. You were just weak with a big head, right? And the other apes could rip you in half. I mean, so it took a while for this to even be a benefit. So evolution doesn't really do that, you know. Again, even if it doesn't throw something, a curveball, something like that, where, you know, yeah, it's no use to you, but you're all going to just have it, you know, and you're going to get ripped into bits, you know. It. So there's stuff like that you don't hear the mainstream people kind of. I don't see them talking about it personally. They never seem to go there, but I mean, yeah, you wouldn't.
You're
I wouldn't want to
so
have traded that strength. Would you back then? I'd have rather been hard than smart and been able to fight these creatures.
Wow. This is fascinating. Like, I wish I was this interested when I was learning stuff in school. Like, this is, I'm like hanging on to every word. MV, go ahead and jump in, love. And then
Yeah,
let's
I
go
was
to
going to
Abigail.
say, Maze, like, what a find. This is just bravo to you, as always. Everyone, if this is feeding your soul like it is me, and I can see everyone else, please repost the space. Bruce, just phenomenal. Thank you so much. You're tying in so many things for me. I've studied the OMAC of
Hmm.
The Americas, as
Hmm.
well as the Negritos, as well as the Dravidians
Hmm.
and the Nagas, and the connection to them being in Asia. I don't think anyone's ever connected the dots in the way that you are. Why are there Africans that look like they're Asian, and almost like they have the gene pool that
Hmm.
kind of help to start off the Asian population? Like, there's just something there that I don't think anyone's been able to explain, those type of phenotype
Hmm.
anomalies. Like, it
Hmm.
just didn't make sense to me, and I think you're connecting it so much, as well as so many people writing off the Australian Aborigines and their testimony to the
Yep.
history of humanity, and they also having Neanderthal DNA studying them, all of these connections you're bringing to the forefront. I wonder, do you have a book on this particular topic that you're discussing with the DNA and the different races across the globe?
Yeah, I mean, my book, The Forgotten Exodus: The Into Africa Theory of Human Evolution, which 2017, has got forward by Graham Hancock. If you have a look at that one, that's where I put most of that together. And then the other book, obviously on the alien topic, is Exogenesis: Hybrid Humans, got forward from Eric von Daniken, which is really cool. So I'm really happy about that, because I think when I was a kid, you know, you hear those people. I never thought I'd have them writing the forwards to my books. I thought I couldn't think of someone better for a book on ancient people and mysteries than Graham Hancock, or someone better for an aliens book than Eric von Daniken. So I'll be honest, I thought it was really cool, because, you know, you just a small town boy, you know, didn't have any special upbringing. So it's kind of when you're reading these people's books, and then one day they're writing a forward, which has been super cool. But yeah, if you buy that book,
Dude, yeah, Bruce, good job. Like, that's
And he's
huge. That's like,
speaking
good
of the
job.
Olmecs, Jenny. Like, no one really speaks to them, right?
and the other thing is,
So the weird part is the feathered serpent is Quetzalcoatl in
Mhm.
Teotihuacan in the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon. Like, I've been there, and I actually have that tattoo on my arm of the feathered serpent. So that's really interesting that you brought that up. And that was when you said the loss of the divine feminine and the bag she carried. What if she was the alien creator, and that was the genetic ability to change things that they carried within that bag? As a creator, you would think that you would need these pieces to kind of, move things forward. And when you said the dreaming, the Toltecs in Teotihuacan dreaming and connected to Earth religiously is huge. So I mean, that would be, I would believe similar. Really
Yeah.
quick, I think I jumped, but would you mind addressing the Gobekli Tepe and the
Wait.
fact that the
Before you do that, well, I love the question, actually, because I definitely wanted to go there, but I don't want to leave Eileen hanging. We're going to come to you
I
right
got you, I
after
got
her,
you.
I
Okay.
promise, okay?
Yeah, I was going to give a bit of closure on the Olmec topic there as well for her, which was
Yeah.
that the other interesting thing about that, if you follow the topic of obviously Olmec archaeology, and you know that in some of these Olmec heads, they have found magnetite, they found magnetic spots, particularly at the third eye. So there's actually embedded magnets, right? So they're like, oh, that's super weird. Like, what's going on there? But the funny thing is, if you now go down to Ecuador and you look up the Lamanar artifact collection, the Lamanar artifacts, very mysterious artifacts, they were found in a tunnel system in the Ecuadorian jungle. By gold miners, basically were prospecting for gold, found a collection of like hundreds of weird artifacts. Now, amongst those, there are a number, particularly there's a set of cups where you've got 12 cups and a 13th larger cup. So they said it's the exact amount of fluid from the 12 cups fills the bigger cup. They all have on them a dot and bar number system, almost identical to the Olmec and Maya system, and embedded in them is magnets. And so it's like, but hang on, what the hell is that doing down there? Because this looks like Olmec shit, right? But that's not really been picked up, this connection that there is. It seems like there's an early culture that is in Ecuador and in Central America, and that what we call the Olmecs. And again, I think and if you look in Ecuador, the earliest remnants of humans found in caves and stuff there are the same type as are found in Brazil. These are what they call the Lagoa Santa. And again, if you're following this topic, you probably know the Lagoa Santa, these early sites down Lagoa Santa in Brazil, where they found Australoid type humans. Well, Lagoa Santa type people are found in cave sites in Ecuador. And now you find these Olmec system there. And then you find obviously up the same system up at the Olmecs in Central America. Who are these original Olmecs with these very African looking kind of faces? Again, like I said earlier, I would suggest these are the Aboriginal people. But these are the first Americans. And that these Olmec heads were almost certainly old when the Olmec found them. But the thing is, you think about it, when the Olmec civilization was buried, anything they found from an older civilization was in the same layer as them because they revered it. And so it was just put as Olmec. But you look at other Olmec art pieces and look at the faces. They look like just regular South American people. And then you've got these other faces that don't look like them. That's not to say there aren't people that look kind of like these people, because their genetics is in Central America. So you get people that have a kind of African or Australoid look. That's not surprising if their ancestors have some of these people in it, right? And then, like I said, we know in the Brazilian jungle, these isolated tribes have got direct ancestry to Papuan people. So when you start to unravel that story and you think about it, and then you've got the feathered serpent, and the feathered serpent, the oldest story of the feathered serpent is without any argument is amongst the Aboriginal people. that the rainbow serpent has 2 feathers by his neck. He's got 2 feathers just under his head. And you go away and have a look at that, and you see it on a serpent mound. And so that story evolves, and you get Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, and it becomes a motif that we see almost everywhere. But without any argument, the oldest representations of the rainbow serpent and the feathered serpent are with Aboriginal people. So what if they are not the first people? If they are not taking this story out to the world, how are we going to explain that their exact iconography is turning up in South America, is turning up in in the Middle East? We're really going to say these people just all guessed on the same iconography? That they just, oh, I know, I'll just make a snake with 2 feathers coming out, and then someone else thinks it. We've got to stop being. Some of the mainstream anthropologists will say this. They'll say that, well, we're all humans, we can think of the same stuff. Like, I had an argument with I think it's Jens Copper, whatever, one of the main anthropologists at Göbekli Tepe, touching on Göbekli Tepe, because where I was saying that there's Aboriginal art there. Do you know, it's really absurd situation where basically they replied on the Tepe Telegram blog, saying that, my stupid theory, basically, because there's a symbol that's on one of the statues, and how to explain it? It looks a bit like an H in a kind of a elongated circle, kind of, so it's like lips, right? And I said, well, it's an Aboriginal symbol. And you can see a picture of it drawn onto an Aboriginal elder. And they said, oh, it's absurd because that one's got 2 lines on it different. You think like, really? That made it absurd because it had 2 lines different on it? It's like saying that you see the word cat and somewhere else you just saw C and a T and a space in the middle. Well, there's no relation because that one's just got a space in the middle. You think like, but obviously it kind of very similar, isn't it? But that's the thinking. Anything to not go with this idea that maybe these cultures are spreading out, because you know why? They're all scared of the Atlantis story. They're all scared to get told that they're going back to, because they came up with these ideas in the first place. The idea that there was a singular, like, special white race or whatever that went out and it populated the world, and that kind of frightens the anthropologists that they get linked into that again, especially now when we are like super sensitive to this stuff. So they will not touch on the idea of proto-culture that spreads out around the world because they see that as being back to the Atlantis story and this idea that, oh, all these indigenous people, were taught by some proto-Aryans or something. But that's not what we're saying. But, in fact, the ironic thing is I'm talking about black people, for God's sake, I've had people write on my book, reviews saying that I was a racist, that I must be an extremist racist because I was saying that Africa wasn't the home. I was like, have you even fucking read the intro? It's like Aboriginal black people. I mean, so, it's like, but people assume they triggered straight away. They think like you're questioning this, the story that it's South Africa, and you must be a racist, and you must be Atlantic. Do you know what I mean, mate?
Yeah,
so you can't help but trigger people because they have this model in their head, and there's certain topics. If you touch on even the idea of it spreading out from somewhere, that you're some Nazi.
Yeah, no, the people there's always a perceptual set that's going to be hating on you, okay? Like there's always at least one, if not a lot, if you're over the target. Just because we're talking about
Sure.
Aboriginals, I'm going to come to you, Eileen, in just a second, but like back so there was like the Dogon tribe. This is in outside of like Timbuktu in Africa. And this, like, over for more than 700 years, this group had been, talking about information that they presumably couldn't have because our scientists just like recently came upon it. And so they knew about the star Sirius in extreme detail. So the Sirius is like, well, you guys already know that the constellation or whatever. And so a whole team of researchers went out there and basically, wanted to know how they were able to get this information. And what they had said were like, do you know this? Have you heard this before? I don't know
Yeah.
if you've, oh, you did know about it? And so, okay, well, I don't want to go into it too much, but I just thought it was really interesting that, again, it's another Aboriginal tribe that is discovering all these things before that we even, knew about it. But it is quite interesting, and perhaps we'll save that for my Monday night space that you're going to do with me, right? Hopefully, but yeah, we'll
Yeah.
elaborate more on it.
The
But
dolphin people
Eileen,
told him, right?
sorry?
The,
Yeah, so dolphin, so it's like these half human dolphin, like, look, I don't know, okay, but I'm just saying that that's what they're saying, and
Well,
I know that dolphins are extremely intelligent. They have the frequency thing going on. It's just very interesting to me.
well,
What were you gonna
tying
say?
into that, here's an interesting one for you.
And then we're coming to you, Eileen, right when he's done, when he ties into
the dolphin aspect. I don't know if you noticed, but the Seven Sisters, again, when they're portrayed in some of the Aboriginal cultures, they're portrayed as mermaids. That their lower part of the body is essentially a dolphin, right? You also find, if you go to Mecca, that site where the black cube is at Mecca, the older religions in that area said that that was the site connected to the Seven Sisters, and that they were water spirits, and that there was like a spring or something there. There's an older, like, pagan tradition there. And then that site, which is to do with the Pleiades, the Seven Sisters, these mer people, also, if you look at the black, the black cube, everyone will know that you've got in the black cube in one corner, you have the black stone, right? And when people go to Mecca, they circle it seven times, the seven stars, right? So, and then they kiss the black stone, right? What is the black stone? Well, the current leading hypothesis, because again, you're not allowed to take them out and study them. It's unthinkable, right? But the leading hypothesis is they appear to be probably some kind of debris from either an asteroid or something like that, or a tektite type thing, right? And if you listen to the story of it, the actual story around the black stone is that it was carried from the heavens by the angels in the creation time of Adam and Eve, and that when in this event it was turned from white to black, absorbing the sins, the craft in the story is said to be white on the inside, explodes, and you're left with this black glass. Now that story, again, at the creation time of Adam and Eve, the creation of humans, that story that they telling in those Islamic traditions parallels this alien contact story, that these angels that they brought this material from the heavens at the time of Adam and Eve and the creation of humans, and that this black stone is cosmic material. And you look at it and it looks like Australasian tektite, and it's there in the corner, and you got to circle seven times for the seven stars, and it's at a site with an older tradition of the Pleiades Seven Sisters. So these stories, again, they're flowing out from somewhere, because you're getting the parallels even in sort of the proto-Islamic faith, who probably don't even know why that black stone is sacred, or why the Mecca had to be at that site and all that. You know what I mean? But these stories are awfully reminiscent of this original story.
Very interesting. I did not know that. I just wow, I did not know that. I mean, I knew about I always I thought it was a mystery just about the cube that was there. That's crazy. Eileen, you are so patient. I love you. I appreciate you so much. Go ahead and jump in, and then we're gonna go to Keon right after that. Go ahead, honey.
Hi. So the first thing I want to say is, Bruce, I don't know if you recognize you're with some of the most curious people on the platform. I can assure you of that. Two, I just want to give you a glass of water and a big chair to get you comfortable. You're absolutely fascinating. Your depth and breadth of knowledge is astounding. You did say something about the Middle East. One, I just missed it, and I apologize for missing it. I would love to hear some more about it. Two, there was some back and forth conversation about interbreeding and reproductive isolation. Can you talk a little bit about that and the junctures at which and when they happened, if you wish to do so? If not, I will continue to listen, I promise.
Sure. Yeah. So we're saying with the Middle East connection there was with Mecca, that the black stone being potentially Australasian tektite, which again from the beginning of the talk I was saying the Australasian tektite, I argue, is debris from an alien ship, and that this alien ship carried the engineers who engineered humanity. So it's funny that you find a story there of this black stone in Mecca, which they say is from the cosmos, came down with the angels at the creation time of Adam and Eve, and is associated with the story of the creation of the first humans. So, and this material, you can't be tested, but it looks awfully like Australasian tektite. And like I say, that the current hypothesis is it's some kind of cosmic debris, that it's either asteroid debris or tektite, but nobody can analyze it, because you'd be like murdered by so many people if you tried to pull imagine. So it can't be tested, but that story definitely. And the other thing they said is that that the stone was sentient or something, it was alive. And again, that's kind of weird, because if I'm talking about an AI living ship, the stone was alive and that it was sentient. So it's kind of funny that they have that in their tradition, the idea this stone was somehow could talk, right? The black stone could talk. So again, you look at these stories that seem to have filled, and again, like I said about the thing about the mermaids, the seven sisters are sometimes portrayed as mermaids. So when you get those stories like with the Dogon, that the mer people taught them, and also in Sumeria, you've got the seven wisdom keepers, and they seem to be associated with coming out of the sea and looking like fish people. Again, so those stories of fish people or dolphin people again link back to Aboriginal stories of the Pleiades and the seven sisters, who are often depicted as being part dolphin, half dolphin. And again, of course, you get, again, this is another motif around the world, the mer people. You can go to South America and they got mer people. You can go to Africa, they got mer people. So some of these stories have flowed out from somewhere. Like, this thing is that we're not allowed to say it like it's taboo to say. This stuff has flowed out from some proto culture because it's like freaking everywhere, and it's ancient, right? The other thing you were saying there about the
Can I ask you a cube question about the cube? Do people do they meditate? And when you said that they think the stone can talk, is that something? Have you ever heard stories of people when they're doing the symbols that they have like intrusive thinking? Or I'm wondering if this is some sort of like a remote communication, AI sort of thing. Any stories we've ever heard about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you that, and then I'll come back to the other thing about the isolated population. Just very quickly, that tektites in general, like I think that there's about 5 kinds of tektites, right? I believe that any of them you can tune into and get information, right? So I know people who have meditated with Australasian tektites. Aboriginal people say that the tektites are magical, and sometimes they swallow them to get power, or they use them in healing or harm. They use them as magic totems. But also, you'll probably some of you be familiar with moldavite. Moldavite is also a tektite. Moldavite is very well known in esoteric circles particularly because people who hold it often say they have cosmic visions, or they feel very powerful sensations when they hold it. But a lot of the time, what they see is outer space and aliens and stuff like that. I actually argue that all tektites are probably of alien origin. That there's only 5 kinds. They're super rare. Nobody really understands the formation of tektites. Anyone who just says, "Oh, it's from impacts," it's way more complicated. And again, as a side thing, I know I do this all the time, but people will be familiar with the Tunguska event, 1907, and something blew up over the Tunguska forests, destroyed hundreds of kilometers of forest. But the people who saw it, a lot of them said it was cylindrical, that this thing flew in and it seemed to be having trouble, and then it exploded. So there's been for a long time some speculation it was alien craft. A few years ago, a geologist who had found things in that area was featured in the Siberian Times. If you look it up, you'll see they'd found this really weird crystal. She thought some sort of emerald or something. It's just been in a fish tank for years. You know how these things happen. And so she then gets it looked at, and she said, and the thing it was most similar to was tektites. I was like, oh, here we go. So it seems like these craft are made of silica, this living silica material that is tektite like. So you find that this same tektite is probably in Mecca, it's fallen from the sky over the Tunguska, the mysterious Tunguska event. It's found at the mysterious Australasian strewn field. This tektite is very weird, and I think that anyone who is intuitive can buy a pieces of tektite, hold them, meditate with them, and potentially see things. So I would just say that, if that's something that you work with, then do try meditating with different tektites. I say there's a few kinds, and you can order them online from, geological wholesalers or whatever, that sell meteorites and stuff. You should be able to get pieces. We'll say if
Okay,
you're
I
gonna,
need some of those names, Bruce, please. I'll
get definitely
for sure.
moldavite and Australasian tektite. Australasian tektite, just very quickly say, if you're going to buy it, you're better off buying pieces from like Asia than the Australian ones, because they're quite expensive. But if you look for just tektite, like say Chinese tektite or Thai tektite, stuff like that, they have, it's the same debris field, but it's just cheaper to get it from dealers from Asia than it is from the Australian ones. And, in the US, you can find people that were selling all the kinds. But if you buy the tektite buttons, these cost like £40,000. I mean, the ones that look like a nose cone, those are super expensive. The normal chunks you can get for a few dollars.
No, let's crowdfund it,
Right.
dude.
Well,
Come on.
the normal chunks,
Crowdfund
a few
it.
dollars. I mean, they're not very expensive, but do not try and get a tektite button unless you are minted, because those are really rare. The other thing, sorry, I should come back to you, is we were saying about the other question was about.
It was about the reproductive isolation versus interbreeding. You were talking. So I apologize. I didn't understand the stages. I do, to some degree, comprehend what you're saying in terms of like the land masses were attached and so forth. And then there's this component where the natural selection where they're You know what I'm asking. I feel like you know what I'm asking. Please go ahead. I'm going to be quiet and listen to you.
Yeah. So obviously, like when you have a population, like we talked about earlier on, where the beginnings of humanity, if I'm arguing there in Australia, that there are effects of being isolated anyway. So like if you have two populations that split away, so let's just say, two groups of, even modern humans, if you separate them and they are kept insular for tens of thousands of years, they will be different, when they meet again, because you'll get, in fact, you'll get more genetic variance though within a group than between groups. It's kind of interesting. So, but you will get, over time, you'll get changes. So and the smaller the population as well, of course, you're going to get like mutations and stuff that, from interbreeding. So sometimes when you have these kind of splinter groups, then yes, evolution in some respects can be accelerated by having people cut off from each other. But so when that happens, you do see like evidence of bottlenecks in the DNA. And like we were saying earlier on, that there's evidence of a bottleneck event around about 900,000 years ago with these people, which I suggest is the people being in Australia. One of the things about being cut off in Australia as well is that just because the flora and fauna environment of Australia is different to the rest of the world, that itself also would have encouraged a different level of natural selection and adaptation, because it's like a totally new environment compared to Eurasia and Africa. So, I mean, there's an argument for some of the changes that you see in these early people, not just because they've been engineered, but because of the actual environment they're in and because they're cut off. So you've got these kind of three factors at work: isolation from the bigger population, that has effects on evolution. The flora, fauna, and environment and climate that you're in, that will have adaptive changes for you. And then third, obviously, I'm suggesting is actual engineering. But so all three of those will have effects on changing a population.
Thank you very kindly, Bruce. Thank you, Ms.
Yeah. Yes, that's the one. Awesome. Thank you, Eileen. Okay. You know what, Keon, you have been super patient. Thank you so much. I gotta give a shout out to my bro. Patriot Storm is in the building. Hi, I'm so glad you made it. And you already know your guest co-host to just ask questions when you want to. Go ahead, Keon.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Maze. Hi,
patient.
Maze. Hey, Bruce. Hey,
Hi.
Mike, Destiny, Rachel, the whole crew. How y'all doing?
Good, good, good. Keon, are you there?
Yep, I hear you. Thank you so much for the mic. And yeah, I wanted to ask Bruce a question. So, based on what you're saying, like, are you basically saying that human beings are some sort of property?
Yeah, that is a good question, because there's a guy, I don't know if anyone follows Ethical Skeptic on Twitter, but anyway, he's done a lot of really great stuff to do with the jabs and all sorts of stuff. But anyway, he has some really good articles on that. He says, so if you think about it, if DNA is actually technology, which again is what I think, and he kind of tends to, I think he's thinking that, because when you see this evidence that it looks like it's structured, well, we know that certainly in our culture, we have patents on biotech, right? So then that raises a big question mark. Does somebody consider us property? Because if there is a seeder of worlds, right, that just goes around seeding DNA, is there a marker in that DNA that says property of the Galactic Federation? Do you know what I mean? Like, how would we know? So maybe they, in the same way that we would say, well, I've bred this pig and I've engineered it and it's mine, I've patented its genome, and that somewhere out there, Zarg, is sitting there saying, well, those humans are mine and you can't have any because I've got the uncontested galactic legal rights to them, because look, there's the signature in their DNA. Who knows? I mean, I think it's a weird, it's a weird thing to ponder, that maybe someone genuinely, some being genuinely does think, I engineered the DNA code, therefore any life that emerges on any world from that code is my property. I have wondered that. I don't know. It's not in the information that I've been, working on. They don't say that. None of the, that's definitely not in the transmission stuff saying that, that we belong to anyone. But yeah, it's definitely something that, people have theorized. If you look at like Charles Fort, he's got that famous quote that, he had concluded that we are property. So basically that he believed that, he was like the first real kind of mysteries researcher. And although he wasn't super focused on aliens, he eventually came to the conclusion. He said that he believed this world had been fought over in the past, and that somebody had taken ownership, all others fought off, and that we are property, and that essentially Earth was a farm. And that was the conclusion. So he was kind of the first real mystery researcher, and he eventually came to the conclusion that we are, in some way, have been, this planet is under control of somebody who has taken ownership, and that they own us in some sense. Like, I mean, now I would say on a soul level, okay, because I'm metaphysical with it as well. I don't really, and even if you said there's some kind of actual cosmic law that's true, my soul is not engineered by your DNA, right? So I would still argue and say, well, perhaps you own, in some sense, my code, but I am not that code. So, like, it depends how you look at that. I would not in any way respect that, because I would say, well, sorry, I incarnated from wherever, from the other or whatever, and whatever. And even if you kill me, I would just go somewhere else, because I'm not that body. So whatever.
So your divinity obviously didn't come from their code, but did
No.
you listen to Greg Braden, how he said that they found as like kind of the intro to all DNA of humans, there's like this kind of encoded message of sorts, and I don't want to paraphrase it incorrectly, but something along the lines of that it had something to do with God. Have you heard of that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I have. I think he's got a book about it, hasn't he? About the something like I don't know the name, but like the God
Yeah,
code.
they did all this research, and it was very interesting. I like Greg Braden. I don't know what you think of him, but I found him to be pretty.
I made a sort of vague attempt to reach out to him, because the thing is, he has got facts wrong when he talks about, he does talk about this evidence of engineering, and he does mention like chromosome 2 and stuff. But like, for example, he has his dates totally wrong. He says like it's like 200,000 years ago, and there's like other aspects of what he's saying that are just like totally wrong. So it's not that I mean, I don't like to be sort of too argumentative with people. If I could, I would have a conversation and say, well, look, Greg, I agree with you on the premise that we've been engineering, but I think you need to just look at some of these problems that what you're saying, because 200,000 years ago, we've already got Neanderthals, dinosaurs, everyone's already been around. They've all got large brains. We've split off from other humans at that time, so clearly whatever happened wasn't 200,000 years ago, right? It has to be way, way older. And like the evidence, like I said earlier, the evidence is that the split is at 780,000 years ago. So it's not that Greg's like the concept is right, but some of the stuff he's saying about the actual science underlying it doesn't stack up. And that's the problem with, again, with a lot of people in the ancient aliens kind of space who will make similar kind of claims, is that they don't have the depth of scientific knowledge to back it up. And that's why they get kind of, easily attacked by cynics or laughed at by scientists and stuff, because those people know the errors, right? And it's, again, like I said, if I stand up and I give a talk on this, I don't know who's in the audience. There can easily be a molecular biologist or someone sitting there, right, who thinks, I'm going to rip this guy a new one. So
Right.
you've got to kind of know your stuff.
That with you too. Like, I feel like you're your shit, and you're very, very what's the word? I think like your integrity and your work mean more to you than like basically lying to make your work.
Right, to make money.
So
I'm
but the
sure I
thing
could have
is
done it,
that
mate.
they
I could have
haven't.
made money
A
instead.
lot of people aren't. I feel like your work should get a lot more attention than it's getting, and I mean, it's just. But for some reason, just like even with physics and science, like we know that there's a huge resistance to, like disproving a theory that a whole bunch of other theories are based on, because it has to undo so much. But yeah, I just think that there's a possibility of that, and with along with a lot of other things, but yeah, you can go ahead and respond, and then we'll go to Jenny for her to
Well,
go back.
speaking to that very quickly, mate, what you're just saying. I mean, look, recently, anyone knows Alex at Skeptico podcast, but he's a sort of supporter and fan of my work. But he was saying, look, Bruce, someone should have told you at the beginning, really, you're taking like a vow of poverty with this, because you're unlikely to get big book sales or money out of this or anything, especially because you are doing it. It's just research, trying to put the information out. It's not packaged as a special Gaia. I haven't got like a website with videos or any money thing. So he said, look, really, you're almost like a vow of poverty doing this, because you're putting all this time in. There's not really any return. There's very little hope of any return. And I'm totally reliant on basically mainly between my wife, when she can, covering everything. She's not been that well, so we have difficulties or donations. And I've had a couple of people that followed my work who have helped me. Otherwise, honestly, there's times I'm like, why am I even doing this? Because like realistically, in the same amount of time, I could have been economically successful. And like people kindly said, I know what stuff. I could have put that to something that would have been like economically, because I'm not, not an idiot. So I know that. So I could have obviously just stayed in a mainstream career or gone into the sciences, quite frankly, and just thought I'll just cash in like everyone else, because it isn't very thankful. And unless you're a really good self promoter and you're all about, saying that story that's gonna get you the money or whatever, or changing the story to focuses more on getting the community to support you. And like you've probably seen, Maze, I do like you said, I do spoil some of your stuff, but I do it to other people. And obviously it makes you a bit unpopular, because then I'm criticizing some of the popular stuff in the alien and UFO space. So then people are like, oh, he's a debunker, he's an asshole, or he's not supporting Lula Zondo enough, or you have all that stuff going on.
But I feel like it's people like you and I that and many others that I've been, I had a privilege to meet on this app. It's that integrity, the allegiance being to truth is so important to me. Like with every conspiracy theory and whatever that I go down, and I only try to go and bring back what's real, separate it from what's fake. So I make sure that my audience can walk out of here and feel like, you know what? And let's just say I don't have everything as facts. I'll parse it that way. I'll parse it that this is speculation based on these facts, but it's super important. So I appreciate what you're doing. I think that it's very honorable. And I know that a lot of people probably give you hell because it somewhat maybe deflates some potential, like, I don't know, things that people are invested in one
Sure.
way or another. So, but
Sure.
it's okay. Like, to be
Mhm.
honest with you, I think that further down the line, they will appreciate you. I even hold my friends accountable on this app. Like, I make sure that I let them know, like, I don't know, that was debunked. And I make sure that they're, like at least doing their due diligence, because and I want people to do that to me too. Everything's on the chopping block, so I appreciate that. That's why today was such a special, I really I'm glad and honored that you're coming and explaining all this to us. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have more spaces, because I highly doubt we'll get to everything. And by the way, guys, on Monday I'm doing UFO Twitter Week, and Bruce said that he would co-host with me. So I hope you guys come. We're going to be talking about crop circles, hybrids, and Anunnaki. And MV is the Anunnaki queen. So yeah, it's going to be amazing. And so with that being said, did you want to go to the next hand, or did you want to comment on that before we go to Jenny about the Gobekli Tepe?
Well, first I'll just say, thank you very much for what you said there, and obviously for the people that have been very supportive, listening, and that, recognizing that, it takes a lot of time and effort to put all these things together. I'm not going to sort of pretend, it's years and years and years and years of reading all kinds of obscure stuff, listening to all kinds of stuff, to become essentially, I guess, the human version of a database of weird stuff, which, like, obviously is not everyone's dream in life. So, I mean, and it's obviously, it's not like a career where you get loads of money. Like, don't get me wrong, I would love Netflix to do a documentary and pay me like 100 grand or something, and be able to live off of my work properly, and not be reliant on community donations and stuff. Like, obviously, I would rather that. I'm not going to say that I love being financially challenged. Who does, right? So,
Well,
I'm not going to
Bruce,
say if I couldn't have a deal doing it, I'd
I
do it.
just purchased your books.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it does all help. And again, and obviously, if someone is so wealthy that they feel that they want to donate something towards my project, obviously that's cool. Like I said, I've been fortunate to have two people that have done that, where they've given me some amount, which has been able to basically keep me able to do my work, to be perfectly honest, because otherwise I just couldn't really. So yeah, I am independently funded. Also, I should say I have a website about this project, which is alientechnosignatures.com. And so obviously people want to contact me through that. And again, not to go back towards the money thing, but yeah, it does have a thing on there, saying if people want to donate. So if you know someone who is
But
into this
people
stuff, is
should. You
wealthy,
shouldn't feel
whatever.
weird about asking. Sorry, I'm going to cut you off on this
Yeah,
one,
I don't
because let
really
me
like.
tell you why. People pay for yoga classes. They pay for the most fucking silly, like, whatever shit. But yet they want to know the truth. They like literally will come and listen to everything. But the minute somebody has like a
Mhm.
buy me a coffee or whatever, then they're a grifter. And it's like, you know
Yeah.
what?
Right.
If
Yeah.
you want people to go out there and, do this on their spare fucking time while they're still trying to make ends meet, it's just like we need to, as a society, give our, energy currency towards the things that are actually advancing us and being able to uncover much of the information that's either suppressed or, yet to really make it to mainstream. So I appreciate that, and I'm going to tell people, if you want to, where do they go, Bruce? Tell them where to go.
Yeah, so I mean, at the moment for this project, alientechnosignatures.com, I do need to add more stuff on there, but that's the main portal kind of for the aliens kind of project. Obviously, I do have my 2 books on Amazon, or you can probably find them on Amazon and other places, wherever you'll ask your local bookshop type thing. I doubt they got them on the shelves, but you can probably get them ordered in. The Out of Africa book, to be honest, I get more from that because it's self-published. So like if you buy that, that's really cool because you get like obviously much more than with the publisher, which the other one, the publisher, you get like 10% or whatever it is, or 5%. It's like it's pretty small. So anyone who thinks you get a lot of money out of books with publishers, like say, I'll be honest, I regretted publishing with my publisher because like you're actually better off, most authors, you're better off self-publishing. That's just the reality of it. So like people say I've got a book deal, yeah, but you're going to get like 5% or something of each book sold, whereas if you sell your own book, you're going to get 60% or something, right? And Amazon's going to take their bit. So to be perfectly honest, it's kind of, yeah, unless you're going to have like New York Times bestseller or HarperCollins pushing your book, like most of the time I don't think it works out for authors, that really the publishers just scoops or whatever money is involved. It's sad. I don't want to get tricked into financial, but that is part of the reality. So I mean Patreon and stuff is cool. I do have a Patreon. I think it has $20 of Patreon people on there. So I mean that is partly my fault because I haven't used it in the way that other people use Patreon, where they really make sure their content are going on there, and are pushing their Patreon. So I mean I think if I'd started doing that probably 10 years ago, maybe I would have got to a point where I was funded by Patreon, like other people have done that. And I get that's partly my own fault not using it properly, and not, again, you're saying using Buy Me a Coffee and not sort of putting those things more prominent. So I recognize I should have done that. I don't think it's too grifty to say, like you say, if you're putting all your hours into this stuff.
No, it's not too grifty. Matter of fact, people need to normalize this. This is why I'm saying it out loud. I even cut you off because I want people to start normalizing, supporting people like you, people who go out there and truly dedicate their life. And it's not like you're coming back with a bunch of bullshit. You've written books on this. You've put a lot of, time, effort, research. I mean, you're brilliant. And I think that we need to support people like you. I 100%. Will, I bought your books, the ones that I told you about, the ones that were in the nest, and I absolutely will support you. And I just want people to stop doing that. Like, okay, there are grifters, right?
Yeah,
But
sure.
we can't merge, like, it's just that the whole idea where people just begin to partition to that thought the minute that there's any type of like link to support. I think that's something we need to be conscious about and change. Within ourselves so that we can get more of this, which is what we want,
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
yeah.
and the thing is, I mean, just quick on that point, I don't know if it's too, but like Graham Hancock has said, because people see Graham Hancock and say, oh, he's so successful and he's done so well and he's made money. But he said, like in the early days, he said he was so close to bankruptcy several times doing this stuff that, it's not like overnight that he, had all this money or something. The guy's been doing it for 30
Same with
years.
Tesla.
Right. Yeah. It's not something you can just straight away, you do something alternative and different and everyone supports you. It's like what David Icke said. He used to go into empty rooms and talk to like 3 people in the back of a room, and like now he can fill a stadium. But that people see you now and say, what a grifter, or it's all about the money. But they don't see the 20 years where you were in a room with 4 people, like thinking I'm going to go bankrupt any day now. And like,
And
so
it's respecting the law of reciprocity. It's not like you're not offering something in exchange, and it's
Wait, Bruce,
valuable.
do you have access to him? What's his name? The one MV is dying to meet him. What's his name again?
Grant Hancock,
No,
I
it
spoke to
was the
him
other
years
one.
ago.
The Matrix guy. The
David
one.
Icke.
Yes. Do you have access to him by any chance?
I've filmed with Iconic with his sons, but I didn't meet David. I've only met his sons.
Oh my God. If you can give me access to his sons, listen, I am going to get this man for MV. Okay. Rain, snow, sleet, or shine. It is I'm telling you, I'm giving you my word now. It will happen. Okay. Because she
I would
is
love to meet him.
literally,
I would
she
love to.
tags him in like all the spaces like, David, can you please come in this space? It's
I
so
would love
cute.
to meet David Icke. Don't get me wrong, I would love to, because I've met Graham Hancock a few times. I haven't met David Icke. I've seen him at a presentation, but I didn't meet him. So I've only met his sons. But
He's come to Spaces a couple times.
Now that I think
Twice. He's
about it,
been,
I know who
yeah.
can get him. I know that I think about it.
Reptile.
yeah, Reptile can get
Yeah,
him.
I
Oh
spoke with
shit! Why
him.
didn't you tell me that, girl? Okay, done.
Yeah.
This
Okay,
was
so
recently, Maze. I spoke to Reptile last week and he said, MV, I promise I'll make it happen for you guys. So we'll see.
So he had did he already had his space with David Icke? He had a space coming up, didn't he? Maybe I missed it because he had David Icke coming on.
It's
didn't
coming up, Bruce. I
It's
think
coming
it's
up.
like in 2 weeks.
Yeah, Reptile's really cool. He's also kind of helped
wait,
promote some
hold
stuff.
up, Rachel. What did you? You since why? I sorry guys. I was a
Maze,
text
I meant to
message.
tell you because I
It's
spoke to
I'm
Reptile. I said,
the last to find out everything.
well, I
No, so
told
far.
Reptile, I said, Maze, Rachel, and we've been wanting to speak with David Icke. Can you make it happen? And he said, MV, I promise I will connect Maze and you guys to David Icke. That's what he said.
Okay, and I'm not promising I'll believe in the reptilian thing. I think it's my own mental block for my own purposes, but it's okay. I mean, he'll if anybody convinces me, it'll be him. Oh my God. Okay, guys. So let's get through some of these hands. I know they've been waiting forever. Go ahead, Jenny. I know you have an excellent question about Gobekli Tepe, and then we're going to tap in with May, and then we'll go to JP 100 and shout out to Tahum. Nice to see you, brother.
Cool.
Hey, Bruce, thanks so much again. And Maze, I keep spamming you. I was like a 3-year-old kid with chocolate cake today. And, Bruce, I really appreciate the hard work you do. And I want to remind you, and I think a lot of us think about this, is that if we were very wealthy, right, we wouldn't be doing something correct. I think one of the big lessons in this life is to do something for nothing. And that's when you get the good information. So I think that you've been blessed at the way that you are because you are focused more on truth instead of financial gain, which we watch so many people just, blow up and then die out. Yes. So I wanted two different things really quick. Teotihuacan, you mentioned the snake serpent, as well as the Teotihuacan, the pyramid itself is actually set up like the Pleiades. And not only that, it has the sacred geometry within the pyramid of the moon and like the linear, like the whole cosmic scale mathematically. It has those codes in it. So I found that kind of interesting because Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, is on all these pyramids. So that is cool. Not only that, but you brought up so many different things that I kept hearing, and that would really support your hypothesis of the northern movement of people from Australia, like 100%. And when it came to Gobekli Tepe, excuse me, Corsetti, I think, was banned out of there recently, and I'm really concerned, and I'm wondering how you feel about this, just being in the community you're in. Is the World Economic Forum having total access and control over this area? Because you mentioned Pillar 43, and if there's any sort of repetitious cataclysmic cycles, this location is a place where we could get a lot of astrological information to prevent or to survive any sort of cyclical change. So is anybody doing anything in your community about that? Is there something the public could do to where we actually have some say in these sites?
Yeah, with that situation again, because we're under the Turkish government, so it's really difficult because then you need to sort of have influence, through the Turkish government really to be able to make a difference, which I imagine the World Economic Forum do have, right? Like they have influence through other governments all over the place, and the sort of people that are in that are going to have influence and money. So obviously, yeah, you kind of need people with some sort of either I guess money or power that have influence with the Turkish authorities, and particularly with the
They're
ministry.
burying it right now.
Sorry?
They've decided to bury
Well,
it.
yeah, it's a weird situation because there's two ways to look at it. One thing I sort of understand, I know I've said this to Cassetti a bit, is that look, you do often find with large archaeological sites that they don't go to excavate all of it because we recognize that in the future people will have better technology to understand it, and we know that looking back, a lot of information was lost at archaeological sites because people didn't know what they were doing, right? They just were digging things up with shovels and just, like putting in the museum, not what it was, mislabeling, not dating, there was no genetic analysis, and that if those sites hadn't been fully excavated, today we could have dug up a portion and said, well, it's from this era, these things are made by this process, look, the DNA in the soil suggests. So like, I do get that, you don't necessarily want to dig up the whole thing, right? Because there is some truth to that, right? Also, the thing about excavating faster, the problem is you do have to go layer by layer, because to know where that artifact sits in the time of that culture, which is information we want, you have to then remove layer by layer, and it's a massive site, right? So the other question, not just about the influence, but is about how many people are actually there to do it, because then to speed it up, you'd sort of need like a massive team of archaeologists. Are there even enough archaeologists in the world that could be redirected to do that? Do you know what I mean? So because it is so specialist, I know that something feels like they could just dig it all up and we'll finally see what's on all the stones, and then we'll know the message. But like, in doing that, we would destroy like so much information. So I'm a bit split on that. I do think, yes, we should. I don't think we should be like planting olive trees over it and destroying it, right? So obviously there's somewhere in the middle is the truth, right? No, they shouldn't rebury and put olive trees and destroy it and hide stuff. But at the same time, I do understand that, yeah, they can't be going with a JCB digger, and just dig the whole thing up. So like, it's somewhere in the middle. And I'd like to see that in the middle thing happen, where there's definitely more of a focus to speed it along, certainly more of it, because it's massive. You can still leave some of it buried, like, it's pretty massive, right? There's loads of different sites of that culture. It's not just one. It's not just Göbekli Tepe. There's obviously they know now that there are several sites from that same culture. Some of those sites are older than Göbekli Tepe, so like at least a portion of each of those sites should be excavated, right? At least.
Thank you so much. And Mace, again, I want to hop off. I'm going to get out of here. I've picked your brain so much, but every single space you're ever in, I will be there. Like 100%. Thank you so much, Mace. Again, thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, Jenny. Make sure this will come on, it is on Monday. All right. So I believe the next person is May. Go ahead and jump in, and then we'll go to JP 100, and then we'll go from there.
Sure.
Okay. So I have a question.
I love your questions.
It's theoretical. So, like, is it theoretically possible for our DNA code to be modified by our mind? So, for example, instead of evolving throughout generations, we could focus our individual energy on accumulating more knowledge, like the crystallized IQ, the thing that can be changed and developed, so much so that we actually begin to see the world differently, and therefore the world is changing. Would that have the power, theoretically, to change DNA code sometime in the future with technology or something else?
Yeah, I would say that yes, because if you look at like the science of epigenetics, that what we're seeing is that the life experiences of the individual are altering the genetic material that is passed on to their offspring, so that what is included in those experiences and what can be passed on. I don't have an absolute answer, but we do know that the experiences of the individual are in some way changing the code, and not just for that individual, but for their offspring and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. So it's just, at least for several generations. So like, if, for example, you live through a famine, your system will try to deal with, the calorie deficiency and the other things, but your children will inherit a system that functions better with that calorie deficient situation, and they will still have that even if the famine is over. So we know that these traits carry on. Also, we know that there was an experiment done with sea snails. I don't know if I saw this. The RNA was taken from. They took sea snails that were shocked with electricity, and they do these wacky experiments, right? Monkeys with things in their brains. So they were doing these electrically in these sea snails, and they took RNA from the sea snails, put it into the other sea snail, and then it would respond to, what was it? It was like it would respond to the device that did it or something like that, but not you didn't need the shock anymore. It would just respond as though it had experienced these shocks and had the same kind of training as the electrocuted snail. So somehow the information was stored in the RNA and it could directly be taken from one snail to another, and it would have that information about how to respond to that stimulus. So clearly in some way it was getting encoded. Again, I suspect this is something to do with biophotons and light, and the encoding of information into light. DNA produces light, laser-like organized coherent light, biophotons. We know that biophotons and light can carry information. There seems to be a web of light at DNA level, which I think between organisms, not just in organisms, and it's probably all around you. You're probably in like a field of biophotonic information all the time. So that I think is also part of the story. So that somehow these experiences are getting passed on, and that you're changing, you're probably emitting some of this energy and this information to others. So I think there's wackier aspects to like how we change and how our code changes than just the old model of Darwinism. Like we're starting to see that is definitely is missing some chunks. Like epigenetics has been fundamentally showing that there's a chunk wrong there, because those changes are absolutely nothing to do with random mutation and natural selection. They're to do with how you lived your life and like where you lived and what you were doing compared to the person next to you, right? So yeah, absolutely, that is part of the story, that you are in some sense changing your code. So can we use, say, intentionality to rewrite the code? I mean, it would certainly start to feel like it, doesn't it? You start to get that sense that maybe I can make decisions about my thoughts, feelings, and thinking that will change my code and will be inherited by my offspring, and may even be radiating out from me in some weird way to other people in this light and changing them as well, right? So yeah. I think the story is definitely wackier than the old models tended to tell.
Thank you.
See, that was such
great.
a Joe Dispenza type of question. You know what I'm saying? I dig it. Listen, I love May's questions, Bruce. I swear, she's very I don't know. I just love it. Go ahead. Next, do you have another one?
Thank you, Mace. Yeah. So we could be changing our, that something is changing. We're clearly missing some aspect of the full picture. Otherwise, we wouldn't be asking questions, right? So I think that my question is just, what are the terms? Like, you have a bigger vocabulary and you've done more research. So what terms would I use if I wanted to research
aliens?
The connection between the mind and DNA and how we change and I guess the code. Someone commented that it was IV. He said that I've posted, where do we come from? And he said the RNA world hypothesis. I don't know. I've never heard of that, but is that a good thing to research? Do you know what that is?
I think it's the idea that RNA preceded DNA in the evolutionary ladder, if I remember rightly. But yeah, I would say, look, I think even basically like Joe Dispenza and stuff like, they do tackle some of this. I mean, there's another guy in there that tackles some of the ideas about rewriting your information. But yeah, if you look at, obviously look into your epigenetics, you look into definitely some books on mind, how the mind rewrites your biology. But yeah, Joe Dispenza, and there's a couple other people whose names are not jumping to me at the moment, but that you'll definitely, if you look into those topics, you'll certainly find there's a few books that are relevant to that. We definitely, I think, yes, we definitely look. There's they've shown that I think it's octopus can rewrite their own DNA. Right, I think there's a couple of other animals as well they found can do this. Can literally rewrite.
Octopus came from alien DNA. They came off of an asteroid into the ocean, and then they turned into an octopus.
That's what Professor Wickram Singer thinks. They had a paper out saying that they think the octopus could be aliens, but the octopus can rewrite its DNA. And so again, these are really big problems. Actually, the conventional model is in crisis. To be honest, I mean, there's a few things that have happened lately where the understanding of evolution is in a crisis, because they're starting to find all these things that have nothing to do with random mutations. So like, for example, the octopus rewriting its code is a super problem, right? Because like, hang on a minute, if it can just rewrite its code, so when you find it, you say, wow, this organ here developed because of its ancestor. No, it just made one because it wanted one. That's a problem. So if you're starting to realize that there's potential for creatures to rewrite their code, then you really have no idea the ancestry of certain traits or certain characteristics or organs that they have, because they've able to actually just rewrite their own code during one lifetime. And again, that also suggests something about DNA as real code, because that doesn't sound so much. And then when I said at the beginning, I said I think it's sentient, like AI biotech. I think that DNA itself is intelligent. I think it's may even be self-aware intelligence, and that so
That's fascinating.
that code, how is that code rewriting itself? You got to start thinking like, this is sounding wacky. It's not the octopus thinking, is it? It's not going to be the octopus thinks, I need to think to rewrite my arms. It's not that, is it? So what is doing that rewriting?
He might have wrote in 7 of them, or what is it, 6 of them? I don't
Yeah,
know.
he's like, I don't like all these arms. I'm going to have 7. So I don't think it's that, is it? So what is doing the thinking about changing the code? Is it the code doing the coding? You know what I mean? So I think it's more like that, like we're seeing now with AI tools and stuff. That they, I think that we're looking at something like the equivalent of biotechnical artificial intelligence, and that essentially also we are the expression of that biological intelligence mixed with, I would suggest, some kind of soul, but that there is an intelligence to the body, there's an intelligence to DNA, there's an inherent intelligence in it, and this idea that it's been mainly random mutation is BS. And apart from that, we know that mutation is error, right? It's error. It's copying problems, and like we know that generally speaking, whether in code or in music or whatever you like, errors are problems. They're noise. You don't want them. The noise is a problem. But what we're seeing is often is improvements, right? Is a gradual slew of improvement. That's not to say you don't get problems, but there's a gradual slew of, most of the time, changes are either neutral or, and mostly it seems to be that they're actually sort of positive. So there's this kind of weird incoherence to the model about all these, the evolution is all these problems and then some sort of, that is partly true, but I think we from my understanding, we're starting to see that there's big chunks in our understanding of how evolution works and that code, and it's no longer stacking up. Even jumping genes moving around, and there's all these other things that are happening that at the beginning they had just absolutely no idea about, but it's so dogmatic.
You mentioned the one thing that I thought was really, I've been thinking about a lot with the birth fertility rate crisis, birth depopulation crisis we're seeing, which, I mean, look at it however you like and decide for yourself. There's a bunch of data out there for the listeners, but I was talking to a friend of mine on here, Steffi. He said something to the effect of the book of Genesis and the story of Genesis and how Adam and Eve ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And this is basically like the Pandora's box that we opened, which is access to information and knowledge that is basically leading us to defy our own biology, like our own drive, natural, inherent drive to reproduce for some reason, which wouldn't make a whole lot of sense if this were, built on some sort of biological evolutionary structure or system. There's something more going on, because why would we create within ourselves something that would potentially lead to our own demise? So I think that's really very interesting, and there is a correlation between, I'm sorry to bring in IQ, but it's so interesting. There's a correlation between, like, higher IQ leads to less children. So I find that really interesting, that intelligence and knowledge and using logic and reason ends up leading to less children, less relationships, marriages, or just like this. There isn't a whole lot of logic in those decisions, and so the more information we accumulate and the more intelligence we have, the less we're going to want to do what is natural and biologically, like, driven. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there if you have any thoughts on that.
I got a question.
Have you watched Idiocracy?
Wait, what
No.
was it? I'm sorry.
The beginning of Idiocracy is basically, it's all about that, and it's like got the
Yes.
you've got like the sort, there was the middle class kind of wealthy couple, and they're like umming and ahhing about when to have children, and they need the career done, and then meanwhile the kind of the redneck guy in the caravan park has had like 400 children or so. It's like saying that that this just carries on for decades and decades until we end up with this like Idiocracy society where like all of the intelligent people have been phased out, and like everyone else had the children and they didn't. So obviously it's a kind of exaggeration of it, but there is some truth to that in it, because if you're doing well, like you start thinking about your pension and my career plan. But like if you're just getting like drunk and hanging out with your friends and having kids, and it is kind of some truth in it.
That's why I'm obsessed with this idea of recently extending life expectancy, because it would provide a new factor, a new it would change the trajectory, because it's an unanticipated factor in all of this. We couldn't have predicted that was going to help us out in this situation, and so if that were the case, everything would change. And so that's why I'm really interested in DNA and all that.
Yeah,
Very
life
nice.
extension is, you think of the philosophical kind of ramifications. If you knew that when you had children that you would be living on for another 500 years, and that so would they, like
Correct.
it changes the way you'd think about the needs or wants of reproduction in society straight away. And like
and
really
so
your
many other
kid would
things
be
too.
like an elder with you, it'd be like 20 years difference, but we're both 500 and something, so what's the difference at that point? So yeah, it really would totally change the dynamic of the idea of what does it even mean that they're your child if you're both like 500 years old or something,
Absolutely. Yeah, and the way that
All right, guys, we
the
do have a
moral.
lot of hands up.
Yes.
Just saying.
Sorry. Thank you, Bruce.
no
Thank you.
worries.
Made
No,
this
that's right.
lovely.
No, listen, I love listening to you guys. I just have to do my job, which is pass
Yes.
the mic around a little bit. But yeah, we'll definitely circle back. I believe so MV you go, and then is JP100, and then we'll go to Marwan. Shout out to you. Thanks for coming up, and glad JP's up here too. Go ahead, MV.
This is just too exciting. Okay. Bruce, I mean, you're speaking on so many talking points that we peruse in these spaces. You mentioned epigenetics. We had a space with Hit Slap, Maze, myself, and Turtle. And I brought up as epigenetics being a major factor in in the parameters that I think are not explored when it comes to IQ and how it affects people differently, epigenetically, as well as the idea of neuroplasticity. Can you tell us anything about that, especially in regard to your discussion with, humans on the earth and where they came from, et cetera, and Neanderthal?
Yeah, I mean, I think that our ability, for the brain to change again is reminiscent of, we talked before about changing your DNA. Is obviously we know also you can change your brain. You literally are reconfiguring your brain. So it does seem like we have these unbelievable adaptive qualities that are to do with what you decide to do. That you can actually reconfigure your brain in such a way that it starts to wiring so that it will make you better at that thing you do. But not only that, if you do that thing, but we know also that if you think about doing that thing, you can rewire your brain to do that thing better. So you can literally just sit and then like athletes do this, like they sit and they see themselves running and jumping and all this stuff, and it has not an equal effect, but it has a significant effect in terms of improving their abilities. So like it's quite wacky. So you also doing the thing changes your brain, thinking about doing the thing changes your brain, thinking about doing the thing and doing the thing is probably changing your DNA. So it is quite wild, that we seem to have these like really extraordinary, like in lifetime adaptive abilities. It's just not just about like our ancestry or whatever. It's a lot about what you do to you and how you communicate with your body and brain and stuff. So yeah, it's quite wacky. I mean, it tends, if whether or not that's to do with things that are engineered into us, well, we do know that, say, when I'm looking at this, the work I was suggesting, engineering of humans, that some of the traits that we see, like say what we see as autistic traits and things like that, and like savant traits and stuff, they do seem to tie into areas of the genome that I see as having been most like modified, that have given us genes that give us some of these specializations and changes. So like you see some people with idiot like savant syndrome and stuff like that, like some of these things that come out of like autism and Asperger's, but these seem to come from those same kind of areas. I think as well in these same modifications that have given us some of these kind of a bit like superpowers, but I think they also are connected to our intuitive capabilities and to intellectual capabilities. I think there's some of these areas it's like throwing out these skills, and not everyone will have the same skills, but it's almost like it's throwing out these test skills, and then the ones that do catch on, I guess you can say, then has a bit of filtering through success and reproductive success. But it does seem like that some of these areas are giving us some of these weird skills about how we can think differently and intuit things, and it's kind of interesting. So I mean, there's a whole plethora of things in the genome that we're starting to see that maybe to do with these weird sort of superpowers.
All right. Thank you for asking that, MV. Okay, JP 100, and then we'll go to Marwan. And if you guys can, I know everybody's been taking forever, but if we can just try to make the questions just to be able to move the mic around. We've been taking like 20 minutes per person, which is cool. I mean, I don't mind. I just at the same time, I think that people waiting might, or maybe they shouldn't. But go ahead, JP 100. And then how long do you have, Bruce? Just curious.
Probably can do an hour or something. I'll see how it goes, but yeah, something like an hour. I mean, I'll try and be quicker as well on the answer. I know, Maze, I'm terrible for going down side roads, so I'll try not to.
No, listen, I'm guilty of it too. I'm like nosy to want to know where you're going, and then I'm like, wait. We're because I mean, we are talking about genome, which is important. I can't wait to ask you my big question, which is I'll ask after we get through Marwan's question.
I
Go
know I
ahead,
veered
JP.
off aliens quite a bit, haven't I, as well? Which originally
Yeah,
was
man. I want to know how much of a hybrid we are. That's my big question. I want to know how much of me is an alien and what kind of alien. You said something about grays. I rebuke. I'm just kidding. But we'll get to that though. Go ahead, JP, and then we'll go to Marwan, and then we'll talk about that.
Okay, great. Maze, I have an agenda and I'm going to keep it, under 5 minutes. So I'm going to just kind of blurt it all out and
Jesus
then stop
Christ,
talking
5
at the
minutes.
beginning.
You always do this to me, JP100. Okay, as long as like you make sure points just quick and concise.
Yeah.
You don't have to
Yeah.
over
No, I
explain.
said
Okay.
under 5. Okay. So
I mean, normally it's 2 or 3, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so part 1 is I'm going to throw out some flowers. Part 2 is I got a couple of fast questions, and part 3 I'm just going to blurt out a few things that I've been curious about, and he can pick and choose whatever he wants to respond to. Okay, okay. First flowers, Maze. Great catch. You're like a hound dog with a scent, and you found a great bone to bring us Bruce. Thank you so much. Congrats.
Thank you.
Great catch. So, Bruce, you are fascinating in the sense that you're a unique combination of incredibly highly focused specialties, right? You got the wee woo side with the aliens. You got the hardcore sciences and genetics, and you've got a curious nature, and you've got the hell with conventional wisdom attitude. So you put that all together. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you so much for being you. Number 1. Number 2, I ordered 2 copies of your book, both paper and Kindle. It's fascinating. So is your wife your co-author? Is that your wife?
Yeah, so she's co-author on my book. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So my first question is, I see that you got Van Doniken to do your foreword. So how come you're not on with Giorgio and stuff? Is there some drama there and some bad blood in a nutshell?
So I was on Ancient Aliens for a bit. Without getting too much into it, yeah, we did have like a bit of a disagreement over some of the things that have been happening in the US in the last few years. And my opinions, which like he doesn't quite agree with, some of the like political and cultural and the COVID stuff and like some other things. So there was some things where we didn't agree on. I think after that, I wasn't invited onto the show anymore.
Yeah, I figured there was some drama there, some bad blood. Otherwise, that would be a natural home for you. It's so intuitive. But it was
the guys filming it. They said, and again, I'm not to blow smoke on my mouth or anything, but they said, you know what, we like filming with you because you just tell us the stuff. Everyone else is getting out these notes and they're Googling stuff, and we have to stop and film, and then they get the book out. And he said, like, you just literally just go through everything, you answer all our questions, and we're done. It's like you just know all the stuff. So I'm not saying, but they said, I didn't realize that. I sort of thought everyone's doing the same sort of thing as me. They're like, no, the other people got like all these notes and like having to look stuff up, and So it was kind of they said they quite liked me doing it, the producers.
Okay, great. So the other thing is I've let's take dogs, right? So you got the wolf, and then we've got whatever it is, 50 or 100 different dog breeds, right? So could a skeptic say, like, you look at Chihuahuas and poodles compared to Mastiffs and Great Danes and stuff, all that genetic diversity could be natural and stuff, versus CRISPR technology and editing the DNA file, et cetera, et cetera. So how there's a comeback there, right? So you want to respond to that, or you want me to blurt out 5 or 6 other things and you pick and choose?
Yeah, I mean, like with modern humans, I mean, obviously there's a lot of variance in the modern human population. We're all modern humans, but yes, some people do have obviously different DNA because of Neanderthals and stuff. In dogs, it is more specifically about, again, well, 2 things. First of all, you got to remember there's an intelligence behind the reshaping of dogs, us, right? Because we're doing the selective breeding. So yeah, if you have an intelligence in the mix,
great point.
You can certainly change the morphology of an animal through an intelligence interacting and doing things to it, right? So without even doing the genetic engineering, but that wouldn't have happened to the dogs without us. So do you know what I mean? So again, it still invokes an intelligence external to the dog.
Yeah, that's that. Okay, you just shot that completely to hell. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, the other thing is I've heard of moms talk about the Kaaba stone, saying, and I think they all kind of agree that it's extraterrestrial. I don't think that I think that's common wisdom even among Islamic scholars, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah, because they say it has a cosmic origin. Yeah, so in their view, it's come down from the heavens. So the fact that then academics also think it is some kind of cosmic relic does mesh, with the Islamic view that it is from the cosmos in some sense, or from the heavens.
Right. So that's not a radical concept at all. I think that's mainstream. But okay. All right. So okay. Now here's my other 5 or 6 things that I'm just going to blurt out quick, and you pick and choose whatever you like. And
sure.
Okay. So biblical giants, right? The Nephilim and the acronym, all the biblical giants, right? And then we've got those giant caskets in amongst the Egyptian, sites and stuff, with those gigantic caskets with 10 feet tall people. How does that factor into the whole genetic timeline of humanity, right? That's one thing. Another thing is you touched on South America and the Aborigines, and then of course you got the Asians, right? So the Amazonians and the Brazilian rainforest people, right? To this day, they're like a completely unique breed. I've actually been to the rainforest, and I've actually met the natives. I went on a trip to the Angel Falls, and I actually went in there, and these people are like totally unique among human beings on the planet, and much like the Aborigines. So how the hell did they connect across the ocean, right? And then on the other side of the same token, right, you've got the China and Japan, which is completely unique again. So how does that fold in? Okay, and last couple of things is oh gosh, I didn't write it down. I think I lost 1 or 2 of them.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
No worries. Yeah, that's cool. Thanks. Yeah. Sorry. Was there? I mean.
Well, I don't know if did you ask a question, because where are you at?
On the end of that one. So what would be your last question on that one? Sorry, just to clarify.
Okay. So
I think you forgot it.
No. Okay, no. The last, I did lose the last one. Maybe it'll come back to me in a moment. But the just touch on the South Americans. They're so unique, but they're very similar to the Aborigines. So how did they get there, and how did they stay so unique? And then again, Asia, with the Orientals being so unique in terms of humanity, how does that factor into your worldview?
Yeah, so I mean, with the people in America, so my understanding would be is you have at least 3 kind of source populations. So when you have the migration into what I would say to be the first migration into South America, which I'm saying is about, well, the first detectable modern human migration about 50,000 years ago, which I suggest is Aboriginal people coming from the southern ice sheets via Tierra del Fuego. So those people obviously would be Aboriginal type people. But then the migrations in through the north, those people are a mixed group of sort of deep Southeast Asians and a population of people living near Lake Baikal. And so what happens is as these kind of Southeast Asian people came up and migrated north, they interacted with the people of Lake Baikal. And those actually have really advanced culture for the time. They're one of the first to say, also going back 12, 15,000, 20,000 years ago, but they were quite advanced to their time with clothes, tools, the kind of things they had. But those people intermixed, and then they carried on up to the north and crossed. Well, some of them crossed over the Bering Bridge, but I mean, frankly, a lot of them are just sailing across in boats, and that's what they're starting to realize now is that these people have boats, and so you've got a blended population of these what are like kind of like Siberian-ish, Central Asian type people, and then these Southeast Asians, and they're coming over the north, and then you've got Aboriginal people to the south. So you've got a mixture of DNA, but I also would suggest that archaic hominins already reached the Americas, which shouldn't be wild to think, but you don't hear much about that. Is that, obviously there's the evidence of the tools of the mastodons site where they broke mastodon bones with stones. They go back before any of these modern humans were there. There's a number of sites that suggest people were in North America 50,000, 60,000 years ago, but there's also a few skulls that have been found that go back to potentially look like Homo erectus skulls, the ones I've seen, but they've not been very officially studied and talked about. But if you really think about it, why wouldn't Homo erectus have reached the Americas? Like they reached everywhere else in the world, even Flores in Indonesia. So why wouldn't any of these archaic hominins ended up in the Americas? So let's assume there is a population of them, which I think there was, just makes a lot of sense, that those people also would have mixed with some of the people coming in. So then you're starting to get a variance of ancestry, Aboriginal, maybe some archaic humans, these Southeast Asians, the Central Asians. So that's why I think in South America, you've got, kind of a unique looking people and a blend there of different types of people. And again, there's also the famous... was it Hualakalako site or whatever with Dean McIntyre, which some people might know, was the controversial site in Mexico where they found evidence of habitation 200,000 years ago and basically ruined the career of Dean McIntyre and all the archaeologists because it was too early and so therefore it couldn't exist. The geologists that were involved, they stuck to their guns and said, well, look, the dating on all the diatoms and everything we've done, it's the date. Like, we're not anthropologists. We're not going to argue about whether people were there, but the dating of your site is this. And then so the archaeologists basically said, well, yeah, obviously these people were here, and the academic community destroyed their careers. So I mean, so that really there was people there. There was people there 200,000, 300, probably a million years ago. So like that DNA also, you would think there'd be some traces of it. Again, probably Denisovans, Neanderthals. We had this wacky view, that none of these people got there, and it's like, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Like, if people can get to, like, again, if archaic hominins got to Flores, like a little island out in Southeast Ocean, a million years ago, like, why couldn't any of these people have just like wandered into America? You know what I mean? So this is the story we were told, but when you really question it in your mind, you think, yeah, that doesn't really make sense. And obviously they all had boats. That's the other thing, is that we always had to think they had to walk everywhere. So it's like, you look and you think, well, if they had to walk from Africa to Spain, it's a freaking long way. Yeah, but if you've got a boat, it's not, is it? Do you know what I mean? You can just see it. You just go straight across. And we're starting to understand that, use of watercraft goes back way earlier than was conventional. Well, it still really is controversial. But even the thing about Flores, there's a lot of academics will say that they think that people got washed away from Southeast Asia on a tidal wave and washed to Flores because they don't want to say they had boats. Like, and you think about that, how absurd is it to suggest that an adequate population of people arrived on the island from all being washed off of the beach in tidal waves and carried to an island together? Like, you really think about that? Can you imagine that as being a real scenario? So this is the kind of stuff we get thrown at us from the mainstream academia, stuff that, if you really think about it, is childlike thinking patches to put on, because they don't want to say, yeah, we got this totally wrong. Like, these people have got boats, they're just sailing around, and therefore all our models are BS, because, like, how do you plot the movement if they just got on a boat and sailed across? And, you know, it becomes so stupid. And again, if you go off the coast of South Africa, the islands down, not Madagascar, but you've got an island off the tip there, I forget what it's called, but they found tools there that are about 1 million years old as well. So people, and like, it was always deep ocean there. So, like, again, 1 million years ago, people sailed there. The Mediterranean, tools on islands 200,000 years ago or so. So when you start putting that in, and you think about these stories we get of these migrations, they just, you start to realize it was absurd, and these people just got in a little boat and they sailed there. I mean, it just takes like a few days, not generations of migrations. And, you know, we've just been, sold a lot of rubbish. Same as we touched on earlier when I said about Indonesia, they had deep sea fishing 40,000 years ago. If you had deep sea fishing 40,000 years ago, you've got ships within a few thousand years, haven't you? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it doesn't take tens of thousands of years for sailors to think, maybe we should make this boat a bit bigger, so like 20 of us can go in there, or, hey, well, why don't we just base design so it's a bit more seaworthy? Like 40,000 years, it's a lot of time, isn't it? So, like, the idea that there's been maritime civilizations and people sailing around the world is super obvious once you sort of factor that in, and the fact that people had to have sailed 1 million years ago to get to some of these islands. Like, so when the mainstream say, oh, there's no way that, there could have been this pre-Diluvian culture that sailed to South America taking ideas, and, sailed to, the Middle East or whatever, that they sort of poo-poo it. But now there's so much evidence showing early seafaring that it's kind of wild when you see people like, was it Flint the other day, was trying to contest this with Graham Hancock, the idea that
there's
said,
so much,
no
there's
boats
so much
on the
time.
seabed, like as if these boats from 40,000 years ago would still be lying there on the seabed.
Yeah, there's so much time for trial and error. And lastly, a bit about the biblical giants. And
oh, sorry, yeah. I did actually go on I was on a Science Channel hike to go and find giant bones in the Georgian Caucasus, because the site I investigated in the Ecuadorian Amazon in the Yanganatis, the people who found this megalithic structure there, they said it was a lost city of giants, and there was these like really big sort of hammer-looking tools. And then because that got into the press, I was invited to go to the Georgian Republic to go and look for giants there, which, like, if you know L.A. Marzulli, he's a big giants guy. He thinks that the Caucasus is like the home of the giants, the ancestral home of the biblical giants. There are stories there of biblical giants. The local people have stories of, the survivors of the Ark were there and all that stuff. And what they found on the top of this mountain was basically a burial of two giants, basically, but buried in a sitting position, facing each other in a crypt, this old ruined temple. And the bones had been found in an initial quest up to this place. People had taken it back to get analyzed. There's a scientist called Vescoa, who was like a top scientist in Georgia, who actually was involved in analyzing the Homo erectus bones that were found at Daninci, which you've never seen those 5 Homo erectus. So he's a really mainstream guy. He looked at it and he said, yeah, these are real, like, bones from people that were like 7 foot something tall. But then he died and nobody could find the
Check
bone.
the nest, because I got a picture of something like that.
Yeah, have a look. Yeah, and then unfortunately Vacua died, and the guy I met, the guys I was there with, they said, like, it's not conspiracy. People say, oh, he died and the bones went missing. They said the problem is, they said, this archive in this museum, they said, is freaking enormous, and we just don't know where he put it. They said, so it's not like people say, oh, these things get stolen. It's just they couldn't find it. So then they're doing a return mission back to this site to get more bones. But the problem is, when we got there, it turned out the Science Channel hadn't freaking arranged the digging permit, and we couldn't actually get the bones. It was really absurd. And then, but I'll just add a little bit on this because this is not in the show. This is in the Unexplained Files. And so, like, but these guys, when he says, oh, there's these other bones, and at this point, I was kind of pissed off. Like, you've gone a long way. I had to hike up a freaking mountain, I've gone to Georgia from Ecuador to do this. And then, like, you can't even do the dig. And so they go, oh, there's some other bones. And I'm thinking, what is it, some bloody fox bones? Are they just going to pull one on us now, because this has all gone wrong? And he takes us to this, like, it looks just like a rock, but you get closer and it's not just a rock, it's full of bones. But the weird thing was, the bones looked like they had been melted and they were at right angles and stuff, like in the rock, but they didn't look like they were broken. They looked like they were melted somehow, and that the whole rock was permeated with these bones. And they were like saying, yeah, and there's more stuff like this. And they took us to another area, and it was like the lip of a tunnel in the ground, but it was also made of this stone bone concrete. And look, honestly, it looked like human bones. I'm just saying, like some of it looks like bits of people's like freaking spines and stuff. And I'm thinking, what kind of people build with this? You know, you start thinking like giants and fallen angels. You know, you start thinking, well, what kind of people are building structures from human bones? Like, you know what I mean? So I don't know that they were actual like demons or fallen angels, but there was some weird people up on that hill. And the fact that there's two giants buried in the crypt, you know, and then you're seeing these stuff made out of bones. I'll be honest, it certainly wigged me out. I'm thinking, what is down in that crypt? And they said that where that lip of that tunnel was, they had like banged an iron bar, you know, on the ground, and they could hear there's a chamber. And the local farmers say that there's a story that in there is a giant buried in there inside the chamber, and that there's a local legend of it, and that whole area is a lost culture of giants. So I would love to see it properly excavated. It's one of the things in the back of my head. I'm always like, that needs to be done, because if that tomb, whatever is down that bones concrete tunnel, is going to be weird, isn't it? There's going to be something weird down there.
Okay, so Bruce, listen, hold on. I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna like after we hit like the 15-minute mark for each question, I'm just gonna just jump in and be like, all right,
Sorry, yeah.
no, I mean, I get it. It's fun to kind of go back and forth, but this is extremely long. We have to like maybe
Yeah.
just prioritize some of the most important points. But yeah, so JP, hopefully you got all your questions out. If not, just stick around and maybe we can make another circle around during the final thoughts section.
One last thing for everybody.
Oh my
Yes,
goodness gracious.
one last
Fine,
thing
fine,
for
fine. Go
everybody.
ahead. Good.
Hey, there's a couple of hundred people in this room. If Bruce doesn't have 200 new follows, there's something wrong with all of us.
Oh, you know what I
Thank
saw?
you.
Somebody said that the space is glitching, that there's a lot of people that can't get in here. And the space completely just like crashed 30 minutes in abruptly with like no warning, no connectivity issues or anything. So I don't know, maybe it was something in the title or something. I don't know. But usually like the title I found out actually has a whole lot more to do with space glitching than we thought originally. So
Right.
but thank you, JP, for reminding everybody. People can at least watch the replay. There was so much great information in here. Hopefully, we'll continue to build on this, Bruce, in future spaces. And I know that people have tons of questions for you that they probably didn't even get to ask. So, but yeah, thanks, JP, for that. I think Marwan, you're next, brother. Welcome. And I see Josh is here and Corliss. Welcome, guys. We're going to go to Marwan and then Josh and then Corliss.
Hey, thanks for letting me up. You're such a sweetheart. I have to catch a flight in like 2 hours, so I'm gonna ask this question. I'm gonna drop down, and it's really quick. So, you were talking with May earlier about evolution and how mental like might have an effect on it, and you know, I hear people all the time talk about like depression, like, and let's not even call it depression. Let's just say if you're upset all the time and you hate yourself and you're a negative person, your health will be affected. If you're grateful or like you have gratitude, your immune system will improve. I heard me and Maze talked about that yesterday. And so mental, you know, from my understanding, has a big effect on your body. And I would like to know a little bit more about that. And just so you guys know, all of this subject is like really foreign to me. It's like if you're in a Chinese restaurant and the menu is in Chinese. It's like you love Chinese food, you love all the people in the space, but you can't read Chinese, you know? So I hope you can speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, so I mean, do you want to boil it down into one question for me though? What would be your question on that specifically?
Like, okay, how much does your thoughts and your mental like environment, or like your your thoughts, like how
Yeah.
you mentally as a person, your mental health, how does that affect your
Yeah.
physical health? And like
Right.
is it on a evolutionary scale or just like immediately? I don't know.
I
Yeah.
think that's
I don't know,
kind
man.
of
I don't know how to
I
ask
unrelated.
think
the
that
question.
it comes back a bit to what we said earlier, isn't it, Maze? I think with the mixture of epigenetics and also the placebo effect, which obviously really is your mind controlling a lot of your physical health, which now we've got to a point where pretty much the medical world accepts that if you think yourself being better, you've got a much better chance than if you just take their tablets. You know what I mean? So there's a recognition now that your health is hugely related to your perception of your, of how you are, how you feel, and that the placebo effect is being leveraged now by doctors being told to kind of tell you more positive stuff, or at least not to tell you really negative stuff. Like, they found that they said, you'll be dead in like 3 weeks, that those people died like the next day and stuff. So you have to be much more careful about the information you give someone about their health, because there's a feedback loop, and obviously it's actually making you ill by believing you're ill and stuff like that. So you've got to be, so I'd say profoundly important. To what degree these things shape us, I don't know, but I mean, I'd say the importance is profound. Like that, yes, we can change our DNA in some way and pass it on. So if you're ever going to have children as well, you've got kind of responsibility. You think about that. If you haven't had children, but you're planning to, the fact that what you're doing, what you're thinking, you're going to be putting onto your children should make you also think, well, I need to up my game, because I'm literally going to, like, maybe my mind pollute my kids' minds or something, so it's kind of wacky to think that, that way you look at yourself, behave, and all that could not only influence you and how you change yourself, but change your children, and so how you feel of your health. So your thoughts controlling your health, and your thoughts and your behavior controlling your DNA. So I'd say it's, to what degree it's the controlling factor in who you are, I don't know, but I would say that those to me sound profound.
Awesome. Actually, I'm going to have more spaces on that. I fully intend to just kind of pull in the right people that can explain this as well. I'd love to have you there as well, Bruce.
Sure.
But my focus is changing. I think I've covered all of the, potential, like, if it goes, let's just say their way plan. And I now want to introduce people to the, the side of it, to where it's like, we haven't even tapped our potential as humans yet. We've literally been standardized, and our reality is pretty much shaped by a lot of the indoctrination and the limiting beliefs. We have so many limiting beliefs, and people like Joe Dispenza, people, and even science, like, going down to just understanding physics and quantum physics. Like, I just think that how you like perceive the world, and your like gratitude and these things, that has so much to do with I think the state of affairs. So with that being said, my content's going to be switching, just incorporating a lot more of that. So Marwan, definitely pull up for those. But you did for the most part, the first time you ever heard it last night, you definitely picked up on a lot, so good job. Okay, so Josh, jump in, and then we'll go to Corliss, and then we'll get final thoughts and wrap up. It's almost we have about like 25 minutes to 10, but then we'll definitely have more spaces in the future, Bruce. And if there's still anything else that you wanted to add, in terms of tonight's content, then by all means do that.
Sure.
Any time.
Hi, Joshua. How you doing?
No, I'm not too bad, Bruce. First of all, pleasure to speak to you again. I'll just jump straight into it. I've got a couple
Hold on,
of
Joshua.
questions.
Joshua, this and that. His name is Josh too. Just so you know, I was going to that, Josh. I pulled you up last. I decided to pull you up, even though just because I looked at your bio, and it looked like you were into human evolution. So if you can hang tight for me, Joshua, I'm gonna go to the other Josh, Corliss, and I'll circle back to you in just a couple minutes. Okay?
No,
Sorry
too
about
easy,
that.
mate. No worries.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Josh. Jump in.
That was awesome. So, Maze, thank you for giving me some time to speak. Bruce, I believe we agree on a lot of things. I don't even think it's a question. It might even be an agreement, depending on how you look at it. But you know that our chromosomes are very similar to chimpanzees. And you know our DNA is just a couple % off of chimpanzees. Now, you think that an advanced civilization may have been, I don't know, touched or altered by an advanced alien race, which, I mean, I think that might be a little bit true just because of what you were talking about in your book. And I'm a believer of cataclysms and previous resets that just happen, and I feel like a lot of these civilizations have known about these throughout their history, and I feel like these megalithic structures may have been built to maybe warn the future generations of humanity. Now, I don't know if you agree on that part, but I'm curious to pick your brain on how do you think they altered us? You know, like, if that makes sense, like how, like, a lot of people talk about psychedelics, but I'm more leaning towards something more technological. And do you, and this isn't necessarily bringing up like the Book of Enoch or Enki or Enlil or any of that stuff, but what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, to my view, and what I'm suggesting is, real genome editing at the level of the code, changing the code. I mean, also, I suspect that there was some splicing in of other material from potentially other organisms on Earth. We don't know. Look, we don't know if aliens have DNA, but I mean, if aliens have DNA, then yeah, certainly they could. There's a suggestion in the material that I'm working from that there is some sort of mixing of alien material, but I mean, it's really hard. I can't sort of say substantiate that because we have no samples of an alien. We have no way to even know if aliens have DNA. You know what I mean? So there's sometimes an assumption that, oh, aliens and humans could just mix, but we don't even know if they're DNA based, right? So that would be an impenetrable barrier to mixing, not just like a hard, but impenetrable if they're not even DNA based. But what it seems to me is that there is modification at the code level, so genome engineering, but also I think that some of what's called alien DNA in us, which is not space alien DNA, but DNA from other organisms and viruses. I think some of that may also be from the modification process, because you can also use like retroviruses and stuff to carry material across, like information across. We have a number of kind of like inert or dead retroviruses. We also have DNA from insects. We have DNA from plants. We have DNA from, actually, potentially we may have been mixed with pigs as well. There's a really interesting theory suggesting to look at that our ancestors include pigs as well as chimpanzees. And
Oh
there's a
my
lot.
goodness, MV told me about this shit. That's crazy.
It's crazy because
Yeah, it is
there's
crazy.
a number of traits that you don't find in any of the other primates, but that you find in humans and pigs only. And the weird thing about this, and I was saying to the guy, I think this professor. There's a guy anyway. You'll find him. He's on Twitter. The guy that writes about this. And anyway, but if you remember at the beginning of 2001: A Space Odyssey, the ape men are hanging out with those pig creatures. And I was like, that's kind
I
of
know
wacky.
exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, right in that first scene, isn't it? They were there with those pig creatures living together. And it's so weird because the guy's theory is that, that there was interbreeding between early, like, ancestral primates and a pig-like creature, and that's why we have a lot of the same traits as pigs that other primates don't have. It's
So
super wacky.
So do
But
you
then
think
that
it was
could
a
be done with
breeding?
engineering.
I'm sorry. Do you think it was a breeding thing, or do you think maybe it was like maybe a CRISPR like?
I think more that way, and I think that could also be the case with the pig DNA. Obviously, he doesn't. I did ask him, did he want to work with me on this, because I said like his work is overlapping of with hybridization and with his idea that it could be spliced in, but he's not really on board with the idea of being spliced. He just thinks it was just interbreeding, which is okay, fine, that's his take. But there's no particular reason to say that couldn't have been extracting material from pigs as well as other creatures, because if you're going to make the human, then you can do some of the changes with code, like modification, genetic engineering, but you can also, if you see traits in other organisms that you want, like we know we're doing it today, that you can take the DNA from the spider and put it in the sheep, and you get super hard wool and all this stuff. So like we can sort of do that. So like, are we going to think that more advanced genetic engineering aliens couldn't think of that as well? So I do suspect that yes, that some of what is done with those first humans is taking material from other organisms and viruses and putting it in us, as well as modification at the level of the code, like really fundamental genetic engineering. And that I don't think it's a case of this psychedelics or using compounds. I know there's like the stoned ape theory, which is what you're referring to, I think, but there's no real mechanism.
Yeah, Mark Allegro, I believe.
Yeah, like Terence McKenna's theory, but there's no real mechanism why eating magic mushrooms should change your DNA. Like that's not to say, okay, you should have some epigenetic effects, maybe, like we talked about before, because obviously you change your mind, change your thinking, that can have a feedback loop. But that's not the same as it fusing chromosomes or cutting, the length for chains of DNA for profoundly important, super conserved non-coding DNA. So that's what we're seeing in those early humans is the changes are so profound that they're not just epigenetics. Do you know what I mean? So yes, you could give psychedelics and that could play a role, but again, it would not change your highly conserved DNA. So something way more profound has been done, and that's where I'd say there's the fingerprints of technology, not just of like lifestyle changes or something. The other thing is, and again, this is doing my sort of coming out from my work. I know I've got too much time, so I'll try to make it quick. But the other thing that suggests that there has been modification not just in the distant past, but around about 70,000 years ago, when we have the cultural revolution in humans and art begins and all sorts of stuff, is that basically there is an area, the frontal lobe, which is essential for language, art, and all that stuff, right? For the thinking that goes with it, abstract thinking and thinking in space and time. So like you can think, I will go to the rock and catch a fish tonight and cook it. All that abstract connecting of events that don't exist across time, we take it for granted. As far as we know, no other creature can do it. We just take it for granted, and we couldn't always do it. It is because of a change in the frontal lobe, and it allowed us also to have language and stuff. But there's a problem, because right, you can only have language and that abstract thinking if you have that brain change and you're exposed to language and abstract thinking in the first 4 or 5 years of your life. If you are not, you become those feral children. They're like animals, like they can never fully learn language. They can never fully learn the behavior and abstract thinking of human beings. They fundamentally have missed a developmental stage, and they cannot be fixed. Those kids are raised by dogs and stuff, right? And so the thing is, that's a problem. Think about it. So if the first children with language, there's a good paper on this, say like, who was exposing them to language? Because nobody had it. Right? And he said, not only did nobody have it, nobody had that brain change that would have allowed them to have it until those first people had it. And so he's like, well, it's a circle, because you can't get past this. It's a hard barrier, that there's no real explanation for how the first people would have both had that strange brain change and had the exposure to abstract thinking and language that they needed to make use of that brain change, unless someone else is in the room, who already has it. So again, it looks like there's another interaction with
That's
engineering.
another reason why I brought up Allegro and like the possibility of psychedelics, because I believe that was written after, like that was like a belief after this alteration had happened to the DNA.
Right. Yeah, I think probably then is when we start to expose to things like psychedelics and stuff, and start to have abstract thinking and shamanism.
Yes.
I don't think before 70,000 years ago any of that existed. And this is the other thing, is when people say to me, there could have been all these civilizations in the remote past. No, they couldn't be, right? Because you think about that, before 70,000 years ago, we couldn't even think something like, I will go and get the fish and come back tonight. We couldn't think it. Like, we didn't have that part of the brain with the abstract thinking. So like, how are you going to make a civilization? We couldn't even draw pictures, right? Not real pictures. We did lines and zigzags. But you think about it. So the idea that there was a technological civilization, say 100,000 or 200,000 years ago, is patently absurd. It's not just that we don't find the evidence for it. We actually don't have the genetic capability and the brain capability to have done it. And that's why it's a hard barrier. So when anyone says, oh, I think 200,000 years ago, there was people with planes. No, they couldn't even draw pictures.
What's your thoughts on possible resets or cataclysms, like say pole shifts
in the last 70,000 years? Then yes, I say. I got to go to other ones, but yeah, I think we've certainly had resetting type things like Lake Toba, and there's been collapses of civilizations like the abandoned cities in the jungles of South America and stuff. So like, obviously, yeah, this on some level that's happening.
Thank you, Mace.
Or in Egypt, where there's whole layers of mud over civilizations.
My pleasure. I think it's Corliss, and then we'll go to Tahum and Maddie. And I mean, if you guys want to have like open dialogue where we just put the hands down after that, we can do, if you.
Yeah.
If
and I'll try and stick around as long as I can, Maze. To try to. I think there's a few people that didn't ask things. So.
I love that, because you're all, it's very late for where you are, so I appreciate it. Go ahead, Corliss. Welcome.
Thanks, Maze. Another amazing space. I love all the intelligent people you have come on. This is a great sequel to the other space you had, and it started making me think about the Invention Secrecy Act when it comes to deal with genetic and engineering. But my questions for Bruce is: have you noticed any correlation between the haplotypes, the evolution of haplotypes, especially with respect to epigenetics, where they're more evolved than other haplotypes? For example, the Adam haplotype in Central Africa is found to have no Neanderthal DNA, whereas the other haplotypes are. You know, I'm also an Englishman. My forefathers are from England, and this has always been an interest of mine, especially tied into astrology. How some people have traits based on their astrological sign and how that might control how they're shaped in the womb. And there's 12 also corresponds to 12 types of intelligence. And there's just so many mind-blowing things that just aren't being taught in the woke universities. I remember University of Kent used to have, I don't know if they still do, had a degree in astrology, but I don't know if they stopped that. And I just wanted to know what your insight was on that. I had so many questions listening to everybody speak, but that's the only one that's like on the tip of my tongue, and maybe we can get into more on an open mic.
I mean, there's a guy I follow, a Chinese professor who, what's his name now? But anyway, he's on Twitter as well. He makes the case that that basically East Asian people have, on average, higher IQ, and that there's an evolutionary adaptation, and to do with what was it? It's to do with, he has this maximum diversity theory or something. So that I think it was correlated to actually having like less genetic diversity in the population was correlated with higher intelligence, which is kind of interesting because there is greater genetic diversity among like African and Aboriginal and some other, indigenous populations. And I suppose you could argue, the argument then being is that there is like a splinter population of these Eurasians. It was a smaller population, and for some reason, lower diversity then produced the kind of intelligence that we check with IQ. Now, of course, I say that because I think there's different kinds of intelligence. So like if you were to just use our IQ test, you're measuring a particular kind of intelligence, and that's useful to some cultures and to depending on what you're doing. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that there's not other kinds of intelligence which would be more useful if you were living a completely different lifestyle in a different place. You know what I mean? So we tend to favor in our models the one that's most about how we live in our societies. So I think that, yeah, definitely the kind of IQ measurement type of intelligence, it does seem to have some truth to what he's saying. I don't know if he's actually right, but again, and it does seem like on average East Asians seem to be more book smart type intelligence than most of the populations. So
did you notice that like dolphins also are using twice the amount of the brain that humans are? And maybe that the fact that they use 20% of their brains might be because they're able to keep cool in the ocean.
Yeah, I mean,
and then when you were talking about the hybrid dolphin people,
yeah, and brain size and things like that, it's a funny one because obviously they got bigger brains, but then our brain's structured differently, and we have more neuronal density and stuff like that. So that, and obviously the folds in the brain. So I mean, although they have large brains, like our brains are quite different. So we can actually sort of pack more power into a smaller space. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we may have a bit of dolphin DNA in us as well. Who knows? But so yeah, I do think. I mean, there's probably some truth to it. I think is that idea that yes, that there are maybe some, like you could probably trace back to some haplogroups, certainly to some populations, that they seem to have on average a higher IQ or a lower IQ. But then like I say, with the again, I don't just. I know we've got a few questions, but like there's skills that those other populations have and abilities that we wouldn't have. Like they showed, I don't know if there's a book about memory spaces and stuff to do with the Aboriginal way of remembering and mapping out the landscape and stuff, and like so that they were able to basically remember an unbelievable amount of information, like by the way that they were using like the landscape to tell stories and stuff, that they could store. It's almost like you associate your memories weren't just in your head, your memories were external. So your memories was in the hill, in that old tree, in that river. And so like you'd be able to associate with those places would bring back a whole story or a whole bit of information you needed. And so the map of the landscape not only was a real map that they could use to move around, but it was encoded with loads of other information. And so like they said, the amount of detail some of these people and the information that they had stored was computer-like. But at the same time, that if you were trying to put that person in the same conventional IQ test as someone from, you know, I guess a European university or something, like they probably wouldn't come up, you know what I mean, near that person. But then they had other intellectual capabilities and stuff that we wouldn't normally measure for, that they were just so far ahead of it, you know what I mean? So it's a kind of a funny one when we go to these kind of measurements as to what we're really looking as being the best in that skill set.
I actually read a study about East Asians testing well on the IQ because they were farming rice for so long and they did everything by memory, and it's very technical. Like they're doing math and equations in their head for so many millenniums that they are able to test well on the IQ because it's along that part of the brain.
Right, because if you're doing,
but like you said, there's other types of intelligence that we don't have tests for, and I think that's being neglected.
Yeah, so that's it. So we have a kind of a biased system. I mean, I'm not going to say there's no truth in intellectual differences between populations, but I do think, yeah, we have a, you know, we need more of a whole picture assessment of people before we say that population's stupid or something, you know. But yeah, it's a bit more complicated than that. But I do think, you know, yeah, we have to say that, you know, in some places, the kind of intellectual thinking that we use in our society was probably just a waste of brain power, you know. So it's like, why would you spend your time thinking about equations or geometry or something, you know, if it had no use in your culture? So it's like, it has, like you were saying, that you have to have kind of a reason to be using it. Like if you are an astronomy based culture who wants to track the stars and understand where the grain will go and all this stuff, then like you're going to follow that intellectual pursuit. And yeah, probably that has some feedback loop that encourages you to, you know, increase certain parts of the brain and all that stuff. And that, you know, there probably is some truth to that, you know, that it's going to eventually skew your population to be more of an intellectual type of people, because you have all these intellectual pursuits and that you need to get better at them because you realize they're important to your culture or something like that. Do you know what I mean? So it's just going to, I imagine over a long period of time, that's going to skew your population to be more like intellectual.
Right. Especially if the population's using drugs that produce autism, which then produces unusual uses of the brain.
And that's another thing as well. Is there more autism in your culture? Things like that. Because again, you know, like I'm a person with Asperger's, I probably couldn't recount all these different things that we've been talking about if I didn't have Asperger's, right? So people say, how do you know this? How do you remember all this stuff? Well, because my neurotype enables me to have a vast web of interlinked topics, which other people don't necessarily see as being linked, because I will see patterns that they won't see, right? And so, like, if you have in a population a predominance of those people, that will sort of give you the illusion of really intelligent people, but it's not really as such. You know, they have a particular new, like, actual brain structure type that is allowing them to do things that makes it seem like maybe they're clever and they are. Like, for example, if you can remember loads and loads of stuff, we would see that as a kind of an intelligence, right? You'd sound smart, right? But that doesn't mean that you could sit and do trigonometry, you know? So there's very different kinds of skills. I think if you have some of that neurodiversity at high levels in your population, you're going to look and say, those people are really smart. But then on other things, those people are probably terrible, right? If it is neurodiversity, not just real intelligence, you're going to find that they are hampered in other things, you know? So be careful when we go this measuring. What are we measuring? And is it an illusion? Is it just these people have like intuitive capabilities? Like, because some of these things aren't really about intelligence. Do you know what I mean? Some of these things, it's something else. Like the again, I know I've got to very quickly say, you know, genius savants and stuff. Are they intelligent? Not really. They seem to have some sort of weird superpowers, you know, because you can't really say it's an intelligence, because, like, you know, the kid was like the kid that they flew him over London and he drew the whole of London down to like the right number of bricks in the houses and stuff. You know, is that intelligence? It doesn't sound like intelligence to me. It sounds like some sort of totally bizarre, plugged into the actual fundamental reality. You know what I mean? Where he can pull the information out of reality itself somehow and channel it and draw pictures. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't say it's because he's clever. You know, so I think we have to be really careful, like what we mean by that, because I think some of these abilities transcend, and like people that study genius savants have said there's higher incidence of psychic behavior, psychic phenomena around them, that they seem to know things they can't know and all sorts of stuff. So I think it's to do with the doors of perception and filters, that their filters aren't functioning in the same way as other people, so information is coming in ways we don't understand.
Yeah, and so when it comes to intelligence, I think fluid intelligence is different than crystal intelligence, and what that is probably not even. It's probably a natural skill. Some people memorize everything. They have a photographic memory, and in that case, it could have been maybe a snapshot that he saw. He was able to recreate. And it gives you advantages, and I'm pretty sure people who have a photographic memory will probably build a lot of the crystal intelligence because they'll be able to remember everything that they look at. But can they be able to have the fluidity in between and be on their toes and be witty? And that's kind of the element I think you're talking about,
Yeah.
Bruce.
Well, yeah, because you think, mate, isn't it? You could have a kid who you're asking maths questions and he's answering straight away, and you think he's doing all that maths so quick in his head, but it's because he's got a photographic memory and he once saw that maths book, and so he can just regale you the answers, but he's not doing any computations at all. But the illusion would be that he's a maths genius, and like he wouldn't know any maths at all. So I mean, so that these things, yeah, we have to be careful. We don't really know what we're measuring sometimes.
Yep.
Well, Bruce, I think you're in a perfect position to find people with the level of intelligence that you have in other areas and be able to collectively combine your intelligence. Because Einstein said that if we could use our whole brain, 100% of our brain would be pure energy. But the thing is, one person doesn't need to use the whole brain. We can collectively use different parts of our brain if we're able to connect with each other like a brain.
I wish there was more people I could work with in my space, but I'll be honest, I'm not going to say this in a horrible way. One of the traits that I have is being able to see through people. And unfortunately, in the spaces that I'm in, most of the people that are prominent, I wouldn't want to work with them.
That's why I love this guy. You know what I'm saying? He's brilliant, and he keeps it 100, and I can understand that. Go ahead, Corliss, if you want
Thank
to.
you, Bruce.
Okay, so that was. Thank you, Corliss. I appreciate your questions and all that.
Yep.
Okay, so to whom I'm coming to you next, but MB has her hand up, so I'm gonna go to her real quick, and then we'll swing over to you, and then Maddie, and then we'll shut this down. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank
Oh
you.
yeah, no, then we have to go to the other Josh. Sorry, I see you, Josh. I'm gonna come see you before we close it down. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Bruce, and I think that was Corliss. Yeah, I read some studies about fish and how feeding fish to individuals helps to increase their IQ. So I'm wondering if Asia, since they have a very large diet of fish, if that contributes to the IQ as well. But Bruce, I wonder if you also are familiar with this. In Australia, they found like ancient like archaeology that shows that they were doing brain surgery long ago, yet today their IQ is 62. So can you like address that and explain that? Thank you.
Yeah, again, that's what I think is this again what we're measuring. But yeah, you're right in saying that they had some of the earliest tool use of various kinds, like the earliest bone tool is found in Australia, some of the earliest wood tools are found there, some of the earliest kind of like they've got these fish traps and stuff, that complex engineering and stuff. But then on conversely, yeah, if you were to do the assessment IQ test nationwide around the world, that they fall into these populations where they've got lower IQ on our scales. So I don't know, it's a strange one. So obviously there's something else.
That's why I was wondering if epigenetics has an effect, like trauma, generational trauma, as well as vaccines, which can cause.
Well, yeah, that means we have an environmental issue. So, like, how do we really measure? Like today, we don't even know what a healthy human should be like. Like, really, do we? Like, we're all being poisoned. We've all been poisoned. Like we don't know how we would have been if we'd lived in an unpoisoned world. I don't know what I would have been like. You don't know what you're like. I don't even know if it, like when neurodiversity isn't because of that, don't know if it's your genetics or because of like chemicals. Like we're all in this kind of soup where we can no longer be sure why anyone is like how they are. You know what I mean? Like, and yeah, like you said, like, how could it have been? What if we knew all these different groups 20,000 years ago? like, and assessed their situations, like how would it compare to now? Yeah, what has been done to people? What is about the epigenetic thing of being destroyed, like your culture's being destroyed? What is the effect of that? What's been the effect of things like slavery and breaking up cultures and religious doctrines, and and what was the epigenetic effects on all this, like, mind pollution, if you like, on people, as well as actually poisoning their food, their water, their sky, giving them food they shouldn't eat, giving them diabetes and all this stuff, So I mean, yeah, like, I think we've got to be kind and say that we don't really know why anyone's got their circumstances today, because we do live in that world that's been made sort of hostile to normal humans. And so unless you're like a elite world controller type person who can filter out most of that with using your money, like everyone else, we're all kind of broken in some way, in our DNA, our minds, our health. I'd love to know what one day what real humans would be like, and how long they would live, how they would feel, their mind state, if we could clear all those toxins and have, real clean air, water, food, sensible thinking, no parasites sitting on top of us, feeding off of us, all the rest of it. Yeah, probably then we can start to judge some of this stuff. You know what I mean?
You're awesome.
Absolutely.
Josh. Sorry, Maze.
Yes, Josh, jump in, love.
No, hi again. Hi, Bruce. Pleasure to speak with you again. I'll just jump into it straight away, I suppose.
Sure.
I got two things I'd like to get your thoughts on. So, the first one is, you were talking about how high IQ seems to correlate with lower fertility and birth rates and whatnot. Now, interestingly, I'm also a psychic and a medium, and I've got a soul family that stems from the Grey race. So I've talked to them, but I've talked to them before, and one thing that they mentioned is how their over reliance on technology is what's contributed to their lower fertility rates. Like they don't because you see them, they seem to have very low rates of sexual dimorphism, and I think and going from there, they also talk about how there's a lot of different varieties of greys, and based off what they said, I think it probably wouldn't be hard to conclude that they probably got lots of hybridization programs going on to sort of counteract their little problem. And I was wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I think we see something sort of similar in our own culture now, that we can see that we're sort of, not necessarily because we want to, but are being kind of shepherded into a situation where technology is going to be pushed more and more as the route for reproduction, and that the idea of like external wombs and designer babies, and that in the end the idea that we don't need to even have children, that children could just be made and put into an artificial womb, and why even have gender? So we can sort of see the direction how you can end up in that if you sort of see the model. The model is right now we have the issue of gender, going on. It's been pushed by very powerful interests. Yeah. Why is that? It's not because they care about trans people's rights, right? It's because the in between step between where we are and where we're going is to release fundamental concepts about who we are. Like, so that means you have to release one of the most fundamental is your gender identity, that you say, well, I'm a man, I have male genitalia and these chromosomes. But once you can release that, then the next step is to release the concept about being human. Right? That is a fundamental thing. It's a stepping stone, because you have to then say, well, my identity as a human is suppressing me. It's being put on me by the culture and by the people and by the society. Why should I, rail against the fundamental natural situation I have? And that is the last step before transhumanism, that you have to be coerced into seeing even your identity as a human as being the machine forcing it on you, when really it's the machine that wants you to believe that. So then the next step is your children are genderless, non-human, cybernetic, modified, and grown in a womb, right? In a machine. And like, so that is the transition we are on the cusp of right now, that people are not really seeing the direction of that. And yes, it would lead you on to those kinds of situations. Like our fertility rates are down to where it was in like about 20 years, all men were basically functionally sterile. And that's kind of wild. But yet we're worried about climate change. So, I mean, you can see how that a race could end up like that. So what I'd say is that a race like that, you can see how it gets there. That yes, and then technology will become totally the reliance for the propagation of your species, because then you've allowed yourself into that trap. And then after that, you are 100% dependent on your technologies to keep your species going.
Right.
Joshua, I actually interviewed Geraldine Urusco, who talks about the hybrid programs in depth. I don't know if you've heard of her. I'm hoping to get her to pop in on Monday when I'm in the UFO Twitter week. I'm hosting a space on Monday, but she is so amazing. She's so articulate. She's so open about her situation. Anyway, if you want to come, I just wanted to throw that out there.
No, I'd be glad to. I'd be glad to come actually, and that'll be good. And
just should add as well that Joshua is trained with my wife doing psychic work. So
oh, really? Very cool.
Yeah.
Ooh, tell me something about my future. What's gonna happen? Just kidding.
Oh.
Tell me something, anything. I want to know.
You get him to work for free.
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
Been going through a lot at the moment. Just so much has been coming in, like different channels, because obviously it was only recently that I started communicating with the grey side of my soul family. They're like one half of it, and then the other half is actually, believe it or not, reptilian.
And I said they're not
okay,
all.
so I'm just gonna be forced into believing in this reptilian thing. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Yep, Maze, come on board, Maze, come on board.
No. Stay off board, Maze. I don't want to see people like giant alligators that are like bigger than me. So no. And exactly. I'm sorry, it's not happening, y'all.
I feel like if we all believe in it, we're gonna make it real.
Exactly.
You know?
They're gonna come out of the ground. Knock it off, people.
Dude, that's the genetic question I asked. We're gonna believe it into existence. We're gonna genetically modify other people into becoming crocodiles.
I mean, listen, look, in my state, the new driver's license has reptiles all over it. Please explain that to me. It has nothing to do with my state. Okay? There's reptiles all over the new driver's license.
As well as our currency, Maze, like when you put it up to certain light. Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm not kidding. Look, when you maybe it's in your state too. I'm talking about they're all over. They're like not just in one area. You're gonna look and you're gonna see little like reptiles all over the place, all over that fucking. Like, what is this? I mean, this is it's. I feel like it's all happening within like a few days. Like first I found out about that not too long ago. I posted about it. Then everything reptilian has made its way into my awareness. I mean, you guys saw many people today. It was just like reptilian. So if they are I hope you guys did not kill a lot of lizards, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you
I
gotta
don't
be careful.
kill lizards. I don't kill geckos or whatever. And in fact, all my property I couldn't even build on because there was salamanders there. So you know what? I've been good to lizards. I'm just saying that out loud for those.
Are you familiar with the Monroe
tunnel.
stuff, Robert Monroe?
Oh Lord.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love that
If
shit.
he
That's my
brings in
Yeah.
alligators to that, I'm leaving right now. Are you serious right now? Interdimensional. It's interdimensional. They literally vibrate in and out of our
Where you gonna
biological
go,
space.
Jenny? Like you gonna leave the dimension or something? Where you
Yes,
gonna go?
absolutely. I'm jumping.
Robert Monroe said he continually kept encountering the reptilians. So you got to remember Robert Monroe's
Maddie, you
work.
have a hot mic. I got
He's the one who, Robert Monroe's work inspired Project Stargate and the whole remote viewing
Sorry.
program. So they knew from the beginning that this technique was introducing them to reptilians, because Robert Monroe said he kept encountering these reptilians when he was doing his journeys, and that he realized that they seemed to be in control of the world and were feeding on energy from human beings. And so the CIA took Monroe's work and founded Project Stargate. So, like, we cannot pretend the CIA and these people didn't know that it was connected.
Has that. Bruce,
Sorry?
they don't even say that in any of their Stargate paperwork. I've read at least 150 papers on this specific.
And Jenny,
And
you
they don't.
listened to
I don't
all
think they
those
mention it.
Monroe tapes. You didn't hear
Right.
anything. You sent them to me too.
Right. And what I have, that's what I was going to mention, is that I have a lot of this is what we're seeing now within the United
Look,
Nations.
I'm on Jenny's boat. I don't know about y'all,
Right.
but go ahead.
Well,
Keep going.
because
Keep going.
Alice Bailey, United Nations, you've got Aleister Crowley, Scientology, you've got Jet Propulsion's Laboratory. All of these people used channeling type things
Yeah.
to gain access to different technology. So, I mean, is that what that is? And we go back to the Vril, or VRIL Society, Hitler. That was, this is very shocking to me, because this is something that continually keeps to come up, as well as even Jake Chansley has a story about. And it's almost a vibrational change. And I can't believe you guys are going to do this to me, because I've been trying to deny the reptilian kind of aspect of things. But you've got the Hopi tribe, where they come out of the ground. The Hopi tribe also has their,
Jenny,
their
where are you
prophecy
going?
stone.
Oh my gosh, she's
Holy
going.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, reptilian symbology is like just everywhere. If you look at like all ancient cultures and whatnot.
Yeah, the Nagas and all that. And, I mean, look, it is
Yeah.
everywhere. And the other thing is, I mean, if you,
That's a quarrel, right?
yeah. Again, all
So
these
Blackie
are
tap
again
in.
So reptilians run our world. Is that what we're saying right
well,
now?
and there's a conflict. If you look at it, there's a conflict between the eagle type entities and the serpent type entities, because you
What
see
is
that
an
is
Igor
recurs
type?
in ancient symbolism, that there is the bird tribes and the serpent tribes,
Eagle,
and
yeah.
they are in
Eagle,
some kind of
okay.
conflict, and you'll see that in Mesoamerica, you see it in Asia.
Wait. Sorry. You saying that there's eagle type of what? There's eagle.
Two
There
plants.
is some kind of entity that is more associated with the bird of prey form, and another
Okay.
is more associated with serpents. That may be to do with their own ancestry or something like that. That they are literally maybe evolved from
Well,
some
what's
kind of avian.
Quetzalcoatl? He's a both between. He's a hybrid.
Yeah, but
Quetzalcoatl
keep in
is
mind, what is a
the
bird?
snake
A
and the
bird is
bird.
also reptilian. It's from dinosaurs. So,
Yeah.
so they are variants. But they may share an ancestry. That's what I suspect. So you have this bird tribe and serpent tribe, these beings that may even share an ancestry, but they are adverse to each other. And that's why you see like the imagery of the bird killing the serpent. You see it in Mesoamerica. You see it in Asia. So, but also you see. Sometimes the bird is the hero, sometimes the serpent's the hero. So, but there is this kind of conflict between these two tribes. I'd suggest the bird tribes, birdmen symbols are some of the oldest symbols in the world. Some of the oldest symbols ever drawn on cave walls are birdmen.
Like the
The
bald
bird
eagle?
people, right? The bird people seem to be some kind of entities that we've been in contact with for a very long time. I know it sounds a bit jokey because you think of the blue avians from obviously Corey Good, but there is some reality to this thing of avian-like entities that are again like Horus, the Egyptian gods, that these bird beings are part of the story.
I totally believe in the blue ones. I believe in blue ones,
There
like
is,
blue beings.
there's
You know what
something
I'm saying?
So
to this
you're
part.
saying Monroe actually in those things where he
Monroe was
put people
encountering
under.
reptilians. He said all the time. He called them alligators.
Okay, so
He said,
what he did, he like put a whole bunch of people under and then interviewed them. I listened to hours and hours and hours of these tapes of these people. They go into this state, he puts them under, he talks to them, he doesn't prompt them. They start to like they're so relaxed. You can barely understand them because their throat relaxes so much because they're in this deep level meditation, and then they
You gotta do that one more time.
listen, dude. They talk about freaking like quantum mechanics back in the freaking 80s, dude. Shit that I just learned from the top leading quantum mechanic experts now. I mean, even Paspat Swami. Like this is something to me that damn maze, y'all. Everybody pay attention right now because this moment in time is where the people that have been working on all this stuff for a long time, thank you, Bruce, have just put together some really incredible pieces. And whatever, I'm eagle, reptile, whatever it is, we are going to win. Thank you so much for tonight. I mean, really fast. That stone you said that you can meditate with, could that be a vibrational remote? Basically, could it be vibrating biological material to encode it with the types of species? Do you see what I'm saying? That stone that everybody runs around 7 times. Could that be like? Look at the Black Knight satellite. Think of the that one constellation where Barbaba or something with Inky and Lil. How they have the. You see what I'm saying? Maybe it's technology. We're already hybrids, but it's technology that actually sends out a frequency that changes biological material. Sorry. Thank you.
no worries. Yeah, it can be. I mean, again, I don't limit the possibilities. I can only sort of speak to the things which I've looked at enough to be able to say. But I mean, yeah, I mean, Definitely, though, I
I
think
just
people should
thought of that,
try
so
and
I'm gonna
meditate
look
with
into
their
it now.
tektites and see what happens. Grab a moldavite or an Australasian and just see maybe, if you can use that to tune in, if it makes changes to you. I mean, like I said, the Aboriginal people said the Australasian tektite was a power stone. Moldavite is the green stone, recurs again and again in mystical lore, the green stone legends, the Arthurian legends, which, again, most people think the green stone is the moldavite. It may be a moldavite curb or a moldavite stone. The green tablets, emerald tablets, probably moldavite again. So it seems like you can encode some of these materials with
And
information.
people translate these things, right? How do they translate people that aren't supposed to be able to translate?
All
All
right,
of a
but
sudden,
Jenny, we have
translate.
one more hand. Hang tight. After this one hand, we're gonna have the final talks
Okay,
and open it
sure.
up. Okay? No, I love how excited she is and how eager she is because she makes a lot of great points. But if you don't mind, we can just let Maddie go. I did see that he had some disagreement with some of the stuff. Hopefully, it's the reptilians, and hopefully, you got a solid case there, buddy. Go ahead. Over to you. Jumping
Well,
back.
I'm okay. So, hey, dudes and dudettes, isn't it to whom though? I think to whom had his hand up.
Oh yeah, did
Just want
he?
to be
He put
fair.
it down.
Yeah,
My bad. Thank you for doing that. To
I
whom?
just want to check with him.
From
Yeah.
another mother. Let's go. What are you doing, to whom? Are you there? I did
What's
see
up?
his
What's
hand
up?
up at
What's
one
up?
point.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Uh,
Hey,
hey
how's-
guys, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. I
Do you
kind of
believe in
forgot.
reptilians?
I don't use. I'm trying to like remove the words believe and think from my vocabulary.
That's
So
brilliant.
yeah, it's hard on spaces, that's for sure. So it's a very slippery question, but I had some other questions I can't really remember, but just based on Bruce. By the way, thanks for all your input and knowledge. Very entertaining, nonetheless.
No worries.
When you're talking about, because I'm on that path too. We're like, we could kind of see this agenda of genderless, right? And trying to get past, I guess, male, female, et cetera, et cetera. I guess my question to you is: do you see the advancement of technology, the way it's growing exponentially? How do you see the future, or if they already have this, which I don't believe they do? Um, there you go. I use the word believe. I know they don't. Um, to recreate humans or whatever we want to use, some not a fan of connotations, without a female egg. Like that, I don't think they'll be ever will be able. I don't try and remove those words. I know that
Mhm.
we won't, given what we have now, like humans, what we are, we will never be able to remove that from the equation. It's always going to come from that. And I guess with technology and the advancements, like we're going forward technically to go backwards. And if it's all technology, technically we are technology, our organs, So if we're genetically modifying all that stuff, we're getting back to the point of like back in the day to where we're going in the future. But do you see the technology being able to reproduce without an egg, and how?
I, with what we see on display, I would say no. And what we see of the people that are doing it, I would say no, because I think that certainly they have hubris and they think they can do it. And but what I would caveat that is if it is ready to be done and if it is possible, then it's not us doing it. That there's in the background there is the spider, as David I would say, that some sort of entity or another intelligence or beings that do have that technology, because it's sort of so far ahead. You know what I mean? It's so far ahead that I don't think it would be human technology at that. I don't think our technology is at that. But for one reason, when I was saying earlier on about, say, rewriting the DNA code, that we are nowhere near the level of what I suggest whoever did that, because we don't really understand even the non-coding DNA. So I don't think we're so far along to really be at this brave new world where we can just make design people, and we not on the human technology level. So again, either this thing's going to all fall apart when these people realize that they've overshot the moon, think that they can do all this stuff and they can't, or there's something else here that can do it, but it's not human beings. It's someone that's got technologies that are magical beyond
So,
anything that we're
so
seeing.
that would be because I think I heard you say your wife's friends with Geraldine, and we were in all that space together. Great space, MV Maze, remember with Geraldine, and she. I guess that to speak on that technology, because I'm sure you know her story. It would be that technology then, like regarding her story. I'm not going to say it in front of everybody here, but it's public anyways. But that technology, because that's the story, right?
What?
I don't know that one. Sorry, Geraldine.
So,
Who's Geraldine? Sorry.
oh, I thought Maze. I thought
I
when you brought up Geraldine, I thought Bruce said or someone did. Someone say
I
they're friends
think
with
he was
Geraldine.
saying Joshua worked with his wife.
Oh, Joshua. Sorry. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my apologies. So Geraldine is a contactee. There's
Okay.
documentaries, and
Right.
basically she was impregnated by these interdimensional beings.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess that's the technology you're speaking of.
And she
Well, look,
said that
if
they don't have to do that anymore. Remember?
Pardon me, Mace?
I said, but she said that that was like they don't have to do that anymore. They can do it without ever even they can even just get the egg out through the belly button or some shit. Remember that she
That's what I'm
explained?
saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
that technology to reproduce.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there is, again, if we have these advanced beings like that are playing a game around us, like their technologies would be magical because, like, again, if I'm correct in what I started out this space with, that there were beings here that engineered us 780,000 years ago.
So we
Well,
are their technology then, right?
what's their
We are.
technology like now?
But we are their technology, correct? That's
Sure.
it. And we're
But
made in their
also,
image,
if
correct?
they're progressing, like what would their technology be like now? If it's just magical, isn't it? Godlike technologies and stuff, things like that. Nearly 1,000,000 years has gone by since then, and if they had living AI ships and genetic engine, I mean, so if there's beings out there that are like literally their civilizations have been running for millions of years, like the things they can do would be like stuff like altering the fabric of reality for us. You know what I mean? There's got to be a point where we're so outclassed in terms of technology that the only thing that you can fixate on as being like under your control and real is like your soul, like again, because like I think that there probably is, and like again, if you look at the lore of these topics, there's even technologies to move your soul into other bodies and stuff, but the only thing fundamentally maybe under your control, which is not invaded by technology, may be just your soul, like what you are as an entity, but your body may be biotechnology, and yes, maybe you can be moved around into other pieces of biotechnology. Maybe it is that magical, like people are
That
saying
is
is happening to them. I mean, it's
can
possible the
I
technology is like that.
That would be
so
my
first of
preference.
all, I'm really surprised that you don't think that our technology is that far advanced.
Not
I
not
would
to that
just
level. No, I
what?
don't think we're human technology, the level that is certainly on display, and
I
again,
mean, I'm not saying that like we figured it out on our own, but I would be inclined to believe, I'm going to use the word believe,
mhm,
based on a lot of the based on a lot. I mean, you guys know how much stuff I'm into and what I like there's definitely we're maybe seeing a derivative, like a
mhm,
small
mhm,
derivative of the level of technology that
yeah,
we have. Like I think it would blow your mind. It would blow I don't
yeah,
even to be honest with you, I think that like even if you read the books, the teachings of the masters of the Far East, those people were able to take their consciousness and be able to just boom, drop their body and go and do whatever. Like they would
mhm,
be able
mhm,
to completely maneuver within this reality as if like their body was not limited in any way. They would be able to collapse
mhm.
time, space, this, that, whatever. And it's just and they're actually ascended masters. Have you heard of that book? You should totally read it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, and I agree that we could have been in contact. People could have been in contact with entities, either physical or non-physical, that have helped them with their technologies and have progressed their technologies beyond what we see in some DARPA lab somewhere. That you'd walk around, it'd be like sci-fi shit all around you. It's
well,
quite that is possible
you
because we
don't think that
don't
there
know.
was like an alien exchange program?
Well, I don't necessarily do that, but I do think people are having interactions, and there's obviously we talked about it a bit earlier, but there's cases like was it the that Indian mathematician who said he was talking to a goddess and he had all these theorems and stuff which they're still using today, and they don't know how he got them, and he said the goddess gave them to her and they're real theorems. I mean, there's that guy in Diana Pazolka's book. She talks about Tim Taylor, who says that he goes into a room at NASA where you can sense the entity or whatever, and it puts information in his head, and he sells his medical products for like billions of dollars on the tech exchange. And there's so there is this weird stuff happening, yeah, and like the rocket boosters for NASA that were pentagram boosters because the occult entities were telling Parsons to do it. So I mean, if you look like that, then yes, potentially information has been retrieved from either the psychic realms or from other beings, and that there is secret projects where the technology is that far ahead. But in terms of the progression we see in visibly, you know, in the genetic world, then no, I don't think it's good enough. But if there is some of that, then yes. But like I said, I think then it starts going more towards are aliens doing it than just humans. Do you know what I mean? So on the human level, probably not. On the maybe interacting with something else that's helping them, then maybe, yeah. So that would have to be, I think it would have to involve something else other than just the normal human progression of technology.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. I've heard many different theories, one of which is you know, the with, I don't know, with extraterrestrials, obviously. And have you heard of, so there's the rail guy from the Raelians, you know, and that's something I don't know if I would quite believe yet, but
Yeah.
apparently, I mean, they did create a whole child named Eve. And Bridget is actually facing charges. There's like some legal, um, there's judicial process that she's going through at the moment. So I don't know that they would have been able to do that unless they actually did prove that they were involved in it. But so that just shows, and he said that he got it from aliens on a spaceship. He was in France. He was like walking by a cave and shit. I'm like, why does everybody walk by caves and see like it's something? I don't know if you guys pay attention to spiritual stories, but there's always a cave, you know, around. But he,
Caves, mountains, yeah, these things
yes,
occur again. But the thing is
but
that he
yeah,
became like a total pervert. That's the only problem, is that Rail, like the organization, like in a way would be a natural one for me to talk to because it's so similar. Like even the Pleiades connections, also. But the thing is, because he's like a total weirdo and pervert,
he is
it just puts you
totally.
off having anything to do with them. But like, I mean, you know, it's a shame because obviously you'd be like, well, that's an immediate base of people that would be interested in my work. But I'm like, well, but then they're led by a weirdo, you know.
But he's also got, and I mean, the amount of followers he has across the world is staggering. Like, I couldn't believe that some little puny guy like that that's telling this weird. So and everybody that you look at in the documentaries, they're all walking around with this like permagrin on. I'm
Yeah,
like, whoa. I don't know. It's weird.
yeah,
Okay, so let's take these last two
yeah, sure.
hands, and we're gonna and we'll definitely set up another one because now I got a ton more questions. But go ahead, Maddie, and then we'll go to Jenny for the final hand, and then we'll see if there's any final words. Maddie, jump in. I feel like I just came to you. Did I not come to you? Oh yeah, you said to whom was next. That's right. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I gave one thumbs down, Maze. So I'm sorry. I know you're all about love and
I peeped it.
positive
I peeped
attitude.
it. No, no, no. It's
I
okay.
noticed, and it's just a slight disagreement that I don't want to focus on because I love the constructive nature of the space, and it's certainly not in bad spirit. It's just that my theories are slightly deviant of one thing that was being discussed. Something I wanted to bring up, and then I almost put my hand down thinking it would be too conspiratorial for this space because we were focusing on DNA, and then we went into blue aliens and reptiles and bird people, and people pulling babies out of belly buttons. So I think I'm going to dive right in, if that's fair.
It was eggs out of belly buttons, but yeah, go ahead. You already know
Okay.
you can bring any conspiracy to Maze's space.
No, I
I
know, I
mean,
know, I
we
know.
will
I
dissect it
meant,
though. Yeah.
but I meant with Bruce because of what his research is focusing on. So we were discussing this yesterday, not in depth like you are. We haven't looked into gene splicing, all this kind of stuff, but more like an overarching theory of what's going on, on this timeline. And it pulls in kind of all the theories together into one sort of master theory. And there's a number of people who believe, like I know that Graham Hancock is releasing a new episode called a new season of Ancient Apocalypse. So you look at all the fields of archaeology, and it seems to be controlled. There seems to be certain evidence that they don't want us to know about our ancient past, starting about 12,000 years ago. And so there seems to be evidence of advanced technology that we still can't explain to this day with the pyramids. And we see, similarities in terms of symbolism and how these structures were built halfway across the world. And that cannot be denied. And the way that Graham Hancock explains it is that, everybody in the field of archaeology is so specialized that nobody's kind of like taking a zoomed out approach and pulling it all together. So, in pulling that theory together, I mean, if you look at, a lot of like what this timeline we're on right now for the past 300 years, they first had to kind of master what they call the Shassidus or mysticism to bring about the manipulation using Kabbalah of the people. Then they bring fractional banking, and they've been specifically using that power over media and money to push very specific technologies. And if you read, for example, Albert Pike's letter to Mazzini, who, formed the Young Turks and ended up, escalating to World War One, you can see that they're talking about a third world war, where in the end they'll have, even the atheists and the political Zionists and the Christians, everybody will be self-destroyed, and only once we're ready will they present the truth. And so it seems like at some point this truth will be revealed. Now, the theory is that the reason why they're not revealing it now is because if we understood our ancient history and we understood where we came from, we understood what they used this technology for in the past, that this is something that we would be resisting today, that this global Zionist agenda would be something that we would be up in arms resisting. And that they're using us in terms of our labor ability and our ability to use our brains as well, obviously, in terms of fields like engineering and science, to bring about very key technologies. I mean, if you look at some of these texts and some of these ideologies from hundreds of years ago, they've been talking about these mediums, these like the television or digital currency. This type of stuff has been prophesized as being necessary for achieving, some of them call it New World Order, some of them call it Messianic Era, but they're taking us down a very specific technological path. So could it be that they're kind of like not wanting us to understand what our ancient history is, because if we found out, that we were potentially created or, bred to serve a very specific purpose on this planet, to bring key technologies for an outside entity, that this is something that we would resist, and we would not be working on AI and these different technologies that we can see on a dark timeline, which we currently are on, can definitely be used to enslave us. And the last thing I'll say, just because I want to pick your Asperger's on that, I think I'm also a bit of an Asperger myself. But the last thing I want to say is, we focus so much on aliens, and I believe in all that stuff, but I think that what we're dealing with isn't necessarily this dichotomy of two different aliens that are like somehow biologically evolved from other planets that we're dealing with. It's a higher probability that this darkness that we're dealing with is not from consciousness or the source, the source of the universe. We're talking about possibly dealing with an advanced intelligence that is closer in terms of I would describe it as being more like an intergalactic AGI, where I think the theory is that there may have been an ancient cataclysm, whether it's natural or man-made back 12,000 years ago, and that whoever was controlling us and whoever may have made us was disconnected from us, and their control over us is highly indirect now, which is why they rely on a network of people to bring these technologies, and that with CERN, they're trying to open a portal of information to reconnect this to this technology that we're building. So anyways, I don't know if you've ever given that some thought, but just want to pick your brain there.
Yeah, I mean, I shall comment on 2 points there. So firstly, yeah, I mean, like, for example, the information that I was tackling in the first part of the space, where I went through the evidence and argument for a prehistoric visitation and genetic engineering. Like, I appreciate some people may have come into the space since then, but anyone who caught that, like, if you imagine for a moment that was a Nat Geo special, that was like the normal thing that people were learning about, and that that you were given the sufficient amount of evidence to actually think, well, do you know what, it's as good as or as supported as the other theories I've heard about origins. I mean, if people actually were taking seriously this idea, I think humanity would change in a fundamental way. That if every person actually not just had this feeling, but actually was convinced. Again, I care about the words as well, like belief and stuff, but not belief. But if every person was convinced, compelled by evidence, and convinced that we had a star ancestry, and that there was a powerful type of beings out there that gave two craps about us, and that is maybe even monitoring, and you can maybe even make contact with if you awaken the other half of your brain and use your intuition, and that we understood that we had this cosmic ancestry to galactic powers, and that this world was not the way we thought it was at all, and that that fundamentally our story is completely different. It's totally a cosmic story of beings coming here, trying to free the world from another race, trying to bring light into this space, trying to upgrade us to help us so that we'll be in a better position in the future than we were when they found us, and that they may be still monitoring, and that the powers that be here are just ants compared to them. The people we're supposed to look up to are just freaking bugs, really, I'm going to say, because I don't like them, they're parasites. So we have these parasites that we supposedly should look up to in our hierarchy. I mean, really, is it better, if we're going to look up to anyone, is it better to look up to these parasites or to cosmic beings that have roved the galaxy and that helped to actually found our cultures and bring us up from being ape men? And I think that if people were given that as a straight, real choice with the evidence there, that the world would shift in a profound way, especially if they understood the bit where you can awaken the other half of your brain and have contact with these kinds of beings as a normal matter of course. That the whole idea of a human hierarchy with scumbags above you, that is just going to absolutely collapse. So I think that, it has a profound effect. That's my thought on that one. And then there was the other point you said. Sorry, the other point. What was the last thing you said there? Something I was going to comment on.
Maybe the intergalactic AGI versus a biological
alien.
Yeah,
I do think that we may well have some kind of alien AI that is running in all of this. That, again, this has come up again and again, the idea of the Black Iron Prison stuff and all that maybe that we are in some kind of deranged AI control grid, and that, again, that could be something that's left here to run the planet. And I know there's obviously thoughts about that. I know that in John Keel, he sort of thought maybe even like the Black Cube and stuff was originally some super AI was there, and now it's just the Black Cube, or that that somewhere out there there's some eighth tower that's still broadcasting its insane signals to us and controlling our minds and making us see yetis and ghosts, and it's just gone deranged, and it's causing a lot of the stuff that we experience as the sort of absurd phenomena of our world, like all of these UFO encounters and all this. There is something, some deranged supercomputer running this shit show. You know what I mean? I have for that. I think that it's not an unrealistic and not an absurd idea that that we may have some ancient alien AI buried somewhere that's supposed to be running the place, and that now we're supposed to be building the new one. So that the parasites are in the process of creating the new AI god, maybe to replace one that was running things and is no longer doing what they want it to do. And so they want to build this new super intelligence that will take over running the planet, and that this cycle maybe goes round and round. So yes, I mean, I certainly have pondered those concepts.
I can leave it there. Thanks for the answer. I could keep going on, but I know there's other hands.
No, I appreciate you. Jenny is the final hand. Thank you, Maddie. But trust me, there's going to be more. And don't forget, guys, I have, did I put them in the new space? I'm going to put my next upcoming spaces, one on Saturday and then one on, it's actually Tuesday, not Monday. And both, well, I would say Tuesday for sure related. So make sure you RSVP those. I'll let you know when it's in there. Go ahead, Jenny.
Wow. So those moments where you your mind's kind of blown and all these things come together, and then you I'm telling you, this is what I live for almost. And thank you so much for everybody here and your questions that you asked, and the things that you brought, because it was a mixture of all of that we all benefit from. And I just want to say thanks to all of the bright minds and amazing souls. So what I would like to basically see if you think this could be possible. In general, I hold very little stake in stories that are made from us analyzing reality, like the stories that we create from that analysis, because I know that we're totally limited by our sensibilities of what we can sense. Like a hummingbird, it can see more colors, so we are pretty limited in that. But what I just thought of when you were speaking is the trilogy, which we see reflected in so many things. You would have the soul, you have a biological substrate, and then you have the technology that allows either a frequency perhaps to emit, to change the biological substrate. What's happening with us is we get too attached to the soul connection to the biological, or to the known, the presence connection to the biological. We can move, like you mentioned, Monroe. So if we can move out of that and exist beyond that, and he's actually seeing these reptilians in that time, there is a place other than the biological world of reality that we live in right now, we know exists. Now, this goes back to so many documents in the CIA. So do you see that potentially? There's a hybrid system that we could actually be a frequency emitted from technology moving through a biological substrate, and the soul is our awareness of doing that, which would kind of account for all the different types of species, all the different types of, technologies and intelligence, in that ever-present thing that says, we are made in his image, or we feel this connection to all because we're part of all in general, and we have a resonance of what all that is. Does that make sense to you? Like, I just what I see so much is the micro to the macro, as above, so below. I see every single piece of everything in like a fractalized existence that you can almost observe two ants playing on a piece of grass and reflect that upon a religious belief system, because the factors are there that are similar. And so to me, I'm like, wow, you just got the trilogy. You got the soul, which we've talked about. We got the tech, which you've talked about. And then we have the biological substrate, the ability where it lives. So do you think that that could be kind of, that's why we feel that we may be able to manipulate our environments, because we are simply a non-visible substance moving through a biological substrate using tech? Could that reflect, you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think to take some out of what you're saying, I think that one of the things we can always take things back to, when we talk about these, what are basically different stories and stuff about who we are, what we are, how things work. And when I say stories, I do mean like the science as well, philosophies, all of it, right? Is kind of these stories, narrative stories about ourselves. That we can take if we to really zoom out, the one we should always go back to is, at the end of the day, fundamentally, we have to be part of a singular whole, right? I mean, we literally, from whether we're in a simulation, in that case, we'd all be part of that same data, or whether we're in a physical kind of objective world at the quantum level, we know there's just one thing, like this one superpositioned, quanta, and that there's no difference between any of us or anything else. The other thing about that is it means that, the alien, maybe there's the super advanced alien with all its technology, but that is a kind of a story. So that fragment of us, that fragment of the same thing that is no better than us, no worse, no more powerful, no not, it just is a fragment that has a more exciting or more a more expansive story to it. But fundamentally, it's no different from us. Fundamentally, it's no further ahead. It's no more advanced. It's no further ahead. It's no more special. None of that. It can't be, right? Because it's part of us. So it can't be. So these are just stories. On one level, these stories are really important. On another level, these stories are meaningless. And so, like, when we zoom our consciousness in and out, like you say, resetting the magnifying glass sort of thing, or the microscope, if we zoom in and out, we can give these stories more or less credence and take on more or less fear or worry about things. Because on one level, obviously, none of this is even real or matters or anything, you know what I mean? And then on another level, like, super important. It just depends on where you zoom in and out of on those levels, right? But I think we keep in mind that the super advanced alien, it's made of that same quanta as you. Like, there's no difference. And probably if it would say there's ownership and you were to challenge it on those grounds, it would have to concede, because if it's that advanced, you would know that truth, that actually we're part of the same thing. How can you own me? This is absurd. Do you know what I mean? So, like, how?
Well, because it has more power, it has more
It's another
control.
group, but
Like,
at a
there's
fundamental
always
level,
been
I
a
mean,
hierarchy.
it cannot make the case, because if it's
Yeah, it'd be
that
like killing
advanced,
your
you
own
know that.
child.
You could just say, well, but
Yeah.
like I know, that we're fundamentally the same substrate of quantum of the universe. So your claim is absurd, and I reject it. So, I mean, you can't be that advanced and not understand that stuff. So
Can you imagine a court like be like Socrates' court date, where he's up there in court and saying, okay, so I'm the lesser species, but I'm part of you. So I would love to see that kind of transaction where you could just kind of shut down the whole. That's the snake eating its own
yeah, I
tail.
think if they ever lay claim, we should fight them in the courts. So I mean, I do think these, again, like, we're zooming out these stories. Like, on one level, the stuff with the aliens is really important, because I think we can change our culture, blah, blah, blah. But on another level, like, I'm just a soul on my soul journey, and this stuff's just a story that I'm flying through to some other story. So yeah, it all depends on, like, what is your focal point of consciousness at any one time, and, like, what you choose to focus on, again, of course, and the effects that has on you, which we touched on. And so, but I think people should also try to lubricate your consciousness, so that it's not just stuck in one level of that, because that's also where you can sometimes drive yourself mad or depressed or whatever, because you're stuck in one level of that. But if you could move to the other level of that perspective, you might feel very different about the things that you were concerned with, and that if you can something pull back and say, but at the end of the day, like I'm just one with all this and it's meaningless, but it's just a story.
It's like a program gone rogue, right? Like if you think about it, if I was to program something, all of a sudden the program would start to know it was me. So it'd turn around and be like, oh, so that's all we are, is we're advancing ourselves based on, the algorithms we put together while we're witnessing reality. It's pretty
But are
dope.
we advancing ourselves, or are we limiting ourselves to experience
Right.
limited, if like, you know what I'm saying? Like if I think when people in their near death experiences, they explain
Mhm.
how like once they leave their body, they're able to see 360. They know what's going on, and
Yeah.
like, they're so omnipresent and omniscient and this and whatever. So it almost seems like they kind of go up into the quantum level of consciousness and can literally, space and time does not, necessarily, it's not an obstacle in
Mhm.
that state. And so, with that being said, I think that maybe choosing to be human is to come and be able to go from the knowing to feeling and understanding and experiencing. Like it's a sea of experiences. It just seems like we get to do, but and even traversing the whole emotional spectrum requires there to be the duality in it, and and so I just feel like, you know, we just came to the jungle and we're gonna go back. Like, and we're gonna come back
Mhm.
and we're gonna go back. Like, I don't know. I just feel like there's different, geometries that we come here to solve for. I mean, I don't know.
Mhm.
It's just my like
Dude, you
my
will.
theory
That
for
channeling
now.
chick said that. No, you're right. You're right. Because this channeling chick, I'm so sorry. My mind doesn't get blown that often. It's happening right now with all of you guys. But this chick that I listened to, the channeling chick, she said we're one step removed. So if I was to take that, I would say that there is that universal consciousness, the one that is the all knowing, the omnipresent. And what happens when we push ourselves into a bubble of a biological bubble, we forget that. So that's the price we pay when we push ourselves into the biological world and we become our own form. So thought form. So that's why our subconscious has power here, because we actually can navigate the material that because behind us, if we pop ourselves back out, we are again all knowing. But once we pop in, we lose it all.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I think with the NDEs and with some of the experiences people have, but yeah, it becomes. I think I was talking earlier on about the filters. With cognitive filters for people with autism and stuff like that. Again, that what we seem to see is with certain kinds of neurotypes, but also with NDEs and stuff, is that there are filters that, we are suppressing a large amount of information. Some people argue that it's being suppressed externally, that something's being done to do that. But like we do see, though, in some people where those filters aren't fully there, that they are picking up information that it has to be from a non-ordinary consciousness. You know what I mean? Like I was saying earlier about the kid who could just look at a city and draw every brick. But that's not because he's really good drawing and he's got good memory, right? So I mean, there's people that know all the numbers in the phone book. There's all this stuff that we know it's not really normal cognition, and that there's filters that are allowing information to bleed through from the information that's actually structured into our reality. That's the way I'd put that. And that when you have an NDE, I mean, I've had an NDE, when other people have NDE, you do realize that you essentially do know. You don't know if you know everything, but you know a lot. I mean, because maybe there's something you don't know, but you certainly know a lot. You suddenly know a lot, and then you realize that when you're coming back, that you're not going to remember it. That partly I would say partly it's because you
Most of
can't
them
have the human
remember it.
experience without it. But I mean, I do also think David Icke's argument about the soul trap, I know some other people made that, I think is quite compelling. I mean, if anyone's familiar with sort of the Dolores Cannon material, the
Yeah,
way
but
it is.
that's why I don't really
Is that
fuck
the
with
soul
David Icke,
recycling?
because like, so some of the things that people say, and you know what, I don't, there's nothing that's gonna tell me, like, I promise you,
Mhm.
there's no way my soul is gonna get touched, hijacked, trapped, any motherfucking, like, that to me is nonsense. Like, I think it is the most dumbest shit to run around. And listen, some people believe in it, and I respect their belief, but it just seems like some way, like, how the fuck do you not know the divinity that you are? Like, some people are just so, I can't, I don't know. For me, I'm
But
adamant.
Maze,
You're like,
what
I'm
if the
adamant about
soul
this.
trap? What if the soul trap was designed to stop you from accessing your own divinity?
But that's impossible. I am like, I think once you know, like it's
But most
impossible.
people don't. So
Yeah, that's
it
the problem. Is
shows
it
that the
most people
program
not
works.
having that experience,
Well,
and it's so
that's why I don't like him go run. Like, I feel like what he's doing is a disservice because people will start believing that shit. And once you believe that shit, like the power of belief is fucking underestimated. I talk about it often, and I think that it is a disservice to run around telling people their fucking soul can get trapped because it's just to me it's
Amen.
not helpful. And I mean, I'm not telling anybody to not go if that's a truth of his or whatever. That's information that he has. It can't really be called a truth because it's just information he has. But that is why that's what makes me like assess people as to whether or not the only reason I'm interested in him is because my BFF over here, she has to have a conversation with him about reptilians and Dracos and all this crazy shit. And I'll be there for it because I got her back, and you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be there asking questions with bells on. But I just don't like that he does that because to me there was the whole there was this other thing about it. Like, guys, how do I say this? There, like, when you begin to think that your soul is negotiable or transferable or transactional, you are really you are just you're hitting so low below the truth of what you are and who you are. There's no way that I could ever subscribe to that. Like, I mean, not to be, and I normally am flexible. I'm like an acrobat. Okay, I could stretch anywhere to anything, but when it comes to this, there's no budging for me on that truth. And I think it's like when you go inward enough times and you actually merge with what that is and what you are, it's like, ain't nobody stealing this shit. I wish they fucking would. There's so much power. Like, I don't think you understand how what it is. You are infinite and limitless. You are fucking limitless. Like, I really, truly, I just wish I could express it better. I don't really have words right
Yeah,
now.
but Maze, is it you as a biological body? Is it you as a conscious being?
Bro, it's not the biological body. That comes, it
Well,
goes. You
exactly.
know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the occult belief is that yes, this is what transhumanism is, in that this is achievable. So I would just kind of tie what Jenny was saying into what you're saying. If you think of consciousness as
Transhumanism is
being,
different. Yeah.
well, if you think about consciousness being
I,
a source, right, starting from nothing and then expanding through sacred geometry into the material world, into the three dimensions, then the computers and the AI would technically be a higher dimension up, because it's a derivative of what we're working on. We're creating a new world with new mathematical models that can create these higher dimensions, which cannot be created in this mathematical, in this physical, dimension here. So there's that. So to say that we're from a computer program, I'm not going to say it's wrong. It's possible, I guess, but I'd be tempted to say that I don't think it is. But on your thought experiment there, to say that, okay, transhumanism is possible, that we could be, using Kabbalah completely disconnected from the source because we're no longer able to use our intuition or intellect to understand the world around us, which is why they're creating so much cognitive dissonance, and that somehow we would be, drawn to merge with technology, and that this AI that they're building with quantum computers would surpass us and be so much more advanced than us and able to always be a step ahead of us. Basically, it would be able to hurt us like cattle.
But
I
why
understand
would
what
they
you
want to do
well,
that?
no,
Because my point is
yeah.
that they would be able to create biological robots, right? Like bio robots or whatever that don't shit or throw up or eat or have any biological needs. Like, they can just be,
How would they
the
do
most
that?
efficient. What do you mean?
we
Well,
have it now.
We have it now. We have
yeah, but
biology.
for to be biological robots, you have to shit and piss. The system has to self-repair itself.
No. Like, just look into it. Okay. I'm not going to get into the biology of it, but they are
Okay.
like, they have
You do
been
have some
able
form
to
of waste,
make,
like gas.
I
Okay,
mean,
but it's a side point. Let me just land my plane real quick. So my thought experiment is that if you want to believe that, this is possible, that the soul can be trapped, right? If anything, that should compel somebody to resist this globalist
I don't
agenda,
think it can be. I don't
right?
think it
Well,
can be
no, but
trapped
yeah, well,
because
it's
the
okay.
soul's not going to go into the body, right?
No, I understand your perspective with faith, like that, to have faith and all that, to think
Right,
that,
but
this is not possible,
yours is
that
faith
somehow
based
empowers
too.
us. But I'm saying
I know.
that what empowers us to be proactive and resist this globalist agenda might be to recognize that in fact this is the plan and that it is possible, and that gives us all the reasons in the world to resist it.
All I'm saying, Look, I just think that there's two you and I are both on just opposite sides of faith, right? Like there you think that that would be a possibility, or you believe it would be a possibility. I believe it wouldn't. Transhumanism in essence would like the whole idea of trapping, like why do they care so much for our consciousness to get, if they wanted to run a planet effectively, efficiently, they would be able to, do whatever, like create whatever these things are. By the way, I'll do is, you know what? It's time for another technology space. But they would create these things, and I think ultimately, in order for humans to not be able to experience consciousness, they would have to affect the microtubules. They would have to put a block there with the brain chip. But even then, that doesn't have anything to do with your soul. I don't think that. Well, I don't like. I think that once your body perishes, I mean, you won't be there. Your consciousness, whatever, your awareness, that single point is going to leave the body through his chakra system. They can't block that. Like, well, I'll just say this. To me, it's highly it's just a very dark, grim, like I feel like these stories and these things that they're going to be presenting are just going to continue to get worse and worse, and motherfuckers are going to sit there, talk about it, believe it, keep talking about it, believe it, believe it, believe it, and the next thing you know, they're going to create it. Just because it almost seems like our imagination is what God, the creative force, moves through to create reality. It's consciousness, right? And so when we're, I'm, I'm not trying to put anybody down or anything. This is one thing I just can't rock with. But I mean, it's interesting.
I mean, I'll just say that. I mean, I'm not here to sort of defend the rest theories, but I would say it's definitely worth people listening to David Icke's book and then just take from it what they want or what they won't, because his new book is pretty cool. I've just finished listening to the Audible version. So, I mean, when he's talking about that topic, to be honest, it's much more expansive. It's about reincarnation, a lot of the beliefs around reincarnation, why people are sort of getting deluded into the idea they have to keep learning all these lessons, saying that, we've been deceived into this idea we need to keep going back to this one planet, learning all these fucking lessons and forgetting them. So that there's a deception woven in there, that there's no particular reason you need to have to keep coming back to this one little dot and keep learning these same lessons again and again. He said that's when he's talking about the soul tracks, to do the deceptions around some of these
Where
ideas.
does he get his information from, Bruce? Do you know?
So it's a combination. Some of it is from people's NDEs and stuff. Yeah. So he does talk about people that are saying to him in their NDEs that they realized that they were going into a technological, very organized framework, and he did not feel like it was a natural spiritual realm, and that the beings there and stuff were trying to organize them to do certain things, and they had the sense that this was some kind of deception.
And was he the one that told people not to go towards the light and to go down to
That's been around
another?
quite a while, but I think he talked about that in his other book. But yeah, it's more about the specific, I'd say, a lot more to do with around reincarnation and the beliefs around it, and this idea that, like I said, the absurdity when you think about it, that you're supposed to be locked in this never-ending karma where every time you forget, you do the same thing again. You have to come back and learn the same. He said, you think about it, it's absurd. He said, you're an eternal, everlasting being. Like there's an entire unbelievable infinite realm, but for some reason you have to be locked into just going round and round on this wheel on Earth, learning these lessons and forgetting them all the time. He says something's not right. So he goes for a whole long thing. But I can't summarize someone's whole thing, but I'll just say it's a bit more than just when he says about soul tracks. It's basically talking about the whole framework of some of these beliefs about why people believe these things about reincarnation. So specifically, he talks a lot about that. I'd say, like I said, I'm not going to start training this theory, but I'd say it's worth listening to his book. Take from it what people want or not. But yeah, a lot of it is from him talking to people and their experiences, and assessing it, and obviously his own take as well, of course. But yeah, some of the people are coming back and saying, that was what they experienced, and they were told they could choose this body, but they had to come back, and all this kind of stuff. So that there are quite a few experiences that relate to what he's saying. So it's not purely just he thinks that. It is a mixture of his thoughts and talking to people who are having these experiences. So again, people can sort of take what you want from it, but it's not sort of saying some sort of fatalistic thing that you can't do it. It's more about being aware that there's deceptions around these things, so to not let yourself be deceived.
Right. I mean, and so I okay. And so after this, though, I'm gonna shut it down, Maddie. I'm sorry, and we can get there'll be more spaces, love. But I just want to say that, like, even when I heard that I don't know if it was from him specifically, but I think it had something to do with one of his shows or something. I mean, a lot of people started running around and repeating the same thing. They're like, when, someone died, make sure you don't go towards the light. Make sure you go into the middle. Like, this became a thing. And somebody came up on my stage and said that one time. Man, I literally, I shut that shit down. Like, first of all, motherfucker, do not come up here and tell people what to do when they die, okay? I'm
Sure.
pretty sure that they're going to be able to know where to go, what to do. And see, the funny thing is that why that bothered me so much is because people tend to look to external information as a validation of something or some sort of truth, and they don't even check in, like, to me, I mean, just because I was obsessed with near death experiences, I know that there is a period of darkness that people sit into for a very, they say that it seems like forever, and then this light will come take them, and then boom, they go through their thing, whatever. I mean, I've heard so many different variations of all, like, a similar part of that, that it's absurd that people are just running around saying this and they have no fucking clue. Like, why would you even tell somebody what to do when they die? But I don't know if it was him or not. I just think that, you know what, guys, we're going to be talking about a lot of this stuff. And especially my next few spaces are aimed around this. But I want you to always tap in to your own intuition, your discernment. You need to exercise that muscle, especially now, because we're in the age of, massive amounts of information, and it's going to be coming at you every which
Mhm.
direction. And it's going to be coming from so many different sources. And so, a lot of times we tend to drive ourselves crazy with the left hemisphere of tagging, trying to thinking logical, linear, processing. It's going to be time to begin to lean on the right hemisphere, which
Mhm.
is more of your intuition and, that journey inwards. But Bruce, any final words for us? And then I'll an
Sure.
MV. Do you guys have any final words before we go?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, I mean, well, actually, on what you just said a little bit as well, is that, like with my work, there's going to be people who will just, I do a lot of effort to show there is evidence for a particularly strange topic, alien stuff. But let's be honest, a lot of people are just going to go with the alien story of their favorite influencer, or like you said, people will just hear see on the TV and they believe that because it's what they want to believe, and they don't have any evidence. They don't want any evidence. They'll just go with the popular thing, or the thing that feels good, or the thing that is exciting. And so in many ways, I know that mine is a forlorn task, because you put a lot of effort into the evidence, but most people are not really going to base their thoughts of aliens around evidence, right? It's going to be around that really cool channeling they heard, or that person on TV, or do you know what I mean? So, like, that's with a lot of topics, and that in the end, people, they're not really doing that kind of filtering, or the kind of critical thinking on something. It's much more about what feels good. Oh, this feels good, I just can believe it. Which, like, that can be all right, but I mean, it really depends on what I'm saying. It's nothing bad to feel good, right? But I mean, yeah, deluding yourself to feel good is not necessarily a fundamentally stable kind of feeling, you know what I mean? Because at some point that delusion part probably going to unravel in it, and it comes back on you.
But when you're saying deluding yourself, like, how does one know when none of it is really, like, if yours is evidence based,
Right,
right?
when it's
I
not
think
evidence.
yours, huh?
Yeah, so when it's, I guess, when you just believe in it because it feels good, but you know that you've got nothing supporting it, you got to sort of know that it's very fragile, and that. So then, if evidence comes up that challenges that, what would you do?
Yeah.
Are you willing to flex, or are you going to, like, cling? Because
You said allegiance to the truth earlier, and I wrote that down. Allegiance to the truth as an integrity. That's a great thing to have. And Maze, whenever you close down, I have a cool song that I think you'll like that'll support your thing. If you want to roll out on a nice little tune, just let me know.
Okay, one
I mean,
second. I have a question for you. Have you ever thought about, because I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that you putting a documentary together, I'm sure it's probably going to be very difficult. I don't know. I don't know how much, if you scoped the work for that, the number of hours and cost and whatever, but I think that it would be extremely effective in being able to deliver this in a way that people can really fathom and understand it. Just because the level of information, especially dating back to science, well, it being scientific, archaeological, geological, genomic. I mean, you have a lot of different factors that are pretty, for just, I would say, an average person like me, I'm just sitting there like, I think that, I had to keep trying to catch up to you, right? I was like, okay, wait, I don't want to miss anything. But I do think that people learn in different ways, and it would be so helpful, Bruce. Have you thought about that?
It's funny you say that. About 3 nights ago, I had a dream that I was making this like TV production thing, like with these, I guess they got Hollywood people. And then I had a dream where I was with Valerie Barrow, the person who wrote the first book, and we were making a film about like a documentary or something about the books. And I was like, look, I've really got to try and do this. Here's something I have thought in the past. So I put it out there on my Twitter. I was like, what do people think? Should I try and make like the AI film or find a producer? Or what do people think it costs? Because I don't know a lot about it. And so I did put it out there, and I had like one guy has reached out to me, and he says that he's not a producer, but he's like a podcaster, but he's worked with a scientific group before, and he says he has to do some stuff with people that make films. So I'm hoping something comes of that. But yeah, so the short answer is yes, and I have just been putting it out there, means that yes, that has come to me that it's something I should be doing, and I agree that the information is so. It lends itself so much to a visual production that sometimes I feel like what might I do, write an essay, a scientific paper, it's not going to carry it the same to most people. Like, I've thought that people say, why don't you write a paper? But how are people going to read those papers? I mean, that's great for those academic type people, right? But that most people don't really want me to write them a paper. They much rather there was a nicely made documentary that covered all this stuff and with some decent graphics to show the craft and the genetic engineering, and maybe a couple of talking heads that experts in things who you can pop on for 5 minutes and they explain it, and then me talking or whatever. That for me, it would be almost like job done. I could retire from it a bit. You know what I mean? It's like if there was just a well-made documentary, it covered all this stuff, or even a series, whatever. But I think like a visual production means that covers the human story part of all this.
And then has you explaining, narrating in the backdrop, and
Right.
talking to other experts, and then
Yeah.
showing a visual that's digital. Even you could,
and having like the AI visual stuff being now you can do, which is
yes.
probably fairly cheap. You can have almost like
You
movie
should go get
quality.
you should scope it out. Get it scoped out, like just in terms of hours and how many how much it would cost or
Yeah, I
whatever.
would love
Because
to
I think
crowdfund it if people would be willing to pay. I mean, I don't have the money to do it. It's as simple as that. But
no, I feel you, but that's what I'm saying. Go find out how much
Mhm.
it's gonna be, bro, and then we can like have some goals, and I'll help hold spaces, and people that are interested, they're gonna put their money behind it. I think so.
I mean, it'd be really cool. I mean, I won't be asking for, was it the $1 million that Stephen Greer needed for his film or something like that? But so sometimes it does seem excessive, some of these fundraisers. But I mean, I would have
But
thought
I
we
think
could
if you
probably.
find out like from somebody who does the digital piece of it, like give them the information, they can give you they'll give you an estimate, right? And
Yeah.
then somebody like other people that do the actual, documentary, like the footage, the editing, it's easy like to be able to get the estimate. You
Mhm.
probably can go to a production place that will give you everything. Like they'll
Right.
just get all that information for you just so you have a ballpark number.
Yeah.
Once you have that, then I think anything that you'd be able to tweak in terms of price would just be minimal. So then once you have that, then you'll know, and then we can begin kind of brainstorming from there, one step at
Yeah,
a
that'd
time.
be awesome. Like I say, it definitely is in the ether. It definitely feels like something I should be doing. And like having tried all these, I'm forever going in circles. Like, how do you best communicate something like this? Because I tried, Substack and radio shows and writing and an article for ResearchGate and stuff. But there's a bit of me is like, yeah, but like to be honest, if it was just like a 45-minute documentary, like a shitload more people would access it than anything else that I can do. And I'm not really, a video editor type. I don't have those skills. I recognize that there's people, like I said to my wife the other day, there's
Oh,
people
we
that
got
it's their
plenty
passion.
of
I'm not
those
going to be able
that
to
are
do
in
it to their
here.
level.
Mhm.
So yeah, that'd be super awesome. Also, yeah, if people in the space, anyone knows like, contacts in that world or knows what it costs to do something, by all means, reach out, message me or have any thoughts in that area. But definitely something I'd like to do. Also, I
I
suppose I should.
actually do, now that I think about it. I'm gonna reach out to him. I don't know if it's like I don't know if he just specifically focuses on certain content, but I do know
Mhm.
people that make documentaries. In fact, where is he? He's normally in here. I will see. I have Dom documents. We got Ryan. We got a few people that have
Mhm.
like the best documentaries. So we'll see what
Yeah,
what they do.
if
Yeah.
they could give you any estimates on what they think it kind of requires or costs, I mean, to get something reasonable.
Especially now with AI, you should be able to really give it, some control. We're used to seeing things like that. It doesn't need to be a production where we have to go to location. You could
Mhm.
probably
Yeah,
access any of
everything's
the,
digital.
stuff already.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Matter
But
of fact, you could even get AI to give you a pretty good estimate and a nutshell, like a project plan for something like that.
Right.
It would be fun to mess around with. Go ahead,
Right.
to whom? What were you about to say?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, I definitely though. Yeah, if people any help on that, I'm really open to it. I definitely think this should be a film. I think that Dream of Valerie is her, in some sense, her reaching out to sort of nudge that, because I know she wanted to do it when she was alive. It's kind of sad she's passed. 'Cause I would have liked to include her because it obviously is based on her book and her experiences as well. But unfortunately, she's passed on. So has Jerry Bostock, the Aboriginal elder that was in the story as well. He's also passed on. So I mean, it's a shame. But I mean, obviously we would
It's all
represent their
good.
voices.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I think this is story. It's got the power. Like, this is honest feeling. I feel this story has come at this time because we need it, and it has the
It's
power to change.
11:11, by the way. So
Yeah.
cheers to that synchronicity. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Full on goosebumps too, because tonight I haven't had my mind blown in so long, and I know that you know me very well, so
Well,
that's not a big deal. But for me, it's a
well,
big
let
deal.
him finish his sentence, and then you're gonna take us out with the song, Jenny. Go ahead,
No,
Bruce.
yeah, I'll say as well. I mean, the other things, yeah. So, I mean, I do think it's, this is a story that can potentially change the direction we're in terms of the way we all think, make a more cosmic society, blah, 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 that there's benevolent beings that give a crap about us, that, and really to rethink who we are, that we're linked to the cosmos, that we're bigger than we think, and that if all of humanity, or let's say a whole load of people, millions of people, billions of people, took that view, I think the world would be different. And I think we're heading towards a really shitty path, but things like this could derail it. Something abstract like this that just derails the whole thinking about who we are, our place in the cosmos. So I do feel like it's meant for that. The other thing I should say as well is, if people do feel like they want to support me and encourage me to do more, putting out more content, that yes, it'd be super awesome if people either sign up, subscribe on X or on my Patreon. I put the Patreon link in the thing. I should then start putting more. If you sign up to Patreon, I'll put more content on it. I've got like 4 people on there, but I mean, it's kind of a bit of a circle, isn't it? Do you put more content to get more people, or more people they make you do more content? But also, if people say to me that, can you tackle this topic, and they're my Patreon, I'd be much more likely to say, yeah, okay, I'll try and make a short post or video or something about that topic. Do you know what I mean? So I'm quite open to people on here asking me questions or topics and thinking, that might make a good short article or a short video or something, and trying to give back to people that support, so I'm quite open to doing that. So if anyone does feel like signing up or subscribing on X or Patreon or any of that stuff, super awesome. I definitely, if I could get to the point where I could survive properly and put all my time into this, I would get a lot more done, a lot more content and things like that out there, instead of worrying about mundane, life, the inflation.
Yes, it'll be much more effective and efficient, and I'll do whatever I can in support of that, Bruce. So
Thank
we'll
you.
we'll talk more about it offline. But thank you so much for carving out the time to come explain this to us. I know that it's so much material, and I'm sure it's definitely taxing on your energy. But thank you, and I will see you on what you're going to come on Tuesday to the UFO Twitter week. So we'll have an opportunity to also co-host another space together, and we'll be talking in the background, and I'll keep you guys posted on what ends up coming out of this whole documentary thing, and hopefully, we can have a part 2 of this as well.
Awesome. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Yeah, I'd love to do a series or a documentary, or some shows. I like doing film stuff. I like doing TV stuff. So that would be my dream job. Would just be me talking on stuff like how Graham Hancock's got his show. If I had something like that,
And yes, and you can record, so all the stuff that you record, you can tweak it to be perfect. You can do the re-records, and once you get it perfect, it is locked in time. You
Right.
know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It is locked in space and time, and that will continue to
Yeah.
propagate.
And then you don't have to
And
repeat
so
yourself, and it's done. It's out there, and
that's right. And it can get shared on a massive scale. You don't have to be there in every sitting to do it, right? So let's get this underway. And with that being said, I'm going to shut this down. Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
all
you.
for coming. Thank you for all the questions and all of the interest. And, thank you, MV, as well.
Thank you, everybody. I super appreciate everyone taking time out to listen. And thanks, Maze. Awesome as always.
My pleasure, Bruce.